Garifuna nation. Welcome. With that, I think we could move on. Brother James, if you don't mind, to introduce our keynote speaker. Let me do that.
Very good, brother. Proceed.
So our keynote speaker is Dr. Anita Alicia Barrett. And I like to put in my little, from St. Bide originally, St. Bide Village. Dr. Anita Barrett holds a doctorate in education, educational leadership, TESOL, special education. She holds also a master's degrees in instructional leadership and a master's education in secondary education, advanced studies in teaching English to speakers of other languages from the University of North Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, USA. And she holds bachelor's in secondary education, English and literature from the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. Dr. Barrett has spent many years promoting the preservation of Garifuna language and culture. She served as secretary of the Belize City NGC for some years and collaborated on research that produced a linguistic description of the syntax, morphosyntax of the Garifuna language. She also spent over a decade working with Guyanese, from Guyana, Guyanese educators and linguists in the efforts of reviving the Lokono. If I'm not mistaken, it's an Arawak language. So the Lokono is a sister language to Garifuna, and she was helping the Guyanese educators develop a curriculum for that language. She also wrote and taught at the University of the West Indies a course L28G, which is an introduction to Garifuna. She has worked as a TESOL teacher trainer in the USA, the Malacca district of the Ministry of Education in Malaysia, and the University of Belize. Dr. Barrett served as spent almost 25 years teaching in the south side of Belize City at Excelsior High School and was principal of Gwen Lizarraga High School. Currently, she lectures on academic writing and is lead with responsibility for students with special needs and disabilities at Qatar University, Doha, Qatar. Dr. Barrett, I welcome you to the conference, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Egbert, and welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to say thank you for the organizers of this event for having me. And I am very comforted to see that I know a lot of people in the audience. Anungutaga Numada Gwen. I see. I almost said Anungutaga, but I see that that's her sister. Oh no, that's Lucia. Okay, but give it to Enrique. Yes, so that's a pleasure. And to our international audience, thank you for tuning in. Our visitors, welcome. We appreciate your participation in our efforts to preserve our language. I want to talk about the role of women in preserving language. And when I was asked to speak, the first thing that came to me was to look back at my own family. Now, this is gonna be interesting. I know that Egbert made reference, for example, to his mom being his first thought when it comes to strengthen women and family. So we have a natural tendency to look within when asked to represent ourselves on pretty much any issues. We usually started ourselves first. So fortunately for me, I want to talk about the role of women, but in the premise of my own ancestors. I have a PowerPoint, if you don't mind me sharing.
So, Sing Suman,
Okay, so
you can, or Egbert, you're host at this time now, so.
Yeah.
Do I have host? Am I allowed to?
Yeah, you're allowed to host.
The host allow me? Okay. I can share. Do you see my PowerPoint?
Sure.
You're good.
It's there.
Okay, there we go. So before I get into the personal part, let's talk a little bit about language and what it is. Now, I look for the most simplistic definition that I can find for language. And Kutnan Kangas describes it or defines it as a system of communication used by a particular country or community. And if you do other researches, pretty much they would say the same thing in different words. A system of communication used by a particular group, a country, or community. That alone is broad. So you know that you can start thinking that we will have a problem if we decide that language is one of the core of how we identify ourselves. A system of communication used by a particular group. The problem with this definition, and this is the basic definition of language, is that it introduces the arbitrary nature of language. If you ask linguists and other smarter people, intellects, to define language or to describe language, they would use words like dynamic, arbitrary, ever-changing. And they use these descriptors with a smile. But there is a problem. The problem with these definitions, and they are true definitions, is that these definitions alone, the definition and the descriptors alone, makes language an anomaly in the sense of when we are trying to preserve it. Anybody see that with me?
Yeah.
Arbitrary nature. What does arbitrary mean? It can be this, it can be that. Ever-changing, which means that it can be this today, it can be something else tomorrow. Dynamic. What are one of the major characteristics of something that you would define as dynamic? Is that what? It is robust. And something that is robust doesn't come from being static. It also involves movements and changes and so on. So we are faced with the very nature of language itself being so dynamic, being so arbitrary, being so ever-changing. Now we, as the owners of a language, have a problem. How do we preserve the language if this is what language is? In truth, language moves. When Hispanics and Garifuna people meet, what comes out? Something that is now called Spanglish. When any other culture is introduced to another culture, a new language evolves. The Creole language is a language that evolved, for example, from the introduction of the white slave masters and the locals that were in Belize. The Garifuna spoken by people in Honduras is a Spanish-based Garifuna, a little bit different from the Garifuna spoken by us in Belize. Okay, but it starts way back from way back. The language of our ancestors, for example, we have the Arawak women language and the language of the Carib men. This, we still have some of that today, right? But if all of this arbitrariness and all these introductions to our social systems exist, how do we preserve our language? How can we say we want to make sure that we have our language to pass on to our generations? Now, I started by presenting not even a hypothetical difficult situation, because it's a real situation. But I also want to bring to your attention that we do exist within that reality. But guess what? Our ancestors existed within that reality as well. Even when they were made to leave St. Vincent, they exist in the realities of other languages coming in and other situations coming in, and all the arbitrariness and all the ever-changingness and all the dynamism, all of that existed then. But still here today in 2020, here we are with what we call our language. What does that mean? What does that tell us about our abilities to preserve? given all that I have said, and that's not a hypothetical question, given all that I have said, what does that say about our ability to preserve what we have as what we call our language? Anybody, any thoughts? What it says actually is the fact that we can own what we have. And the only reason we have what we have is because our ancestors preserved it. How did they preserve it? Remember, they weren't educated and have degrees. And I was listening to the introductions and long titles and a lot of experiences and a lot of what is impressive in today's society in terms of where you've been and what you have done and so on. But our ancestors who left this language and this culture for us, they didn't have any of that. Yet here we are and we have it. So my point is that one of the key transmitter of our language, one of the key legacies that allow us to own and keep our language is our lifestyle. How we live. Garifuna Dwell is a way of living, a way of existence, a way of owning who you are to the very core of who you are. Like I said, the fact that we still speak a Garifuna language that is composed of the language of our Arawak moms and our Carib dads, the fact that we still have that is because they set that pace for us. They set that example. And we inherited it. And the reason we know it is because we document these things. Oral history, the transference of these knowledge, these are things that make us preserve what we have. Now, the problem with Garifuna and other indigenous languages is that they are not, let me go back, they are not used or needed actually for existence. When we get busy with life, one of the first things we shed is, or are things that do not have anything to do with the bread and butter issues of life. Garifuna is one of those things. It has nothing to do with how you make a living or anything like that. So usually that is one of the first things that go. So awareness of where we have been and an interest of wanting to keep what we have will have to be one of the things that we now tell ourselves we have to be. Remember, it is not convenient because we don't make a living from it. We can't pay our bills doing it and so on. So we have to consciously now be aware of it and put our own efforts into it. And if we start to transfer the histories and so on early enough, our children might be doing better than us if we start now. But we have to be aware and we have to be conscious of it. Now, there are some people who actually leave a legacy to us based on their lifestyle. And I'm gonna move a little faster. One person that I wanna use is my mom's sister, Martina Garcia. She's known as PC Gar in the village of Steinby. I do not know if she knows how to read and write. She doesn't have a degree, but she was my first example of an entrepreneur, a businesswoman, a community leader, and a composer of songs.
Yes, right in the front here, okay?
Okay, so we call her Ma. I used to see her do things that men do. You know, culturally, we're told women do this and men do that. In our village, when you would look out and you would see the fishermen going out, and from a distance, you wouldn't know which fisherman it is. But after a while, you can stand out and look and you can say,
Dr. Bennett, maybe just a second. Beloved friends, everybody that is on this call, it might be best that we go on mute, and so that there isn't interference with the speaker. So kindly mute.
So I was saying you would look out and you expect to see men because you know Anita Yao P, Anita Yao so and so, Anita Yao Shake, you know where they're fishing. And there would be this one person where the silhouette shape's different, and that would be P. Cigar. She goes out and she does her fishing. She sells mango. She was like, oh, I forgot to write her agronomist. She knew how to do her mangoes so that they would get ripe smoothly. She would travel to Mango Creek in her boat by herself to sell. And this is how she made a living. This is a lifestyle. She composed music, and she was a key part of how the community interacts in sad times and in happy times. Now, my point here is not to blow the horn of my relatives. Like I said, you go to your closest allies to explain something. She didn't know when she was doing this that she would have left a legacy of Garifuna duo. This was just her life. But my point is that for us to promote and preserve our language, we have to live it. We can't just do it on 19th and so on. So in a day in her life, my aunt, she used to like taking her drinks. And there was one time we lived in Belize City, and when the people from the village would visit, my sister would ask about her. So one day, and every time she asked about her, they would say, "Oh, she's under her waters right now. I left her drinking, having a good time, and so on." So my sister correctly said, "Well, I won't ask about her anymore because it's just so embarrassing every time you ask about her that you get to hear that she was drinking." And this message got back to my aunt. And you can't go to a party or a Beluria in Belize right now in St. Bite in that region without hearing this song being sung in the community. In this song, she says, "Don't be upset with me. I found this here. I will leave this here. When my time comes to die, I'll just go away. This is not from my family line. This is mine alone. So don't judge my nieces. Don't judge my family. Don't judge my Garcia family. This is just me." So in terms of the strength of a woman, we're talking about being able to own who you are, own your own identity, your own sense of self must be strong so that it's unwavering. It is not influenced by anything else. So even though she was drinking and doing all that, she was still a strong person. And I'm sure that my friend Gwen probably know the rhythm of this song, but my point are the lyrics, the message in the song. All right? That's it. Able nugia me nungu nugia nata, like that. Okay. So this is my aunt. This was her response. And this is now in our history. This is a legacy that has been passed on to us. This is Garifuna Dual in its true form. The next person I want to talk about language and preservation is my grandmother, my father's mom, Nagut Beya. Just about everybody in the South knows my grandmother. She composes most of the Garifuna hymns, the older Garifuna hymns that you can hear now at any religious occasions in Belize. Now, can you imagine my makeup? I have my aunt who drinks, and I have my grandmother who's like a saint. And so again, but it's lifestyle. My grandmother, Kale, the point is Garifuna Do is how you live. Most of the people who have contributed to Garifuna do not go on TV or talk about it. It's just how you live. It's what you do. It's your core. It's your practices on a daily basis. My grandmother was a Garifuna woman who early on started writing and composing songs to uplift her community. And our responsibility as the grandchildren, we had to learn all of those songs. And then when she wants to introduce it to the village, all of us would have to be in church, of course, and she would call the song And then we would sing it as she had taught us, and this is how the village would learn it, and this is how these songs would go out. All right, so my grandmother is a very strong person. I'm talking about the strength of women and the strength of your resolve to pass on a legacy. She lost her husband tragically at an early age. She lost 2 sons in the benzene, the infamous benzene situation, when so many people, about 10 or 11 people, died in Saint-Bite after Hurricane Hattie. 2 of my grandmother's sons died, including my dad. And she was left with 1 son and all their children. So we were all raised there. But what I saw from my grandmother was strength in character. And these are the things that make a woman a strong person. Now, some people would say, for example, Dr. Barrett, you're such a nice person. Or behind my back, they might say, you know, Anita, she's a really, really good person. Very, very kind. I really like her. Somebody would say, yeah, she's kind enough, but don't cross her because you will hear about yourself. Well, I'm the good person, maybe with a but. My grandmother, this woman, is a good person with no but. She is consistent. And this is how what you want to share with a community becomes reliable. Consistency in character and morality, being non-judgmental. These are the characteristics of this woman. She is big on forgiveness. One of the strengths that a lot of us women are short on forgiveness. I know I'm being judgmental, but sometimes that is our fault. Even when we say we forgive, we don't really forget. So it's hard to forgive completely. Well, my grandmother was big on forgiveness. In one of her songs, for example, if you can read the slide, the lyrics of the song says, let's sing forgiveness for my people. Let's pray for ourselves. How will we fare off when the earth is so shaken to nothingness? When the earth is shaken to nothingness, as we can see in this day and age, there's COVID, there's the politics, you know, there are always problems in the world. So even then, this woman was addressing international concerns, not only her own concerns in her village. And she says, let's enter the doors of our churches and seek forgiveness. Hold on, sorry. The 3rd verse says, I already read that. Then she says, let's try to uphold the words of our Lord so that we may not be deceived or misled by sins. It's just one of the group of things. And these are messages that she leaves in the Garifuna language, not in English, in the Garifuna language, the language of the people that really, really can resonate with the needs of a community. One of her biggest gifts to the Garifuna nation is Owa Burema, which is like a call to unity kind of song. This song, and this is a legacy of language preservation, cultural preservation left by this woman. The chorus of the song says, Madinyo hawama niduhe, ragu me wahabu, wadrugda dungwa lamuga aritaguni. Madinyo hawamani duhe. Ragua me wahabu wadrugda dungwa lamuga aritaguni. Isn't that deep, written all the way back then? Anybody care to translate this? Madinyo hawama. Ragua me wahabu wadrugda dungwa lamuga aritaguni.
Say, don't let us separate, don't let us move, literal translate. So don't let us divide, right?
Yes.
Niduhe, my people. Ragua me wahab, let's hold hands. Wadirguda, that's mean she refer like an engine. We start it, when you start the engine, Wadirguda, that's mean starting. So that's what she used in that reference. So that thoughts, minds can come together.
Exactly. So see, this is the call to song. Even at the first beginning, she says, "O Waburie, O Wabuganya." This is she's calling my fellow man, my people. Aluga Muya Solida Liri Waburime. Let's look for shelter. Let's look for comfort in the name of our Lord in this society. Lueri Gracia had a lagumesera associated in the society. All of the goodness and kindness of men starts with the society. Then she says, Sarawa maniduhem ariha wame hara nigarina go ebelu rawong. She's saying, rise up, my people. Let us see the medicine, the fix for our Garifuna. Let us find solutions to our Garifuna problems. This is what she's saying here. Then she goes here and she says, Hafani dira Garina, which is the Garina, the flag of the Garifuna people. We didn't have a flag then. But metaphorically, she alluded to a flag which she says, Ruala Isebe Lum. That means she's calling for a flag. Let us find solace in having a symbol of togetherness, something like a flag. Then she said, once we come together under a banner, she says, let us not be shaky or non-committed. Yeah, let us be committed. That's what this is saying. Then she says, let us join hands and join thoughts to come up with, suggesting to find ways of doing good for the Garifuna culture. This is what this song is saying. Now, in terms of legacy in a language, this is our responsibility now. Our children will only survive if we produce and if we live a life that we could have stuff that they can that share later on. Gwen explained earlier her publications, her games and stuff like that. That is Garifuna Duo lifestyle. Living it, things that we could fall back on. Now, there are so many of us who practice this lifestyle. You see, I have a list here of people, and I'm gonna call their names. We have a habit of, because we're afraid not to call everybody, we would not call any names. And you just want to say thank you to all Garifuna women who have invested in living a Garifuna lifestyle. It is the very life that you live, is the very practices that you practice every day. This is the inheritance that our children will have. This is the source of hope for our Garifuna people. Now, some of these people include Marcella Lewis, of course, Auntie Martha, Miss Phyllis Caetano, the wife of Roy Caetano, who've done so many years of working, Anita Martinez, Georgette Lambe. You guys know these people. All the women in Village Voices, which is a Garifuna choir out of Los Angeles. Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, always working. I want to call on Verna Marin also. This is a lady in St. Bite who sits, she has a business in the middle of the village and promotes our life and looks after the entire country of Belizeans and Garifuna people who happen by place. This is Garifuna Dual. This is the preservation of language and culture. Cheryl Norales from Gafu. Day and night living the life, promoting, practicing, sharing, encouraging. Petra Arana doing a lot of research, contributing literature to our, which is much needed if we're gonna use Garifuna in the education system. We need books, we need research. Dr. Arana is doing that work. Ifasina Efenieme is a very day and night Garifuna activist who doesn't stop for any reason at all. We have Becky Arzu. These are young people. Becky Arzu, Nikki Martinez, Lisa Carlos, Chantel Garcia, Monique Magdaleno, and Marsha Mejia from Dangriga. These are ladies who live Garifuna Duo. These are people who are our current hope, along with many, many, many people that I don't know or I maybe don't remember their name right now. You are out there. I want to encourage those people who are already living the Garifuna lifestyle. It is only through what we do now that we can preserve for the future. It is only through what our ancestors did then that we still have the language and culture we have now. So my call to everybody is, let's think about it. Let's be more aware and consciously practice the lifestyle of the Garifuna. Thank you very much. Here is that one, Gwen.
Yeah. Can I mention something that I learned on my journey about the Oabiri song your grandmother composed? Apparently for the Garifuna organization at that time, they had a competition. And so she wrote that song and won the competition. So that song, Oabiri, was used, because when I got into NGC, I would start that song, and we finished the meeting, that song, that is our national anthem, we call it.
Right.
She won, she won, apparently she won the competition for the song.
Okay,
so,
that's interesting.
So the flag had already existed with TV Ramos. So that's why
Okay, all right. So very, very interesting.
Apparently
so,
was the winner of that competition. So she wrote that song and knocked out everybody else.
So as this is the opening ceremony of the Garifuna Women's Convention, Mafun Brita Maluwe Muhaniden. Should we go ahead and sing this song to launch off this conference?
Correct. Let me get my little
Yes, we should.
Oh, Abiri, oh, Bugayano,
Walo,
what if you sing with your what if you sing with your mics off? Then I lead, then we just hear one voice, since everybody's coming in at a different time.
Oh, and I want knock drum though.
Knock it, okay, you knock the drum. Come, we're gonna Saraya. 1, 2, 3. Oh, bring him hotel. Oh, Bugayano, Walogamoyasu, Lida, Babureme,
Lida Sociedale.
Very Gracia, Ada Lagumesera, so Gwen, I'm not hearing your drum. Sarawa manidu enyo arihawa me harani gari nago ebelura wo apanitira garina ruwala isebelu madin hawamanidu he ragu wa me wahabu waduruguda Tungu wala muga arita muni mati hawana Allah isebelu adi hawamani dohe ragu wa me wahabu waduruguda tungu wala muga arita go Sermon near home for allowing me to share, and I wish everybody all the best.
So great. So Dr. Barrett, really wonderful. Wonderful. I just would like to call our attention, beloved friends. So couple major highlight in regards to the presentation. Certainly, I think the first one that is very fitting that we set our minds to is this song, The Call to Unity. I feel that this is very, very important. During the time that you were also preparing for this conference, I don't know, Dr. Brett, you could maybe stop sharing now, or?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Ah, I see. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So this idea, beloved friends, of our focus on unity, this call to unity, was also very much expressed during the time that we were, the facilitators were preparing for this conference. And, again, just to indicate that this conference actually marks a certain time in regard to the process, that we are going through. And so the call to unity, I feel, deserves special attention given the fact that, we have much diversity amongst ourselves. But what Dr. Barrett has done is call our attention to a very practical perspective in regards to language. Stressing that language is very much tied to lifestyle. So in that sense, language is something that we need to live. It should not be something that, one day we remember about it, the other day we forget about it, but it's supposed to be, this pulse, this force that is constantly with us. We're always expressing it. And we need to be unwavering in this regard. So, and it's also very important in this connection to clearly indicate that we certainly communicate not only by words. And this was something that she was stressing much, so clearly indicating that we communicate our identity, our language, even by way of maybe our food. When we see Garifuna food, we know, oh, this is Garifuna. Our clothing, when we see a Garifuna woman, when we see that clothing on her, we know that that is part of the identity, just as strong as the language itself is an identity. She tied, the language to the things that we get involved with, the occupation, the practices. And so this message in regards to the preservation of the language has to do with ensuring that we tie our way of communication with the things that we actually do, and giving us examples of those women that actually we can see as exemplary, Garifuna women that are going forward with Garifuna Dwell, standing as stars in regards to that world towards which all of us that are involved with this process are very much focused on. So again, Dr. Barrett, thanks very much for that, really. This part, beloved friends, in terms of the call to unity and stressing this point about let our thoughts unite. Let our thoughts unite is very powerful, because as we know, knowledge or thoughts, these are power. These are forms of power. Whatever we think, on the long run, actually, what happens is that those things become translated into action and into reality.
Exactly, and I wanted to point out, and that's what makes the relevance of even this conference. And even though the names of the women who are involved in this conference might not be in the list, the fact that they're here is the fact that they're investing in the Garifuna interest. The fact that we want to talk about it. We're
Exactly.
thinking through it, we're talking through it. Yes, so, and then again, this is a legacy from somebody who existed all the way back in the 1800s. We're here now and we still have it. And same thing from all these people are gone, even from Chatouye himself.
Exactly.
When they exile, what did they decide to bring with them? What did they decide is important for us to keep? And then it was passed down to us by lifestyle and conscious efforts in some cases.
Exactly, very good. And so friends, again, the aim, really the aim of this conference is also to assist us to realize that there is this collective consciousness that we have, and that, you know, it is something that it's part of our legacy, and we need to draw from that. So what Dr. Barrett has done just now is helping us, you know, to see that actually practically, drawing from this consciousness, this wisdom that had been expressed in the past, and we're bringing it into the present and clearly indicating it's very clear, transparent, relevant to our time now. So, beloved friends, at this time, well, before we even go further, I would like to recognize the other friends that have joined us. We have Martha, welcome Martha, Keisha, we have Chase with us, Anita Nehanda, we have Susan, and certainly as we go forward, there will be more and more friends to join us.
Morning,
At this
James.
phase,
Morning,
what I
James.
would like to do is to...
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Cynthia.
I'm using Miss Martha's gadget, so you will not see that it is me.
All
Great to
right,
be
okay.
happy,
Welcome,
everyone.
welcome.
Nidu, hey. Yes.
Very good, very
So,
good.
I am in lovely Dangriga, working on Miss Martha's farm
All
with
right.
her family. And we want to apologize, well, not apologize, because acts of God are not things that we have control over. And I just wanted to present and thank everyone for all the love that is being shared this morning, for this manifestation of this Garifuna Women's Conference celebration, which is a dream come true. Yesterday we had November 19th celebrations, and
You look like we're losing
Sorry.
Cynthia. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Cynthia. We look like we lost you a little bit, but you can proceed.
Yes. And so what is happening is that we are going through a process of a movement celebrating Garifuna women. And so it is a beautiful thing that we each need one another to celebrate one another and to change the narrative. The reason why we presented the Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative and Hopkins as a model for Garifuna Duo is that these group of women for over 30 years have been the first women's cooperative in the country of Belize. These group of women have been addressing issues of land and economic empowerment, and they deserve recognition. So as we are speaking, there's floods of water in front of the president's house, and we have the reality of having to navigate the elements, the natural elements. So as soon as possible, Ms. Merlene Castillo, who is the president of the Women's Cooperative, will be gracing us with the history, the blood, sweat, and tears that has gone into the development of this cooperative. And we're declaring and announcing the development of a museum which will be the capturing of Garifuna Duo. And in the museum is going to be called Watina, because this is the place where Andy Palacio did his first recording. So in this movement, which is not ours, but building on the history, the strength, the resilience, the tenacity of our ancestors, we are declaring Garifuna museums like no other. We are not museum pieces. We are living and breathing essence and testimony of Garifuna Dual. So we have cottages at the Uganda Sandy Beach Property Center in honor of Andy Palacios' legacy and heritage. And we are living and breathing leaders, women of power, women of strength, women who embrace the world, women who are of one nation, women who respect boundaries and borders, but are not limited by boundaries and borders, women who embrace the limitless possibilities of being in divine order with what God has given us. All things are possible as our brothers and our sisters in Nicaragua, in Honduras, in Guatemala, in Salvador, in entire Central America are continuing to suffer. We want to give them that faith, that love, that even here in Belize, as we continue to suffer, we do not stay in the place of suffering. We stay in the place of our resilience, our tenacity as a masterpiece culture, as a masterpiece people, who, while we acknowledge the United Nations making this declaration, we make that declaration for ourselves in the area of land, in the area of food sovereignty, in the area of health, in the area of economic empowerment, in the area of education, not education as it has been defined by others, but education as we have defined ourselves as women, the ones who are the custodians of this culture. We, the women, the Garifuna women of the world, one nation. We have educated this nation of Belize, and even though we have not necessarily been the ones who were the first principals, we are the ones who stood beside our men. So at this time, in this historical moment, we stand beside our men, our young men, our children, and those who came before us, honoring the efforts that they have made. And therefore, this conference is a movement that happened before we were born. And that is a high point to continue beyond this time so that we have a legacy for our children better than or more than what our ancestors did with the little resources that they have. So we claim and we declare our lands and our territory. We honor other governments and political parties. However, we have always had our governance and we embrace that. And we will wait for Merlin to speak some words of welcome in celebration of her and the Garifuna Women's Cooperative, the first women's cooperative and the first resort in Hopkins. Thank you, James. Thank all of you for the love that you have shared and will continue to share.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. That's, that's certainly, beloved friends, the words that, well, inspiring, moving words that Cynthia has shared. certainly give us a sense as to the direction that we are bound to take as a result of this process, because definitely this process is about us certainly identifying ourselves. Who are we? What are we about? Where are we at this time? And where are we going? And in all of this, we certainly want to always keep in mind that what is keeping us here together, even within this conference, is our desire, to unify ourselves, and to unify not only on the local level, but on the global level, and at the same time contribute to those communities in which we find ourselves as Garifuna, and to really make our mark in regards to all the wisdom that has been left as a legacy to us, and the strength that comes from spirituality. At this time, I would just like to call upon our facilitators to really be involved rather very closely in regards to what we are stepping into now. The part of the conference that we'll be stepping into is the generation of vision part. And in this part of the conference, we'll be getting into having everyone contributing to definitions of Garifuna Do, definition of our Garifuna woman, and also to address vision as it relates to our children, our youth, men, women, our family, and our society, every society in which we live. So I'm going to, let's see here. Sensuman, can you allow me to share screen, or can you bring up the first material that I would like you to screen share? Having to do with the introduction to the generation of vision.
Okay, let me go ahead and find it, and I go and just continue. I'll share it up.
Yeah. So, beloved friends, family members, as we mentioned, what we certainly desire to do as by way of this conference is to clearly indicate, is to clearly bear witness to the fact that we definitely share a oneness in regards to the direction that we want to take, but we do not take it merely for granted. It is best that all of us have the opportunity to express what we have already recognized as those qualities, those virtues that we value, those qualities and virtues that we greatly cherish, and so that together we know that each one of us is contributing to this process, in which we are, this process of actually raising this vision of bringing about this Garifuna nation, connecting ourselves, even in every part of the world, and making sure that every Garifuna person knows that there is a process, there are efforts that are being made to ensure that we as a people will make our mark in regards to our development, in regards to the process also of humanity on a whole. So that's it, brother. Can you share that? It seems to be in your square, in your place there. Can you screen share it? Or would you, it might be, do you need help with it? I can screen share if you allow me. Sensuman? Seems like there is a problem there. Let's see here.
Okay, you want a bigger view?
Yeah, it will be for everybody to see it.
Okay.
Because it's rather. Do you want me to screen share it?
Yeah,
You
where's
can allow
Egbert?
me, yeah?
It's probably
Egbert,
easier for you to share it,
yeah,
James, that we could control the slide.
yeah, it's far easy. You got it on your drive, right? Just you could go ahead and share now if you want to. Go ahead
All
and
right.
share.
All right, so do we all see this, beloved friends? Let's
Yes.
see here.
Yes.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
see.
Yes.
Okay. This is not what I want to share. Let me, just a second here. That is a little strange. I'm not,
You can't find it?
nah. But you can you make it large, at least from your part there? It's a bit strange that it's not. Okay, so it will be fine. I have a copy of it here. So friends, what we'll be doing at this point is I'll basically go through this segment that we'll be doing, and so that we all understand what the different steps that we'll be taking as we go forward here. So first of all, we had in mind that we would be dividing up into groups, but I feel that our number is maybe convenient for us to remain in plenary here, so that we hear each other. I feel that there's certainly power in regards to a in regards to numbers. So if we can be listening right here, to each other, I believe that this should work.
We only have 33 participants. That's a manageable number for one.
Yeah. So, so what we'll be doing is actually getting into, defining, as we mentioned, defining Garifuna Doe and the Garifuna woman. We'll be getting into sharing our views in regards to vision related to our children, our youth, our women, our men, our families, and our communities, and also identify resources connected to realizing the vision that we'll be generating here. We will have essentially 1.5 hours to carry out this process, and thereafter, what we will do is do our best to wrap up, the entire picture that we get to generate as a result of our sharing. So basically, summarizing every part of this process. So at this time, I call upon us to share our views in regards to what are those qualities that we associate with Garifuna Duo. I was seeing a question here in terms of the duo part of Garifuna Duo, but just for clarity for everybody, when we say duo, it has to do with being, so being Garifuna. So I'm sure that all of us that are here, we have, a lot of thoughts, a lot of experiences, and so we should feel free to share those experiences, share those thoughts, and so that it become part of, defining ourselves. So the floor is open, beloved friends, in terms of sharing. What are those qualities, those virtues that we associate with Garifuna Duo?
Can I say something?
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead.
I have to step outside, so office protocol to take my mask. But in terms of language, right? The word, like, people are shifting, like the song. Like I say, each language has its own song, right? When you hear Chinese, has its own tune and so. So like the word Darangilo, you hear a lot of people saying Darangilo now. but the word isn't really Darangi low. There's an O sound with certain words and there's an sound, right? Like, for example, Garifuna dual. It's an but I hear a lot of people now using O and it's becoming acceptable. It's an Garifuna dual, right? Then now they have the word hero, like a female, like they say the badume hero, like you're talking like, right? So I believe that this is our forum for us to try to bring back like whatever words in its properly learned. So I would want people to use Garifuna dual instead of Garifuna duo. That's one of the shifts that we're seeing, right? Garifuna dual, like, and we should say Darangi le, and our porridge is sahel, not saho, sahel, right? So I just wanted to say that because
Very good, very good.
And
So
maybe
again, as
I'm going to add that in the Garifuna alphabet, it's the U with the two eyes at the
that's
top
right. Yeah,
that makes that sound. That makes the
exactly.
sound where you not oo. Okay, so you have oo, the U without the two eyes, maguti.
Maguti,
Then you have gaguti, the U with,
Maguti.
gaguti with the two eyes, you say
Very good. So again, this is part of this process, no, making sure that, yeah, because I think, yeah, Dr. Barrett was making reference to this, the dynamics of language, and definitely in terms of its protection, we need to agree, you know, we need to agree on the sound. So let us proceed, dear friends, in sharing what are those, yeah, the qualities, you know, the virtues that we associate with being Garifuna. It's all open. We have gotten a good start. We have gotten a very good start but with Dr. Barrett. So we could basically just add to that information.
I would want to say resilient, because as a Garifuna woman, the resilience that they have when you hear about the history, right? When we went to Urume and we visited Baliso, we were told that eventually the British decided, okay, they not finish up, they didn't die as we wanted on Baliso, so we'll take them out. When we got there, we were told that they had to send us further because the men made rafts on the island and they went back on the mainland to discipline those British folks, right? Now, the first time I heard that, I've never heard that, but it makes a lot of sense. When we got there, we heard that part of the story. So I could have only imagined the woman, because you look at children, automatically you lean towards your mom. You got a nail joke or something, pierce you run to your mom, generally, right? And then she would be the nurturer or so. So I can only imagine our Garifuna women on that island, right? It's been burned, farm been destroyed, and now you're taken to somewhere that is disconnect to you, right? So I would say Garifuna women are resilient women, because it doesn't matter what situation you put them in, they survive. I look at my mom, for example. I always say that my mom is smarter than I am. In the definition of academia and education, I am more educated than her in the conqueror's knowledge. But in the knowledge of womanhood, the knowledge of surviving. She knocked me out by far. By far, knocked me out. I can't even compare myself to her. Because as grown as I am, I still run to her. I run to her for comfort. I run to her for her ideas, for her knowledge, so that sometimes I'm trying to figure out things and I cannot. Like it's not coming. I pray over it, it's still not to come. But I get to her and I run it by her and voila, like this light bulb, like she has this, you know. So I believe that that's an attribute that the Garifuna women have.
Very good. And so, friends, just so that there is an ease, there is also an ease in regards to our sharing, because I could see that Gwen went, she addressed both Garifuna Duo and Garifuna Women. So for the ease of sharing, it is fine that within the next, we will be having about half an hour. We could say 5 minutes from that is gone. So let us feel free to speak of those qualities, virtues that we associate with Garifuna Duo and the Garifuna Woman. We could hear very clearly from Gwen that she was very much making reference to resilience, which is certainly something that, many of our people, when we speak of ourselves, that resilience certainly come true. So let us feel free, beloved friends, family members, share
May
your
I?
views. Yes, very good. So
Hello.
Stefania, or?
Yes, I'm coming in from Spain. My name is
Very
Stefan.
good. Welcome, welcome.
I'm so glad to be in this space. I miss my people so much because I'm so far. I like that Gwen talked about resilience because at the start of this pandemic, I live in Madrid, where it was the worst hit at the time. That was what I thought on and reflected on. I remembered Chatouillet, I remembered our people on Baliso, and the fact that we are descended of survivors. We survived and we made that crossing and we came to a strange land and we made it work. And so if we could handle the British and get sent across to Central America and do our thing and live, surely we can get through this pandemic. So those are my thoughts on resilience. Garifuna Duo. I grew up in Lusurunia. My anchor is in Barranco village. I don't speak much Garifuna aside from I'm hungry and give me food. But in all the countries I have lived, I am Garifuna first. That's just how I was raised. And what makes me Garifuna is my connection to my ancestors, my spirits, the spirituality. I had an experience like many young people do who live outside of the community where the connection becomes strong and it comes seemingly out of nowhere. And as I continue with my spiritual journey, I know that that is what it is. It's my ancestors. I am guided. I am protected. They give me songs. I am on a journey, and it is a Garifuna journey. I see it through a Garifuna lens, but it is for the world, if that makes sense. Am I making sense? Nod your head, yes. So I think Garifuna-ness is more than, I mean, of course, speaking the language is very important, but it is also the spirituality. The spirituality is what keeps us together. I think that is what feeds our resilience, our understanding of God and the people who have come before us. So it's many things. Thank you for listening. I'm done.
Yeah.
That was deep, Stefan. Thank you very much. That's a good attachment to what Gwen said. I agree with you. Because I was thinking too, our belief in the presence of our ancestors.
Yes.
That is extremely Garifuna. And
oh yeah.
some people want to argue, how can you be modern and Christian and believe in and that. No, yeah, we're connected. That is part of my core system of existence. So that when we pray to God, we know that they're around us, but never for negative, always
Yes.
for the positive, always for the positive. So all of this is tied in resilience. Why are you resilient? Why do you think you need to fight? Because Chateauye did it. Because TV Rama stood up. Because they never did back down. So why should I? So I have these children as a woman. They don't have any father. They're not helping me, but I can't stop because our ancestors didn't stop. They're resilient.
Very good. I'm greatly appreciative of what you shared there. Well, Stefan, and being stressed by Dr. Barrett, because again, the legacy, the legacy that our ancestors have left, we know, is one that is more spiritual than material. This sense of connection with the spiritual realm, I see that also as such a very, very important aspect of, the strength, of the Garifuna people. Do we have any other to share?
Okay,
James, I wanted to expand on or add to Stefan's very inspiring. Our gift to humanity. Our gift to humanity. Apparently, the UNESCO proclamation, having our songs, music, dance as a gift to humanity, in the face of inhumanity that we have experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Our history, right, is dotted with inhumanity by the Spanish, the French, the British. A history that is dotted with, oppression, colonialization, deterritorialization, and delegitimation, all right, making us illegitimate. Yet we survive. So that is our gift, because in the face of inhumanity, my aunt, she would be baking a lot of bread for the weekend, and she would give the neighbor who is non-Garifuna a bread.
Mm-hmm.
Right? My mom would have
Yes.
extra like matchsticks, and she would send an extra, them time, an extra 2-3 matchsticks to the neighbor. Right? And I was like, we don't have enough, but still sharing. And it seems like this gift to humanity is one of our Garifuna door.
I have to say, Egbert, yeah, very good. Just to accentuate, what Egbert has said, and it's very good. It's coming from the president of the Garifuna Nation. This particular gift, that we have, considering the challenges that we have gone through, in a way, in some cases we would say the near extinction that our history seemed to indicate, I believe clearly informs us that as a people, we really need to recognize ourselves within the divine order. Because how is it that we are here and now, striving to reconnect ourselves from different parts of the world, when in fact we know that there were these efforts to really get rid of the Gardogo people, because they were actually standing up for their rights and not allowing themselves to be enslaved. On Baliso, we know that like half of the population that was on Baliso basically perished, and the other half, for various reasons. To be frank, I think our history seems to be a little bit silent on all the dynamics that actually led into our reaching Honduras and going to different parts. But I feel like this is something that is so important. Definitely seeing ourselves within the divine order, because it seems like there was no other way other than the hand of God protecting the Garifuna people, and this was happening just a very short time before we enter into what we are now calling the global phase of human civilization. So as a people, just as Stefan was indicating, what we have, the legacy that we have from our ancestors is certainly not only for the Garinago people. It's really a legacy that is directly connected to our spiritual mission in this world. And the only way that humanity will be able to rise out of the challenges that it presently have, for the most part, will be as a result of a spiritual solution. And so I feel like that is very much something that as a people we need to give attention to. I think, John?
James, there is a Ms. Lucas here who's been trying to say something. There are 36 participants. Let's hear different.
I'm calling upon John right now. It's okay. John, you can go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. It's a privilege to be a part of this event that concludes tomorrow. Well, I won't say conclude because we continue to work together, but I want to just mention our resilience. I kind of just tuned in. I tuned in earlier and then I signed out and now I'm back in. So I didn't get all of what Dr. Nunes Gonzalez was sharing with us earlier, but our resilience, I just wanted to say something about that. That's one of our strong points. And even like you said earlier, our parents, the way we have deep respect for our ancestors, and keeping our tradition alive. We are a people who are very family oriented. And by family, it doesn't necessarily have to be blood relative. When somebody say you're my family, it's not always blood relation. But when you embrace somebody, then you go all the way out for them. And like what you shared earlier, James, I caught that my mother was like that. When she baked, she would share with the neighbors. When they come from the farm, they would send things over to our house, and so on. And they were family, not necessarily blood family. And we, with respect, the younger children would say auntie and uncle to our elders, even if we were not blood related. So it shows the resilience and this whole idea of embracing each other. And that's one of our strong points. And we need to continue doing that. And that is why when they send us out from St. Vincent thinking that we are going to die, the whole will to live, our strong will to survive has kept us this long. And a lot of us have kept we've held on to our language. And yes, we want to see that continue. And those of us who grew up not speaking Garifuna, a lot of us are making attempts now to do better about that. My parents used to talk Garifuna to each other. I remember that, and my grandmother. So I understand Garifuna. Like I would ask my mom how to say, Mom, how do I say this word in Garifuna? And if she gives me the wrong word, I say that's not the word I want. But as soon as she said the correct word, that's the word. So I know Garifuna enough, even though I don't speak it fluently. However, when I still work with the school system in Belize, I made sure I promoted the speaking of Garifuna the teaching of Garifuna in the Roman Catholic school, Stan Creek district, because I could recall not growing up speaking Garifuna. And so when I became assistant local manager of Catholic schools, I used to go to the Kaya district to pick up books. And I used to visit the schools in Benke. And every afternoon, the different classrooms would have the teaching of Spanish. And I said, they're teaching Spanish and promoting their language in Benke. I said, I'll have to go back and we got to promote our language in the Stan Creek district. And then we started teaching Garifuna in the Catholic schools in the Stan Creek district. We started at Sacred Heart, then we went to Holy Ghost, and the rest is history. So it was a humble beginning of recognizing that our children could be better off knowing the language. So we cannot overlook that part. The language is important. But even if you did not grow up talking Garifuna, you can always begin and start. So I strongly support making effort for us to speak our language. But the language alone will not make us Garifuna. Your thinking, your being, your want, that's more important, because even though I didn't speak Garifuna fluently growing up, I was always proud. I'm proud of who I am, you know, and I know my history. My parents made sure they taught us that. So our resilience, it all goes back to resilience and love of family and unity. That's strength there. I mean, not we did not want to be slave. We rather died. I always, when I share with my colleagues, you know, Garifuna, we were never, I always tell them, I don't end the conversation. I say, we were never slaves because we preferred to die than to be enslaved, you know? And that's a strong statement there.
For sure.
You know, that's a strong statement. We rather die than to be enslaved. So that tells us a lot. So we need to be very proud of our ancestors and keep that wanting to go ahead and putting our best foot forward all the time. Trying to put our best foot forward all the time. And we have to continue.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good, Joan.
All
Thanks
right.
very much. And friends, as we share, it might be very good that we consider, yeah, you know, how many of us are here, you know, so that we could get as much from it. We have a Marta to share. Marta?
Hello, good morning, everybody. I am looking at.
Good morning, Marta.
Hello, good morning, and thanks as well. I'm looking at family as a descendant of a common ancestor. So because we are all descendants of the same ancestor, we're looking at one big family. As Garina Gobe has been one big family, as Afro descendants has been one big family. And because we are one big family, there are certain virtues or certain certain virtues that our parents promote. For example, they are God-fearing. And because they are God-fearing, we are welcoming, we are very friendly, we are very concerned about the well-being of others. So we are respectful as well. We are respectful to ourselves. We are respectful to nature and all of God's creation. We instill in our children to do what is right, and that all these values or virtues actually bring forth the resilience that others are talking about. And you'll find out from the beginning of time, we continue to reach out and look out, and it doesn't matter what situation we're placed in, we are always victorious on our way coming out because of these core values and that concept of family.
Very good. Very good. Thanks very much, Marta. And we may be able to take one more comment, beloved friends, in regards to sharing qualities, virtues related to Garifuna Do and the Garifuna woman, before we get into the portion having to do with how would that actually become reflected in the life of society, considering children, youth, men, women, the society on a whole. So is there, we can take one more comment?
May I jump in quickly, please?
Yes, please. Renee, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation, everyone. I struggle with something, and every time I attend these forums, and I'm just going to be as candid as possible. Every time I attend these forums, I feel that we are trying to not offend, so we're not true to self, and I think that we sell ourselves short as a people when we don't speak our truth. There is a thing about us, and especially Garifuna women, which I think I am that because I am a Garifuna woman. Before our resilience is our strength and our courage, that there is something in the face of any adversity, any challenge, something kicks in you that you don't cower. You stand up, you conquer, and we don't think that we're gonna lose. We find a way how to, And I want us to be true to that, because I find in today's world, existence, we find, I personally realize through a forum that I attend with Gwen, and I thank you so much, Gwen, for doing this, how much I have regressed in my language, and how much we have assimilated to the point where we're losing a lot of Garifuna dual, which I think that we need to be very, very conscious and aware of in our everyday existence if we are going to survive as a people, if our culture is going to survive. There are certain things I feel that we need to reject and avoid, even incorporating in our daily existence. And it's a subject that I would want for us to, at some other time, meet and address. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
True.
Okay. Maybe just a comment in that regard, Renee. It's fitting that we repeat this, that this conference is essentially a certain point in the process that we are undergoing. And beyond this, so the conference itself is actually an extension of a process that we have actually started. And we see the process as one that will be an ongoing conversation, and translating that conversation into actions, into projects, that will be addressing, various issues, like health, socio-economic development, the land issues, and even in regards to the, in connection to the discussions that we have held, being ready to be able to assist our people in terms of in times of disaster. So there will be certainly space for us to
Hello, James.
Everything
James?
that we are discussing here. So Nehanda?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Ms. Renee Nunes for her contribution and the style of which she made her contribution, which was to speak from the I and her own experience, because I think that is a sign of ownership of how we can do better. So I just wanted to point that out, that when you're sharing, it's really best to share from what I experience and what I want to do about my experience. So thank you so much for that, Ms. Renee.
Very good. Very good. So friends, I know that these various points, as we go through this generation of vision segment, they are very much intertwined. But let us now get into speaking about how do we see life? How do we see it practically when these virtues, such as the spirituality, the resilience, this determination, and having this faith in rising above challenges, how do we see that? How do we see that life as it relates to the children, as it relates, to the youth, to women, to men, to the family, to the society? So feel free to address this. So what is the kind of life that we see from a practical perspective once these virtues are actually exercised?
In partly answering the question, I have a question. How well connected are women currently? How well connected are Garifuna women currently, especially across countries? So we now have this electronic media. Has there already been something established where we can connect and exchange resources and ideas? I hear mention of many resources that I don't even know where to begin to find.
Very good. So it's quite a significant question given the conference. How connected? Would anyone like to speak on that? But at the same time, friends, it will be very valuable, that we look at it this way, that we have discussed these virtues associated with Garifuna Duo, the Garifuna woman, but we do not want it to just remain there. What we would like is that, we understand that these virtues are very much connected to a certain lifestyle. And so it will be, very helpful that together we can weave, we can generate this vision associated with yeah, the kind of life that we would like to bring about. But we can
Right.
certainly
That's
see
why I
about
asked the
funding.
question. That's why I asked the question. It's like, how are we going to
I
connect?
would like to mention, yeah, this Joan. I would like to mention here, one of the concerns would be, first of all, we need to promote safe families. And I'll explain what I mean by safe families, because domestic violence seem to be rampant in certain areas among our people, and we need to have zero tolerance to domestic violence, because it's in the family, it's within the family that we shape our girls. We shape our girls in the family. And if they grow up in a violent situation, some of them think that it's okay for somebody to hit them. So it goes right back. The family is the foundation. I want to share that my father was a boxer, but he was very gentle to my mom. I didn't see him boxing my mom around. And he always validated us as girls. That's another thing we need to do within the family. Our male folks, our fathers, our brothers, uncles, they need to validate the girls in the family. I had a father who used to tell me I'm beautiful, I can be anything I want to be. So I grew up with a lot of self-confidence because my dad said so. So I didn't grow up looking in a relationship with a man to tell me that I'm valuable, I'm beautiful. My dad told me that. You see, I grew up with a dad who told me I could be what I want to be. So if somebody tried to make me look small, I look at them and I smile within. I don't necessarily smile at them because I didn't think it was cool for them to try to bring me down. But within, I would smile because I said, my dad told me I'm beautiful. My dad told me I'm smart. And so I always did my best because I was validated from home. So that's one of the points I want to drive home. Men, uncles, brothers, validate girls in the family.
No, we don't need to.
Yes, and that's very, very important. No, once you start in a
So-
family and you raise up girls,
You've muted your mic. Unmute your mic. We can't hear you.
all right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know much. Did you? All right, I'll start over because I'm not sure if I was on
No,
mute all
Joan,
this twice.
It was just the last sentence. It was the
Okay,
last
okay,
couple
good,
sentences.
good.
Yeah.
Yes,
you
so
already
I'll
concluded
just,
talking about your
I'll just wrap up.
father.
So the
Yeah.
point is we need to validate our female folks so that they have zero tolerance to abuse, because that's where the foundation begins within the family. So my point is we need strong, safe, with emphasis, safe families, and we will go much farther when we grow up in safe families. Yes.
Piggybacking off of that, growing up in different countries and outside of, you know, the hub of the community in Belize, I watched my parents as we were making new friends, always explaining, what is Garifuna? We are from St. Vincent. No, we were never enslaved, da, 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 da. And I watched how they would tell our story with pride, and going to school in different countries and, you know, that culture day, whatever, bringing cassava bread and our artifacts, our tools, I should say. So it was very normal in the house for us to go out and share and explain. And once I saw them doing it with pride and like, yeah, this is who we are, it was normal for me to think, yeah, this is who I am. I am Garifuna. So it does begin at home. Absolutely. Hearing the history over and over and over again, when it starts to get annoying, even then, especially then, you let them know, this is who you are, this is your history, these are our songs. When it's normalized, I think in the household, they're absorbing it without realizing it. They're absorbing the pride, they're absorbing the normalness, so that when they go out into this world and this world tries to tell our children who they are, they know who they are and they are rooted, and so they can't be blown by the winds of the junk that this world will try to, yeah, that's my piece.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nadia. Go ahead.
Okay, I am Nadia Martinez. I was born in Belize City, grown in Dangriga Town. Yes, so a Garifuna man and a Garifuna woman. Garifuna door wasn't taught to me. We rear in it at home. And like what I think Miss Cayetano just finished said, when it is at home, it becomes a norm. You become who you are. And I am the most outgoing of my mother's children. There are 10 of us. I may not be old, but I know a lot. I have been to Nicaragua teaching the Garifuna language in 2007, that was. I have been to Panama exposing our way of life, our artifacts, our tools, our language, and our dances. And one of the things that aches my heart, excuse my emotional voice, because every time I speak about the Garifuna, I tend to be emotional. I believe I am not me. And that's how I always tell people, when I speak about us, I think that I am not me because I become emotional. One of the things that touch me is when someone is going to say, I am Garifuna. And that's if we expose ourselves as Garifuna around those individuals, it becomes like, oh, I know where that thing there. Like, what are you calling that thing? My clothes? Huh? No, I don't accept that. And I will always defend Garifuna though, anywhere I am. Presently, I'm living in Bemopan. And from October, I started wearing my outfit going to school. And I could recall being chastised one time or being mimicked in San Isidro village when I was teaching there. I always wear my outfit if it is a free day, a free dress where you could wear what you want beside your uniform. I would dress in my outfit. So I remember a day I went dressed, and it is sad to say it was a Garifuna woman who ridiculed me on that compound. And she was much older than me. She could have been my mother. May God bless the dead, she's dead now. And I step on my bus in my uniform, feeling proud and feeling, of course, like a queen, because every time I get in my outfit, I feel like the me. So I step on my bus and I heard the murmur, what happened to she? She crazy? Masawara Zatura. And I listened to hear more if it was really me. She said, anybody to wear outfit? She said at 19. That's when I realized that, yes, it was me. And I turned around and I told her, you know what, mom? You're older than my mother. I guess you're as old as my mother. And I was taught not to disrespect elders. However, I'm going to tell you how I feel this morning. It doesn't take 19th for me to wear my outfit. In my house, my grandmother never wear her outfit only on 19th day. It was a daily wear. She had hers to stay home, her gown to sleep in, hers to go to church, her set to go to special events, her set to go to weddings. She always had a lone outfit. I didn't see a pants or a modern dress in my grandmother's suitcase at that time. I tell her, so why are you trying to tear me down? I think I am more beautiful than you this morning. And tell me what is not professional about my dressing. Because according to our handbook of policies, we must dress professionally. So I can wear my outfit daily, as a matter of fact, because our outfit is the most professional outfit in this world. And she was like, I said, you don't need to answer me, because I am not looking for an answer for you. But I want you to know that I am a proud Garifuna woman. Pantatina now Lau Nirasa. I tell her, so don't you ever make a simple comment about my outfit anymore on this compound. And that thing stays with me up to today's day, because it hurts, because not because of me or for me, for our youths. If us as Garifuna individuals who are much older do not appreciate our clothing, what else do we not appreciate? And if we do not appreciate ourselves, as Garifuna, or if we try to hide because we're in a Hispanic place, community, because we're in a Creole community, because we're in a Maya community, who does that makes you a Garifuna? No, you're not a Garifuna only in a Garifuna community. Wherever you go, whatever position you hold, you're a Garifuna individual. And that's how I feel about being Garifuna though. I was reared there. And so I had that pride and dignity. But how about the kids who are just struggling to find out, oh, I'm a Garifuna, oh, and I love the dance and I love this. And if they try to use their outfit and somebody ridicules them out there, it's done. They would never want to wear it again. So us as Garifuna people, we need to learn, to teach, and be proud of what we have. I appreciate you like it. I appreciate you if you don't like the hudut. I appreciate you if you don't like it. But don't be calling it a thing and don't be ridiculing it if somebody else loves to wear it, if somebody else wants to be around it, if somebody else wants to eat it. We need to be the one to take it out. If we don't like it, who is going to like it? 10 years from now, if none of us want to wear our outfit, who will be wearing our outfit? Where will it be? Like what Andy Palacio say. 10 years from now, if we don't want to eat our hudut, who will be eating our hudut? Where will it be? Like what Andy Palacio say. So there's a lot we need to work on as older folks, as younger folks, as babies, as the unborn. So we need to take it out as Garifunas. Live it at home. Even if we cannot speak the language, live it at home. My house, there is two things you see in my house when you step in my house. My Garifuna flag and my Belizean flag. Nothing else is on my wall but that. My walls, my TV stand is full of my reader, my Egi, and my Garifuna implements because I want to rear my children the way my grandmother reared me and my mother. We were reared in a Garifuna.
I didn't get the last part, and James, you're also on mute. So I'm seeing mouths moving, but I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah.
Can you repeat
it
the
seems
last
that-
part, Nadia?
Nadia, if you don't mind repeating your last statement.
Where up to where you heard, I'm not sure up to where you heard me.
You will eat your Garifuna, you will eat your hudut if nobody wanted, but have the right not to. But you eat it.
Oh yes, I was saying 10 years from now, if we don't do it, who is going to do it?
Yeah.
10 years from now, if we don't do it, who is going to have it at my home? Have two things.
Hello, everyone.
Step into it. I have my Garifuna flag and my Belizean flag. Beside that, Garifuna implement. And so if it is at home, I want my children to rear the way I was reared. At home, it is Garifuna, though it was not hard to me. I naturally grasp it. So that's what we need to do. Even if we cannot speak the language and we're fighting to speak the language, at least have the uphold of our clothing, our implement, whatever you have a hold of it, keep it and promote it. Continue to try to grasp what you need to grasp out of.
Very good. Very
Hello,
good.
everyone.
So, friends, we seem to be, I think it's really coming back. And thanks very much, Nadia. We're really coming back to what Dr. Barrett was also sharing, you know, this thing of living the life, because as we live the life, as we live the lifestyle of the Garifuna, it means that we'll be able to address so many different issues. So friends, let us, you know, keep in mind.
Hello, James.
Yes, Cynthia, go ahead.
Welcome, everyone. I'm just appreciating all of you. There are some people who need to come in, James. So I just wanted to indicate that there are some people who are having some technical difficulties and they've been messaging me.
Oh, okay.
For example, Ms. Alvarez would like to come in, Ms. Merlin, and I really appreciate all of you because the point that we have shared in this process and this journey is that we are beginning to understand the importance of technology. And through the sessions that we held as facilitators, we became aware, or we are becoming aware. Like my mom, my 91-year-old mother will say, I don't do Facebook now, you know? So in an awareness of my mother's, who is an elder, who contributes to the culture, who needs facilitation and accompaniment. That is a sensitivity we are having also in this movement. So I just wanted to share that with you because this is a part of the conference experience of collaborating and at being at oneness with one another. Ms. Merlin is going to come in. She is the president of the Hopkins Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative. So we are accompanying her in getting in. So if there is a way to help Ms. Alvarez and others like that, we'd really appreciate that. And perhaps, or let us say we create a space to include our people. So this program, whilst we are organized with headings, topics, and times, we also create a sacred space to be who we are as a people, meaning that we are not so rigid. We are organized. However, we are within the context of the reality of what's happening in our countries of Belize. Many of our villages are flooded. Many of our people, I don't want to use the negative word, are disoriented, but I can't find a better word. And within the COVID reality, even as we are now, we are in water. We are in water. Some people water up to their waist because as a result of Hurricane Iota, there has been more water coming in. So it's not an excuse. It's just sensitivity to engagement and inclusion of people who are taking hold of technology. I admit, honestly, for example, for myself, I had 2 young people who have been helping me in dealing with this Zoom and all of this thing. So it is very beautiful because it is, Spirit is showing us ways in which we need to be sensitive. We can be sensitive and aware of how we relate to one another with love and with respect. So I just wanted that awareness to be tabled here. So you haven't seen me on because I have been reaching out to those people who are not readily Zooming, interneting, and so on. I would love to have someone like my mother in this conversation, for example. So what it would mean is getting my son or one of her grandchildren to be available. That's what we usually do. So I want to thank you for this conversation that has been so rich. My goodness.
Miss Cynthia, I just wanted
Dr.
to add.
Anita, you are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before you go to our next speaker, Miss Nehanda. Miss Nehanda.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Nehanda has brought up an important point, and I just want to remind us that it's on the table, but it wasn't addressed. She asked about how we would stay connected. How connected are we? And I think she alluded to the idea of making sure or investing in as people who are like-minded and interested in preservation of Garifuna.
I believe that was Helen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody put it on the table, Miss Helen. I apologize, but we didn't address it because after that, Miss Joan went to talk about the family, which is another important point. But just to leave it on the table, because I think before the end of the conference, we ought to talk about that.
Yes, exactly.
Connected, staying connected. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe just to speak to that point also is that, friends, the idea of everything that will be shared here will be to translate all the suggestions into practical steps. And so it's very good. It's very good that we are taking note of these things. And so in light of the women, remaining connected with each other, I believe that this is something that it might be even here and now that we can touch on it. How do we imagine that going forward?
James, I have a question.
Yes.
Were you able to share with the sisters and brothers the process that we have been through to arrive at this place that we are now? Because
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. You may go ahead and share,
I will.
Cynthia.
Sure. One of the things that is very important why we're calling this a movement is that this as Dr. Anita was sharing earlier on in her powerful statements, this is a conference like no other, which is not profiling and just, you know, giving a talk and you go about business. The conference began from the moment the idea was presented with the Garifuna Nation. And so the conference speaks to the concerns of the Garifuna Nation as it is evolving. So this is an action-oriented movement, and the concerns that the nation has tabled includes areas of food, sovereignty, education, what do we mean by Garifuna Duo and Garifuna spirituality? We have spoken to the issue of education, land, a number of issues. And so we have created a sacred space where anyone who is Garifuna, any woman, and anyone who is included in the conversation can contribute. So whilst we have had people who make presentations and challenge our imagination in this journey, these people are giving suggestions, solutions, modeling how it has been. So we had, and James, intentionally, I, as a convener, did not present myself as the one to convene the conference. It was only appropriate as Spirit told me in divine order to have a man, particularly a young man, that is James. So James is speaking for us to model the way how we are and have been as a people. So this is not a women's movement in the context of what other cultures and other conversations around the world are taking place. So we went through a series of facilitators, conversations every Saturday for hours, where these themes that are being discussed now emerge out of that. So it is a solution driven movement. So in terms of follow-up, certainly the presentations and these discussions here are being shared collectively. In fact, through the mechanism, we will have Facebook. It will be on Facebook, and any questions, any comments, any suggestions will be open to others' involvement. So under the mandate of the Garifuna Nation, where we have specific programs and outreach, such as a credit union in addressing the issue of economic and financial issues. That is why the Garifuna Nation is sponsoring this conference, because the Garifuna Nation has an outreach for issues relating to credit union. In the area of education, Joan Lucas, who is a facilitator, is the director and facilitator for issues of education. So all the facilitators, all these topics are going to be addressed in terms of follow-up. And therefore, the recommendations also invite you as participants to be a part of the conversation ongoing. Now, one of the things that we are very clear about in terms of our mandate is how, with all of this brilliance that we have as a people, what is blocking us? What has blocked us from translating the brilliance that we have locally and internationally into tangible projects, outreach in our communities. And so this is something that we are having a conversation with, not about right or wrong or who did what to whom. We have made a declaration that, facilitated by James, that we are staying in the place of divine order and positive, because we have enough people can tell us who was wrong and what was done wrong. And it's not that we are putting our head in the sand like an ostrich, but we want to change the narrative into a strategic, productive manifestation of the brilliance and the essence that we are. And so we welcome suggestions, recommendations, but in welcoming that, we would like to invite you to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. So it would be good if you can say, I am so and so, and I would like to, just to make an example, develop a scholarship for young women, young Garifuna women, from the time they are babies to when they get to university. And that I'm just giving an example. And I would like to be part of a community that will cultivate, mentor, and nurture one young woman or two young women or young men. The way how, I make it personal. My father, Godsman Celestino Ellis, went out actively to seek young Garifuna men, and where he was positioned, he made it his business to recruit them, mentor them from primary school to university. So we have models in our history that inform us on how to move forward. So that's just an example and an invitation to all of you. Everybody is an expert. Our ancestors have created the space and the way of being. There were 3 or 4 men who had the audacity, as Obama would say, to come and speak to these white men and the British and negotiate spaces of land for us, for example. So this is the spirit that we are coming back to and reclaiming and stepping into the power of. So that's the invitation. No right, no wrong. Just be the best essence of who you are. As Doctor has shared, you have celebrate your mothers, grandmothers, each of us. We want to know we want to know their stories. So perhaps someone will volunteer to set up a memory bank of Garifuna storytelling. Some of you are artists. Some of you are musicians. Some of you have recipes. Some of you know about the healing practices. Everybody here has expertise, and you have linkage to a grandmother, a grandfather, and a father. That's what we did in the facilitators session. So if you anything resonates with you, then this is the space to share it. We also have an evaluation process, and the evaluation process is not at the end. Evaluate as we are going along, and we are not offended at any critique or comment that you may have along the line of how things are being done. I'm complete. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Cynthia. I believe that, friends, what underlines everything that Cynthia is clearly indicating is something that we have been stressing as part of the preparation of the facilitators for the conference, and that is that it is very healthy for us. It is very healthy for us to recognize that we have a oneness. We have a oneness that underlines our very interest to be within this space. And that oneness is very much directly connected to the kind of life, to the kind of society that we would like to build. And, you know, the process also let us understand that the more we come together in a sacred space, you know, to express what are our desires, how do we want to continue to see our children, our youth, the men, the Garifuna women. We know that the answers really lies within our collective consciousness. And all that is something that we would like to certainly ensure that it becomes translated into practical social reality. You know, so our oneness, you know, our desire for this, you know, new paradigm, one that is definitely, you know, as I like the way that Cynthia is putting it, it's not like, you know, we are putting our head into the sand, but what we want to do is to definitely focus on our capacities, to build the kind of society that we would like as a people and across the borders, wherever we are.
So what happened, James, last night, for example, we had an incident with a young man here in Dangriga, and we have incidents of losing young men through violence, through different things, right? In our own communities. And therefore, this conference cannot take place without addressing that practical reality. I will not sit and pretend here to you that it hasn't impacted on me that we had a situation like that, or that our young men are being hauled into jail. However, in being aware of that, I would invite us to also be aware that we have our own ways of reconciling these kinds of issues. So a conference such as this in Belize can declare, we can declare to the Ministry of Youth, we can declare to the judicial system, we can declare to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs and Women's Affairs, give us our young men, give us our young people. Yeah, exactly. Let us collaborate along with you in a healing process to embrace our cultural ways of being, along with honoring the laws of the land. The Maya do it. The Maya people have a process whereby Maya issues are settled by Maya people in a Maya way. I have colleagues who have done this, and many of you are qualified. We invited the Chief Justice, the acting Chief Justice, who is Garifuna, to have this conversation with us, and she's open. She says, Cynthia, I am ready and willing, because I shared with her that there's a team of us who are court-connected mediators, Supreme Court, Magistrate Court, Family Court. Therefore, a conference of this invites conversation with other leaders, with models of what works for us as a people in the area of education. We are the ones who were educated. I was educated at the feet of my grandparents. And many of us, we said that in the facilitator session. So in moving forward, we can acknowledge and celebrate ourselves who have the expertise. And there are many of us who are not on this call right now who have the expertise. Isn't it amazing that in our culture, we did not have psychiatrists? We never have doctors, nurses. We were our own psychiatrists. We did not have a name for the word depression or schizophrenia or whatever. We have, I don't say had, we have our own ways of healing and reconciliation. And so the call right now is to align with that and to celebrate and acknowledge that as what has worked. And I'm not trying to be Maya, but that has worked for the Maya people in the area of their land. The Maya have taken the government of Belize to court, and when it was not honored, they went to the Caribbean Court of Justice. They have opened a door for us to tag on to. So this is the alignment. This is a divine time. When I heard Dr. Anita speak, I said, you know what, the conference could done, because the things that she said were so powerful, and she and I have never spoken. But what that is showing is that we are in divine alignment. And in divine alignment, we have the opportunity to clear. You know what clear means? Clear means, let us get rid of this foolishness and all this gossip about one another. This one, that one. You know, one of the things I remember as a child, Garifuna, is this word. He, just that one word. You all understand where that he, and the he comes with a body language, okay? All right. So I am inviting you, us, to clear the air and get rid of all that trash and all of that garbage, because that garbage is not taking us anywhere. It doesn't mean that we have to agree on everything. However, let us stay focused on our oneness and the fact that we are a unique and a special people called to share for the world. That doesn't mean that we are arrogant. However, there's no shame in our game. Let us embrace that and put our energy into that. So this is what the invitation is. Each person has a gift to share with us. Norma Young. Norma Young. Oh, my brothers and sisters, this is awesome. She's the lady who is with my mother now. And this is how we are in a learning process. My 91-year-old mother is going to come on Zoom. Hallelujah. This is a powerful.
I'm right here. Mom, I have to.
Norma, my mother, is my mother there? Huh, Miss Norma?
Miss Norma Young, I'm here.
Yes. Are you Miss Norma with Miss Ellis?
Cynthia.
With Miss Ellis?
Ma'am.
Oh, all right, good. I have a different Norma. We'll get to that. Sorry, Nehanda, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
It's fine. I wanted to make a point of that because, you know, we are in our family on our maternal side 4 generations of women that are still alive. And so to the point of what has worked, can you, I thought Granny was here, but she's not, sorry. I try to get my daughter to connect with my grandmother as much as possible because she grew up in that home in her formative years from birth up until about 5 years old. We lived at my grandparents. And a lot of people in my family have a lot of different things to say about that. But what was clear, we use the word clear, was that for my grandfather and my grandmother was the most important thing. It didn't matter if I could go get a job or get a new place. They needed to stand in the space of parent so that I knew how to pass on Garifuna Duo to her. And now that we live in Germany, that is still very impactful in her life for New York City. A developing story where Giants players have tested positive. And one of the reasons is that when you live in a place where, like Stefan said, she's not in her community, self-awareness is extremely important. But understanding the younger generation and how I'm just going to speak to child and youth, passing on that generational wealth and knowledge. How we pass on is critical for the inclusion, or inclusion is important for the passing on. And so remember, James, when we did the training, the first couple sessions, she was present and she stood in because the young people have something to say, and she has helped with the technology as well. And she has her own opinion of what Garifuna Duo means to her. And she got that from me. She got that from my mother. She got that from her grandmother. For the people who are not doing that, who have children or somebody under them or who is watching them, I just want to say that there are some key spaces where we can utilize that I'm a part of, that, you know, Keisha is a part of, Miss Martha is a part of. I listened to her interview on the online in radio station that with Flavius and Franco. And there are a lot of people here who are in youth organizations that have a lot that we can utilize to have an open conversation for the passing on of Garifuna Duo, because even though my mother fished and I fished, doesn't mean that she has to fish or even wants to fish. But we are having we're having a paradigm shift right now. So as a young person or semi-young person, I would just like to speak to what the changes are gonna look like in Garifuna Duo if we want to pass it on. If we want to talk about passing on and preserving the language, we also have to be open to the possibility and the acceptance that that is going to change based on the mere fact that we are an international people. So the way I speak Garifuna is not the way my grandparents speak Garifuna, just for the mere fact that they spoke it in their homes. And when they pass it down to me, my accent influenced them. And it's like that does it have to be that way? Do we have to speak it the way it has always been spoken? Do we have to do it the way it's always been done? Because we turn off young people when we make this a must that it has to be this way or no way at all. And you know, I felt kind of bad when I heard the song and I couldn't join it because I didn't know it. But I want to learn. And so we have to make sure that we are aware, or I will make sure. So I will make sure that the space is created for that. I'm complete.
Okay, Nehanda, I just wanted to make some announcements. One of the announcements in relationship to the question, because I'd like to get feedback from others, is that one of the things that one of the blessings that COVID has brought to us, you know, one of the power of being Garifuna is that in the midst of turmoil, we seek opportunities and we don't get beaten down. In the midst of COVID, what's happening right now is the power of technology. And we have 2 media units that are on and being a part of this conference. One of them is based in Jamaica and Miami, and it is the Real Stuff. And I want to invite any of you who is interested in the future to be interviewed and to share your ideas and to chat. We'd like you to be a part of it now or later along these themes. The other one is Dr. Melinda Harris Barrow, who is based where? In Florida. In Florida. So we are going through our media and our networks. Adele Ramos, you know Adele from here, she has offered that we will have in all the Belize media, open, transparent conversation, because there's too much behind the back discussion taking place. So any of you who is interested in sharing elements and essence of this conversation now and in the future, you are welcome, and we invite you to be a part of it. So I just needed to let you know that is what is going on. If any of you would like to be interviewed today, just let us know. We have people who are available, and just let us know that you will be ready to share your views, because it's not just about me or James or Egbert. It is collective. Who is interested? Excellent. Excellent. So I have 4 right-hand people here with me. You know, one is Miss Martha and her children, and they will take note of that. We'll contact you. In fact, right now I'll have them work on it, and they will get through to you, because it's very important that the nation, all the nations hear the power of Garifuna people. You see, what happens is that when there are delegations going to different parts of the world to represent Belize, for example, they will pull us out to dance jankono, beat drums, and sing some songs, which is wonderful. However, we need to be sitting at the table where the strategy about tourism is taking place. So these are the issues young women who are on this, you all need to be ambassadors. You all need to also be running for politics. There's one of the young people from Sixth Form here in Ecumenical has an assignment to talk about one ethnic group. I said, which one are you going to choose? I waited and she said, Garifuna. I said, thank God. Well, I mean, you know, I didn't want to put it in her mouth. And to speak about the conditions of the Garifuna people. I said to her, be a part of this conference. And this conference can be part of the curriculum for schools. You understand? So Dr. Anita, we're going to line you up with an interview. We would really like to hear from other people. James, you are the facilitator of this session. Is Egbert around?
Very much, Cynthia. I think, friends, in terms of pulling together everything in regards to this generation of vision segment, I'm just going to share a few words, and then we will be able to. Well, there was a break. There's a 10-minute break that is part of our schedule.
Let us break.
But it will be. I believe that will be very good time for us to actually put our thoughts together. And so when we come back, we will have about an hour, like roughly an hour, to really express where do we go from here, considering, you know, the kind of vision that our Garifuna women would certainly typically have. It is not by chance, I need to say, that we had expressed, you know, that we speak about what is the kind of life we would like to see as a result of the, you know, exercise, the practice of the qualities and virtues related to, you know, Garifuna Dwo and women. Cynthia, we're getting feedback from you. Oh, okay. So the main point, one point that I would like us to have as we reflect in regards to taking that next step, which is to share with us what is the direction that we're supposed to take, is this one very important point. The challenges that actually exist in the world, for the most part, has to do with, you know, people not really being in alignment with themselves. This is something that certainly Cynthia has mentioned, and I just want to accentuate that. And why is that? And how is it important for us as a Garifuna people? The fact is that, you know, amongst us, when we come together and we share, like we are sharing now, we are sharing from the basis or on the basis of collective consciousness. What we want that our people have in mind always is that that is a great wealth that we have. And that wealth very much informs us, you know, that we want to live in a virtuous kind of world. You know, there is a statement like this. It says, you know, that the well-being of mankind, its peace and security are unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established. We have that within the Garifuna philosophy, you know, Nugiabu Amur Nu, you know, me for you and you for me. So this basic element of our collective consciousness is very important, because our ancestors highly valued justice and unity and all the virtues that we actually value today. So we need to learn, how do we actually connect back with that collective consciousness? How do we connect back with all those virtues and convert those virtues into practical reality, into practical cultural life? Because the more we get ourselves aligned with our collective consciousness, then it means that we will be able to move smoother as one people towards this destiny that we have. So at this time,
James, can I make a suggestion as people go off? Because we really, the spirit of this conference is inclusiveness, and we would like to invite you to really speak to what shows up for you. And please remember the themes of the conference on the Garifuna Nation, as we have advertised. Even though we are doing certain segments, feel free. We are addressing issues of land, we are addressing issues of education, food sovereignty, health and wellness, Garifuna spirituality. And so please feel free, whatever questions, concerns, recommendations, we'd like them to be as specific and precise as possible. And one of the things that we would like coming out of this conference are declarations. A declaration meaning, for example, declare that there is going to be, or there is upliftment of Garifuna people.
Exactly.
Right? Declare health facilities and services in our communities and for our people. Make it as concrete and tangible as possible. Declare demarcation, validation of Garifuna territory. Those of you who have expertise in that area or these areas, we invite you to please help us in being as specific and precise as possible. Declare the preservation of Garifuna men. We are not going to lose any more Garifuna men, especially our young men. We need our legal people who will be at our side and our embrace, who will guide us on how to navigate these systems and these realities. Garifuna spirituality, what are the coming togethers that we will do spiritually and collectively to say no more deaths in Honduras, in Nicaragua, in Guatemala, in Belize. So I'm complete. 10 minutes time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Cynthia. I think, Cynthia, it will also be fitting that we make reference to this having a group and an institution that will be responsible to respond to like hurricanes, natural disasters, because
thank you, James.
This
thank
is something
you.
that is very important also.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So Egbert, I do not see Seng Suman, but so beloved friends, take the break, write out, just as Cynthia is indicating, whatever can be your personal contribution to the process. It will be very important. And so in the next, we could say hour, we'll have a 10-minute break and then we come back to see about sharing our own vision and how what is our own personal contribution to the process going forward. And Cynthia, however you'd like to use this time, please feel free.
James, right now Martha is arranging for the interview with Dr. Anita.
Very good.
So if Egbert is around to facilitate how that connection would go, I am always challenged in the technology. I'm willing to learn, okay? I'm willing to learn.
Oh, I take the opportunity to welcome Dina. Dina, before we go off, can you kindly share something before we take our break? How is it for you up to this point? What's capturing you? You are muted.
Hello,
very
can
good.
you hear me?
Yes.
Hello and good morning, everybody. I believe that it is very important when we get into these groups, we need to seriously listen to one another. I want to thank you for sharing all that you've been sharing. I've been taking down notes from the time I got on. I believe that it's very important for us to take down notes. It's a very it's an excellent initiative. I am also jotting down things that could be done. I deal with young people as the principal of the Lila Academy. So I am looking at ways in which several topics that are going to be discussed in the formation of Garifuna Nation, how it impacts the youth and how we can make them interested in it. So that is what I have been dealing with. And in the break, I will continue to take some more notes so that perhaps I can have something tangible based on what we experience here with young people to contribute to the discussion.
Very good. Very good. Thanks very much, Dina. And I think you know exactly why I call upon you. Dina has this characteristic that she does not only listen to things that are good, but she's very much into translating good ideas into reality. So at this time, dear friends, it's 10 minutes break. And when we come back, we make our statements and indicate how we individually will be assisting ourselves going forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, a 10-minute break.
Hi, James, are you there? Hello, James? Hello, anybody there?
We're on a 10-minute break.
Okay, 10-minute break.
We're on a 10-minute break, yeah.
Okay,
So we'll all be back within the half hour. So the
10
the
minutes.
half-hour mark. In other words, 9:30 in California. I think that's 11:30 in Dungriga.
Okay.
And
Ten minutes.
12:30. 12:30 in Virginia.
10 minutes.
So what
Hello,
time is it?
Helen.
What time is it?
Hello, sweetie. This is
What time is it in Belize?
Hey, Nina.
11:20. 11:20.
Okay, so we are somewhere here. Marathon, Cynthia, you'll take over to talk about this institutional building, individual and institutions that can help realize the generated vision. And then hopefully we get Marlene at 12, and then we could jump into the message on capital and wealth generation. And then later on,
Is that with Chase?
say it again, with Chase, yeah, with Chase and Lena.
What time?
You're talking about theme on capital and wealth generation. That will be 1 o'clock
Yes.
Belize time. Yeah, 1 o'clock
Belize
Belize
time.
time.
Because I think he signed off.
Yes, go ahead, Cynthia.
I just had an idea about how to get Dr. Anita in. Give
Yes.
her the Zoom link. I send you the Zoom link for the interview, and then you can send it to her.
Okay, so you want me to facilitate the Zoom link for Dr. Anita?
Right. I would send you the Zoom link, and then you send it to her, and then she would then be in with that for the interview, no?
Okay, all right,
All
good.
right, excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Okay. And then I have one announcement to make. We had Muriel Fanon to come on earlier, but she will come in at 2 p.m. Belize time. Miss Marielle Fanon is the daughter of Franz Fanon, so she'll give us a solidarity address at 2 p.m. later on in the program. You guys could stand by. And then also, when Saint Suman comes back, he should be able to tell us where we will view a documentary on Urume that we could see on Facebook and YouTube. So Saint Suman is the IT person. Tomorrow we have Dr. Sir Brown opening the conference from Peralta Community Colleges, and followed by Miss Felicia Nunes from Dangriga to give us a keynote address and a couple presentations from chefs around the world, including Garifuna Flavor from Chicago and Sabal Cassava Farms. That will be followed by Team on Health. Yes. Yes, Gwen?
I heard you mention about 2 o'clock, but I thought I was presenting at 2. So what am I presenting?
Yes, you're presenting at right here. You see it?
2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2
o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock there already? 2:15.
Oh, 2:15. Okay, I thought it was 2. All right.
Good.
Egbert,
Yes.
in relationship to Dr. Anita's interview, Martha informs me that the Zoom link was sent to Nehanda.
Okay.
So Nehanda will follow up with that.
With Anita, all right, very good. Keeps me off the hook. Okay. So yes, going on 2.2 tomorrow, we should have Elizabeth Stokes facilitating. And we have a guest, Andrea Lee, giving us a 10-minute solidarity from Oakland. Keynote speaker will be Dr. Amy Magdalena from Jamaica Medical School. And Eulalia Centino will also be talking about the need for counseling within the Garifuna Nation. Followed by the team on land, we have Dr. Carla Barnett, former Minister of Lands, former Governor of Central Bank, talking to us about land rights. And then that will be followed by Ms. Jane Bennett on the value of informal knowledge, something that Dr. Anita touched on, our old parents and elders who are full of knowledge, how we can validate that type of knowledge within the, formal, so-called formal institutions. I'm looking forward to that discussion with Ms. Bennett. We'll take a break, and then we have grassroots presentation from young people from St. Bede, including Judith Williams, Keisha Azu, Rodney Bam from Piney. And then we end it with a roundtable of brothers from California, including Mr. Gus Newport, former mayor of Berkeley, deputy mayor of Sacramento, Allen Warren, and my friend Danny Glover, to kind of give us a little wrap up on how we could build alliances beyond borders. That's tomorrow, and then we wrap up. James wraps up with the statements, resolutions, declarations. And Ms. Lena Martinez, our vice president, will give us the thank you address. We are also on Facebook, Garifuna Nation. We have a radio, Dumure, every Sunday at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Pacific time. I try to include the Eastern time is 6, every Sunday at 6, and every Sunday at 5 Belize time. And for the latest on our advocacy for human rights and land rights. And you could write to us, Garifuna Nation, CA at gmail.com. And of course, we want to feature the roommate documentary for free, and subsequently you could buy it for, we're doing some fundraising. After that, you could buy it for $5 per view. We accept donations for this movement, and our bank account is right there if you want to make a donation. Okay, I think 5 minutes is up, 10 minutes? I don't know, how are we doing with time? James?
I think we should start to call people back. Maybe you need a bell.
Yes,
A bell.
Yes,
We
Get
have
a bell.
officially we have 4 more minutes, just so you guys know. We were supposed to start at the 30.
Okay.
James and Egbert, I would want to suggest that we invite people with expertise on this call to know that we welcome your participation in assisting and supporting this process moving forward, even now and immediately. So for example, I saw Renee Nunes on the session. I know Renee has expertise in media, and if you know of anyone who has expertise in media, that's an important part. And any expertise that others have that we may not be aware of, they don't necessarily have to be on the call, on the session, at the conference. So that is also welcome.
Yes, very good. Yeah, so nice. I feel that, yeah, it's also rather important in regards to, well, what you're sharing there.
Doctor, excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't know how else to do this. I was looking for Dr. Anita on Facebook, but I just sent it to her in a private chat here on the Zoom. Do you see that, Dr. Anita?
I'm looking now. There's a link for the, yeah, I see
so
this.
that's the
All of
internet.
this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, all of that.
So just click. Is it a user-friendly link? Is it user-friendly?
Yeah, I just clicked on it and I got in fine.
Yeah.
So what's happening here, friends, as James likes to say, is that all are welcome. So anyone who would like to give their impressions of the conference is welcome to be part of the chat. So Dr. Anita, thank you for stepping up. Other people are welcome because the idea is to have different perspectives. So apart from James, myself, Nehanda, and organizers, please feel free, friends, to share your impressions so far. And Nehanda, if you could, you have this, it's on a Zoom chat, but I don't know the technology. But anyway, whoever is interested, you can be zoomed in.
When does it start? She'll need to tell us when, though.
When does what stop?
The start.
It started already. Like I just did my sharing. So you can't be in this one and that one. Well, I couldn't be in both at the same time. So you're gonna have to just log into
so I need to exit this one.
Right.
All right. I'm leaving you
Wait,
guys.
what's
for
happening?
now.
Can you explain what's happening?
What's happening is that, sorry, go ahead, Nanda.
I'm about to send the Zoom link to the interview.
Hello, Nehanda.
I'm sorry. There is another Zoom link where you can go get interviewed on your impressions on the Garifuna Women's Conference so far. And so I'm sending that into the chat. I believe I already did. Okay, so I'm sending it again for everyone to see. And he is just asking people's impressions of the conference so far. And if anybody would like to share, please do so. He is waiting for Dr. Anita right now. So, yeah.
Okay.
Let me just say that the significance of this, as I want to keep repeating over and over, and this is what James has taught me. You see, young people can teach you a lot, right?
Yeah.
James said to me to keep repeating things so that don't take it for granted that people understand what you're talking about. This particular media forum is also a movement for the Caribbean. Through this media forum, which we
Mom, you're on mute.
Okay, are you hearing me
seems like
now?
we have, yeah.
Are we hearing me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we
Yes,
became
go ahead.
aware of this media forum through a multimillionaire in Canada who has this dream. He's from Jamaica. He had this dream of bringing people like us, people like African people, descent people, ascent people who refuse to be suppressed together. And he wanted to make that link of having us be in sacred spaces to share with each other. So this connection is with the Maroons in Jamaica, Suriname, and Canada. And the idea is that we want to widen the conversation in sharing who we are, and they are interested. And so a number of the facilitators of this conference have been on this program before. And as I have said, this is about all of us. So whoever is interested in sharing their perspective on anything relating to the Garifuna condition and movement, and the interest to have collaboration as we are moving into this section of the conference, which looks at institutions and collaborations, this is one of them. And the person's name is Flavius Ledley, and he's based in Jamaica. And he has had links with the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. There's another gentleman in Canada who is the first Black congressperson in Toronto. So these are the linkages and conversations that we're having with people who are interested and fascinated with the journey of the Garifuna people. So having said, if there are any questions with that, anybody? So if you're interested, send your interest to Nihanda, to Egbert, to James. These are the technical people. Let me just welcome you to this part of the conversation, which Martha is going to join me. And as you can see, we are modeling sharing and delegation of expertise and gifts. And in this sharing and celebration, the celebration is the celebration of Garifuna woman, celebrating myself as a Garifuna woman who stand on the shoulders of those who came before me. As Nihanda had shared, I have been blessed to be a part of 4 generations, which includes my mother, Ethel Bernadine Ellis Nee Sampson, includes myself, my children, of whom Nihanda is one, and my grandchildren. So you're talking about 4 generations. And so that is a gift where as a family, we here are a family too. And part of this conversation where we are looking at the divine principles and what is our ideal world is that we are all made in the image and likeness of God. Oh, please, I need to acknowledge my cousin's daughter. Is she here? Yes, yes. Perosa, is that her? There was a Caetano here. Anyway.
Yeah, that's her. That's her.
That's right. Okay, sweetheart. Welcome. I love you, you know? And I do that because charity begins at home. There is a thing, if we look at the royal family and we look at our money, who is on the money? The Queen of England. Our money, please, okay? And so they have no shame or hesitation or modesty about declaring that they are royal family. So we are royal family. We, Garin, we are royal. And so that is something that we can say with strength and walk and step into that power. So we are an institution as we're looking at this section of the program of institution. And because those of us who are facilitators, James, you will help me, Nihanda, Egbert, several facilitators, Martha, who is behind Keisha, communicating, you know, we're facilitators. And what it means to be facilitator. A facilitator is someone who helps, makes it easier for one to pull out the strength, the power, and the depth of who you are. In our Garifuna culture, at the Dabuye Bar, the Buye is a facilitator, and the Buye has assistants. Those are people who are physically human, But as Garifuna, we know that when people transition, they're not dead. The spirit of our ancestors, all my ancestors are right here with me and yours too, okay? So the facilitation we are doing is to guide and to pull out based on divine direction what strength and power you already have. Because as a battered people, we have spoken so much about suffering. We have been stuck in this place of suffering too much. And in moving away and shifting from the suffering to moving forward is to celebrate and recognize the fact that in spite of this suffering, we are unique in having our own institutions, which may not have been defined in the way that the other cultures define themselves. So the invitation here is to look at the headings, the concerns of our relationships with ourselves as a people, made in the image and likeness of God, to change the language of the negative. And I'm speaking about the Garifuna language in a sense as well, because it aligns with that. If you noticed when I spoke as a child to my grandfather and we spoke about him, we said Baba. Everybody knows who Baba is and was. And Baba is part of our institution of Garifuna Duo. It's that respect, it's that reverence, it's that love. And when you say Baba, you almost like bow your head. Not that you are, it's not idolatry. It is a respect and a deep love, a profound love. When we speak our Father, it's hard to translate it into English, because the thing about language has been that Garifuna language is so pure and sacred and unique that the Our Father translated in English needs a lot of words. But we make sure when we say Wagushi Bungyu, we don't want to confuse Wagushi with the ordinary Father. You want to know that that is our Father, God. So that's just examples of where we are inviting you to go in this recognition of self and your experience and your history that resonates with you, where there is no shame or fear to speak the authenticity of Garifuna institutions, spirituality. If we look, example, at the issue of land, once we know, we start first in the conversation. Yes, we will have a conversation in the world about what has been stolen from us and the abuse that we experience as a people in not being allowed to move without certain geographic areas and so on. Those technical information are very important. So when Dr. Carla Barnett speaks to that, the question I will ask her, we will ask you, how many of you own land? How many women own land? If you say, yes, I do, how much land do you own? Where do you own this land? What is happening to this land? The other question is, what is the condition of lands of the Garifuna people? And when we're speaking about Garifuna people, it's not just Belize. Even though I'm sitting here speaking from Belize, I am connected, you are connected, we are connected to wherever Garifuna are all over the world. That is why the Garifuna nation is like the concept of people who say, I am Irish. And that person who says he or she's Irish never went to Ireland, but he or she has a sense of identity. So that is a declaration that we are inviting you to come to. So I will ask you to speak to these issues based on what has come up so far. How do you see it in terms of the institutions that we have been navigating with? right? In divine alignment and in divine order. I'm intentionally using these kinds of language because I don't want to go into a space where people don't understand what we're talking about, right? Dabuyeba, buye, we'd have to give a lot of explanation, but you know what I mean. So I would like to open the conversation and preferably to people whom we have not heard from before. Can I call on anyone or can you call on yourself? Anybody would like to say anything? Especially that person who has not spoken before. Stefan, no, Perez, have we heard from you?
It doesn't seem like she's with us at this point.
Okay,
Maybe,
all right.
maybe Cynthia, just
No, Stefan is Ferosa. I changed my name when I logged out.
Okay,
and logged
sweetheart,
back in.
I love that. I love that.
Sorry.
I love that. Can we address that? I love that. That name change is similar to what James was sharing earlier about recognizing this sense of identity and this sense of self, where you are defining who you are. I have changed my name too. My name, and thank you for inspiring and encouraging me, is Lubafu Isiani. I am not disrespecting the name that my parents gave me, but as I am transforming spiritually, my spiritual transformation is one where I am in a space of unconditional love and capacity to heal and to forgive in relationship with myself, with others in my family, in my community, and in the world. So thank you. Please share.
Ferosa is a name that I gave myself. I tell people, the name on my passport is Stefan, of course. But since I've been in Spain, I have been introducing myself as Ferosa. But no one here really knows me. I'm a singer-songwriter. I receive songs from the other side. And so when I started my musical journey, I was Stefan Ferosa, but now I'm just Ferosa. Okay, I wasn't going to share this quite yet, but so spirituality is something that is very important to me. I've been on a journey, and it's difficult to get specific about my journey because it's so personal. But I found that when I share it, especially with other Garifuna people, it's like, yeah, me too. I'm not crazy. You're not crazy. We're not crazy. Because I thought I was crazy. A few years ago, when you start seeing dead people, you start thinking that you're crazy. So I was sent to a buye to figure things out. And my first thing was, am I crazy? I'm not. This is just Garifuna-ness. So in the 10-minute break, I started writing, and I would like to see a forum where we talk about spirituality specifically, like a Garifuna Spirituality 101. What is a dugu? What is a chugu? What is the difference? What is an ebu? What is a buye? What is an onagali? Like what are the differences? What's the hierarchy? I would like to see a book, but some of these things are secret, so maybe not a book, but a specific conference like this where we can learn for the people who didn't grow up in community, people in Listerine, people like myself who I've always known that I was Garifuna, but I was living in Brazil, living my life, and then I heard voices and I thought I was crazy. People like me who living in this Western world and we go to a doctor will be labeled as schizophrenic. You're not schizophrenic, your ancestors are speaking to you. So having that kind of forum. So as I was pondering this, I realized that I could probably create that space. I'm a millennial, so there's YouTube, there's podcasting. These things are so much easier now. Like having interviews with a buye, like what was your journey? How did you, become a buye? What was that like? And also talking to the regular people, because not everyone who is spiritual has that title of buye or onogole. We all have our calling. Like I said, I receive songs. At the beginning, I was woken up in the middle of the night, and the spirit that walks with me, that's what I call her. We chat. She has songs. She tells me things, usually through songs. It's a very dynamic process that probably is a whole other conversation. But I know that I am not the only one. So I would like to, I'm conceptualizing still, but that's sort of where I am. I'm finished.
Excellent, Stefan. I want to
Yeah, so
thank you for trusting us and trusting this
Hello?
sacred space
Hello?
to share. Yes.
That Tiva Martinez. I'm listening in from Belmopan.
Wonderful.
But I just like to share a quick story.
Excellent.
Following up on what Feroza just said.
Excellent.
I am 63 years old now, but at the age of 13, I think it was, I dreamt my grandfather. Now, my grandfather died when my mom was merely 5. So there's no way I could know my grandfather. It so happened that I got up and told my mom that this man was just standing there at the foot of my bed, and he gave me a clear message. He's taking care of me and I should not worry about anything. So when I told my mom the dream, she was like, the profile you gave me sounds like my father, but I barely know him. There's only one person I know in the town that might have a picture of him. Go to that lady's house. Now, quick, fast forward, I went to the woman's house and she said, yes, I do have a picture, but the picture I have has 2 people on it. I want you to tell me which one of them you may have dreamt. And as soon as she turned that picture around, I was able to identify, this is the man, this is the one. I ran home with that thing in my hand, almost trembling. Said to my mom, this is the guy I dreamt. The lady said, oh yes, that is the one who is your grandfather. From then until now, I have this close relationship with my grandfather who I don't know. But to add to the story very quickly, when I told my mom says, it's so strange. This is the second time this is happening. And I said, what do you mean? She said, when you were a baby, you had what Garifuna would call ume, which is, I think, an allergy, which nothing could cure. She said, and I dreamt my dad, the same man, and he told me he directed medication that she should use on me, and it was that medication that was able to heal me, something that the doctors could not do. So she was saying, it is the second time in your life that he has come through just to assure us that he's looking after you. And I give this story because I agree with what Feroza said. We have these instances, and there are many stories that we are connected, and our ancestors are always there looking after us. And if we do not lose that, we should not lose that. This is serious spiritual Garifuna coming to us through our spirituality. Thank you.
Excellent.
I
Thank you,
do want
sisters,
to
for
add,
sharing.
I do want to add just like really quick, language is not a barrier to Garifuna spirituality. Because like I said earlier, I can only say I'm hungry, give me food, good morning, ting, 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 ting. But when this started happening, I knew like, these are my people. Because as much as I was afraid and freaked out, it was not because I was threatened. It was more like, this is freaky. No one is seeing what I am seeing. But I always felt safe and like this was my posse. So I've heard stories of people saying, oh, well, this person doesn't speak Garifuna, therefore whatever dream she had or whatever message she received can't be real, because there's this idea that you can only receive messages in Garifuna. Well, I'm here to say, sometimes they speak English, sometimes they speak in a language that I think maybe is the language of the universe, like whatever you understand, it downloads.
Yeah.
So that's
sometimes you with your non-Garifuna speaking self speak Garifuna all of a sudden when you are in the moment.
Too. I've heard.
Thank you, sisters.
Exactly.
This is very
Yeah,
beautiful. And
and-
what I want to capture as you are sharing is that thank you for allowing us to share this, because it's very sacred and special. And in this movement, we give permission for sharing. It's okay. I'm thankful what you said, Stefan, about you realize that there's nothing wrong with you. The other thing that I appreciate about what you shared, that there's no exclusivity in this movement. Every single person is a gift. Every single person is made in the divine alignment. Dativa, thank you so much for sharing. And what I got from what you're saying is that it has no age. There's no age barrier, right? So thank you. And here is what we are defining, shaping the understanding of Garifuna Duo, which is once it is in your DNA, it's born in our DNA. We know that we know that we know. And in different time periods, I just want to say a little something, that this very conference, I won't tell my story, but this very conference and this very movement came to me through such experience like yours, Ferosa. I was told by the ancestors to do this, right? Any movement that I have made, I had to move all the way to Barranco and back. That was, I didn't ask any questions. So indeed, we do get these messages, and it is okay. We're not schizophrenic, we're not crazy. And this is a space in which we are declaring and affirming and supporting those experiences as valid. You see, in the colonial time period, we had to hide and be underground, and we allowed ourselves to feel ashamed of who we are. And many of us are in these institutions, including institutions like the church, the educational system, the health system, and so on, which want to undermine and question the authenticity of who we are as Garifuna people. So those of us, people like myself who are educated, I have the paper qualifications, can speak to it and be validated. I have nothing to lose. The same thing with land. The topics relating to land, the topics relating to health, the topics relating to education. Those are topics that we need to redefine. Would anybody else like to share?
I would like to
Hello.
share.
Yeah, I would like to say something quickly.
Beautiful. Can you define yourself? I'll ask you to do me a favor, sisters, brothers. Say who you are and where you're from, because this gives the power of the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Jean Lucas. All right. I grew up in Dangriga and then moved to Belize City. I spent most of my time in Belize City actually, but I was born in Dangriga, so that's where my heartstring is. Anyway, just quickly, I haven't had those experiences like you, but what I would like to share is that sometimes I would hear somebody calling my name, like I hear my sister's voice or I hear my daughter's voice. And then shortly after that, they would come or they would call. So it's like if they something is getting my attention, and then shortly after that, they come or they call me, and then we have a conversation, you know, and sometimes I hear it very clearly, and I would actually go to the door and open the door thinking that they are outside and there's nobody there. So that is my experience, and I think it has, I'm beginning to think now that it has something to do with that too. You know, that's just my experience.
Beautiful, beautiful sharing. And the thing about that is whenever people speak about you or me or the Garifuna people, it's not that we're going to get into a quarrel with them. You trust your experience, and in our sessions facilitated by James, we focus on the fact that because we are made in divine order, that is not the truth about who you are. Whatever negativity that is said about you, about us, once we know ourselves, we know who we are. It's not everybody you need to discuss what you are experiencing with, because if you are not ready to receive the assault that will be given to you, then you say that to yourself, that is not the truth about who I am. Would anyone else like to share? Thank you, Jean. Thank
Yes,
you.
I would like to share good morning, good afternoon, almost 12 o'clock here.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Queen Eunice Gonzalez, Belopan. I'm right now in Belopan, live in Dangria, but from Hopkins. So that's my connection. Miss Jean, in the Garifuna culture, they will tell you, Shila Hafru Habagi, the spirit has arrived before them. Because it happens if you're conscious, it happens in every household. Because sometimes as I get home, Tawin will say, huh, I heard you, mommy, and I came outside. You were not here. And here and behold, I show up, right? And the same thing I said sometimes, I told him, Bugata, I've heard your voice. Yeah. And one thing with our Garifuna connectivity is the power of dreams. Okay. I think that is something that we have to make a conscious effort with. I was told, and I believed it, but I still kind of believe it and not kind of believe it that I was told growing up that dreams are a pigment of your imagination. Mm-hmm. And I believe it and not believe it because sometimes you watch a movie, a scary movie, then you get a scary dream. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So from that angle, yes. Yeah. But I've also seen where, as Garinawu, our connection with our ancestors it is also heavily based through dreams. Okay. And I have many examples. One I will share with you is for medicine. There's some medicines they're given in dreams, okay, by the ancestors. Yeah. I was born with, the doctor said, my situation is called incompetent cervix. And so he explained to me that your cervix is supposed to be a certain angle. Mine was not at that angle. So because of that, I had difficulty holding children in my womb, right? Mm-hmm. So I had a few miscarriages. And after one of the miscarriages, this lady came way to school. And she said, I'm looking for you under rain. It was raining that day. I said, but why would this lady make this effort that it's rain to come and find me? She said, I am coming to find you because then this old lady told me to come and find you and I must find you today. And I said, really? She said, yes. I said, then I look at her and then I was kind of personal. She was starting to say, you had a miscarriage, right? About a week ago. She said, and it was a boy, and she was giving me all these details. And I know her, but she's not my friend, and she know about my issues, right? And that's when she caught my attention. She said, don't look puzzled, don't be scared. It's an old lady, and then she described this old lady who came and told me all of this. And she told me to come and tell you about this medicine that you must drink to strengthen your womb. Mm-hmm. I was like, what? She said, yes. So in Garifuna, it's called Hafuluri Hilaya, flower of the dead, but I think it's I think it's periwinkle. They have the pink flower and they have the one with the white flower. Marigold. And marigold, sir. And
is yellow or orange?
no yellow or orange. It has pink flowers and white. She said to make sure that I find the pink one. And every time they give medicine, they will tell you leaves, and it's always an uneven number. So that's what I'm trying to. I'm seeing the pattern. So I am presently doing some pointers and writing. I've been making a list of rules in the Dabuyaba, and so because I told Canon Valentine that I will put this book together about the Garifuna spirituality as much as can be said. So I've already started. Anyway, so she said, make sure you find and you drink it, you soak it and drink it for your water. That will strengthen your womb. Of all injections that they've given me, all the $100 battle pill that I took of all the whatever they did to try to get my womb intact. That no work, but that medicine. The 7 leaves, soak it and drink it as water every day. And
wonderful.
When I conceived again, the doctors didn't even believe. They say, "You're sure you're not having all the problems?" I said no, because they had told me that the next time I get pregnant, we're left with a hospital till the baby born. I said,
"Oh my goodness!"
On complete bed rest, and I didn't have all the complications. And I remember I was asleep one day, and this gentle hand started to massage my stomach with the baby in it. And then I told my mom, "Did you come into my room?" My mom said no, and the baby due date come and gone, and couple days after that, then she born. So just to tell you that, and that's only one example of many. The power of dreams and our ancestors coming to us still connected, right? And it may not come directly to you, because in many cases they will go to others, because others can come and tell you, and there's certain cases come and tell you, right? So I think that is
hello, Ms. Marlene, Mr. Martha.
Untold story, right? As we connect spiritually with our ancestors.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that.
It's good that you don't have to dream, because I'm not a dreamer. I don't dream when my head hit the pillow till the morning, or when I get up during the night and so on. So that's good to know.
Ladies, it is very clear that there's a lot to share, and this is the thank you so much, Ms. Gwen, and the invitation for us in moving forward is to identify strategies and ways in which we can address getting the respect of these different topics. What I heard, and while you were talking, I was thinking about Marcella Lewis. And one of the things I remember about Marcella Lewis, who she didn't go to university. However, she was an institution and a university in herself. And a recommendation we could consider is people like Marcella being acclaimed and integrated into the curriculum of our schools. The fact that this lady was a poet, she was a farmer, she was many things. So the challenge in this part of the conversation, I remember inviting Marcella Lewis to Montreal, Canada. I was invited to be a speaker, and I wanted Marcella because of her authenticity. They didn't want to pay for Marcella, but I insisted that we would raise the funds so that Marcella would go. Why? Because I, who am in that academic world, need to facilitate the acclamation of the people who ordinarily cannot walk through that door easily. So when Marcella went to Montreal, Canada, they wanted her to stay. The University of Montreal wanted her to stay. The point I'm making is that in this level of the conversation and changing of the narrative, these things that you have shared are so rich that we are in a position not to share the details that we have just shared, but the principles of what has been shared. The education curriculum, the health curriculum needs to acknowledge and validate this as authentic, Not that we are doing something negative as they are used to, or cast aspersions on a conversation like this as if we are doing something wrong. So I really appreciate this area that Marcella was competent. She was a poet in the area of the English curriculum. She was a health person because she would, there's a poem she said, cocoa bust the ground, yam bust the ground, you know? And that is like for agriculture, that's multidimensional aspect. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like to share? We're dealing with institutions and ways in which we can move forward in addressing some of the concerns that we have in the area of Garifuna spirituality. We have heard some people here in Belize cast aspersions. If you were to come over Love FM or any of these forum and discuss, or in some of the churches, these points, you will be thrown under the bus. Quite honestly, my mother shares with us that she did not become aware of Garifuna Duo because the Catholic Church made it very difficult for us to express our Garifuna spirituality. We could not speak the Garifuna language at school. We had to hide and do things. So in changing the narrative where it is more acceptable, what kinds of things can we do in these experiences to give value and respect to what is important to us? Would anyone else like to share, address this matter?
Can I say something in line of what you just said, Ms. Cynthia?
Yes.
I believe education makes a big difference. I was asked to be a facilitator in a training. Sister Ifa was a part of that program as well. I was asked to facilitate a training for trainers at for Belize Tourism Industry Association, and I spoke about Garifuna spirituality, and one exercise that I had them doing, and that changed the group's entire perspective on our spirituality and what they have been taught. I told them, okay, think about the Garifuna spirituality functions that you've attended. List what you observe that was done or whatever was around there. Then think about the church. What do you see at the church? And then you compare. When we were finished, they saw that both activities involve prayers. And because most went to a Catholic church, they saw that the same altar and the statues from that church is also a part of that. The same prayers, the same singing. So they were able to make that comparison. And I remember one of the trainees, he came and told me, he said, you know what, Ms. Gwen, thank you for that exercise. He said, because then I learned different and I see it from a different perspective, because that is not what I have been taught, even in my household. And he's not a Garifuna, but in his household, he was told something completely different. So that exercise, for them to actually see and compare, made him more accepting and more respectful of the at least that portion of Garifuna spirituality. So I believe that what we need to do is to be do a like in the face kind of promotion. Not that we're trying to sell the spirituality, but in terms of educating about it, because there are many Garinago as well. They didn't grow up in that environment. And because they didn't grow up in the environment, then it's difficult for them to understand. And I remember as well, one of my friends, when one of his parents died, they were amazed because the parent actually, before even if the burial, the parent directed how her burial was gonna be. and I was tasked to do certain things. And when I went to take it to them, I said, okay, decide. She decided what will happen. They were first they were confused because they were not taught that, because that was not a part of her daily living. But in the spirit world, when she came into the spirit world, then a different dynamic started. No, so I think these are things that we have to maybe talk about so that people can see it and know.
Okay, wonderful. Thank
That
you, Ms.
that process is called decolonization. We have to, Bob said it, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you, sisters. I'd like to hear from some people who have not spoken. And one of the beautiful things that happened in preparation, and I want to ask you to help us, how can we have mechanisms in place that we could do this kind of listening with one another more, and also if we can have some understanding, like one of the principles that I've brought up is that there's goodness in everyone. And so we throw the negativity into the trash and focus on the goodness. And I would like to address something that came up earlier, which was that Perosa and Dativa, about honoring and respecting children and young people. I've heard it said often that oh, young people don't study the culture anymore, they don't speak the language, a whole set of negatives. But this has not been my experience. And I would like to invite some comment on this, because the stories that we heard when we had the sessions over the weeks in preparing for this conference is that everybody was impacted by a grandmother or by a grandfather, or some experience that even, or someone who shared just now, even though you may not have been able to articulate or express the nature of the experience, or it's Jean who said it, you were able to know that it was something profound that was taking place. So I want to invite comments in terms of
we got to protect Pops. You know, that's a celebrity.
Sorry, did I hear someone say? I would like to invite us to hone in on this, because out of this conversation, which is a movement, I would like, towards the end, Egbert has shared, we would like to have some declarations and some decisions that we would like to see happen. So, but it begins with us. Charity begins at home. What are we? What am I prepared to do with myself, with my family? Some people have spoken about going to Baliso, some have gone to Chewecha, and so on and so on. Please, can you share with us, anybody, in a succinct way, because the lunchtime is coming up, what are some of the tangible things that you see? We want to tell the story differently. We have brilliant Garifuna people all over the world, right? We are some of the most brilliant and unique people. Yet, my brothers and sisters, when I go to Barranco, St. Vite, Georgetown, Hopkins, Dangriga, Guatemala, Labuga, I want to weep. I want to weep because of the condition of life of our people. And even though some of us may be titled in positions as principals or whatever, as we sit at that table, if we look at the governance right now, and I'm not going to go into the details, I'm not knocking any political party, because we are going to work with them, how are we going to tell this story differently? How are we going to take the energy of those awesome young people who are in the battle of the drums, who speak the language, who do the dances? These young men and young women, hundreds of them, I have experienced it. How dare we speak about these young people as if they do not care? That's my question. I'm challenging myself and I'm challenging you. What are we going to do about the young men who are in Hattieville prison, for example? They didn't get there overnight. The young women will need young men to marry. and be their partners. What are we going to do? How are we going to use the strengths of this beautiful culture and leverage it to tell the story differently? And alliances that we have internationally, how can we use those networks to work for us as we learn from one another, so that we're not going to throw no young man into no Hattieville prison? Is it possible for us to say, you know what, those are our young people, can we collaborate with the courts to have a council of elders or a council of community where we are going to listen to what has happened to these young men? How can we support and brace the family? We don't want to use another child. I don't want to use another young man. You know what, how I felt last night when I heard that one was murdered here in Dangriga? You know what that is? We have everything that it takes to tell the story differently. Yes.
Yeah, Cynthia, I want Joan Lucas.
Yes, Joan, thank you.
One of the things we need to encourage and promote, especially for those who are seniors, like myself, I'm a senior. We need to be mentoring the young people. You know, we were privileged to get some exposure. You know, we've traveled, we've gone to seminars and different workshops and all of that, but we don't want to die with all that information inside of us. So we can start by mentoring those of us who are not doing it yet. Start mentoring our young people and pass on all the information to them so they could run with the baton. You know, I remember as a child, the tailors and so on had young men in their business, teaching them how to sew and so on. That's what they were doing. So it wasn't going to the walls in the school to learn to do tailoring. It was done in a neighborhood. So they did not die with all that knowledge. They pass it on, and we need to get back to that. So let's go back to mentoring the way it was done in our culture. That's part of being Garifuna, Garinogo people. The Garifuna.
Thank you, Joan. I really want to acknowledge Joan. Joan is one of our facilitators. Joan has been one of our representatives who represents us at the United Nations Conference on the Commission of Women in New York City. I love you, Joan. We go way back.
Yeah, when we get together, it's crazy.
And so I would also like
Cynthia, just a moment. We need to absolutely cement this point that both of you are speaking about at this time. The role of the, let's say, older generation within our culture. I think, we have Gwen here with us. I remember traveling.
James, be careful with that word old, right? Because I'm getting younger. Please go ahead. I'm a teenager.
Well, the senior generation.
I'm just teasing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I remember traveling. I think it was to Belicity, and Gwen and Lucia were on the bus, and you might remember this very clearly, Gwen. You know, one of the things that we shared in that discussion was that the senior generation certainly has a very specific, very clear responsibility at this time. And that is to make sure that we gather and we see about distributing all this knowledge, that, has been passed down. Because, after this generation, like the next generation, because of the fact that things are moving so rapidly, we may not have that chance as easy as we have now. So this particular process will definitely need to give, need to give this a priority, because without the, well, I think we have this understanding. We have this understanding that, we cannot have a tree without growing, without its roots. And so the roots in this sense has to do with all this knowledge that we are presently carrying. So this is something, so we need an institution. We need an institution
Thank you, James. And I would like to
deal with this.
I would like to congratulate the Garifuna Nation for sponsoring and supporting this movement. And I would like to really acknowledge a guest that we have in the conversation, Dr. Alvin Curling. He is from Toronto, Canada, and he has been one of my mentors. He actually is the first Black assembly person in Toronto to have been a part of the government, and I have asked him over time for counsel in the preparation of this conference, met Flavius through him. So Dr. Curlin, I would really like to invite you to share maybe some of the points that you said to me. Based on what you're saying, James, I'm happy you brought out the thing about like a tree, because one of the things Dr. Curling was suggesting that sometimes it's good, and this is what our people do in Garifuna Duo, we are involved in activities that bring us together in getting to know one another, like he was talking about planting trees, so in addition to looking at the issue of the hurricane and how it has devastated our land, one of the things that we could do is to have a tree planting campaign, which would begin to renovate and restore the land and the lands, because Garifuna Duo is about sacred relationship with the land. So I just wanted to ask you, Dr. Curlin, if you would have some words of wisdom for us.
You really put me on the spot here, really, actually.
That's okay, you are a politician.
No, when you're among women, that's where the power is. And then you have to be very careful, because the wisdom is very deep when it comes to women. They're subtle, and they are forceful, and they're sensitive, and they're compassionate. And I think today's day, the movement of moving forward in our system is we look to women. And that's why the excitement of Kamala Harris and all the women who come forward now, why do you think the excitement is there? Because they go to the roots of it all. So I want to commend the Garifuna Women Conference and this initiative itself. And my dear friend who have lavished on our introduction to me has to be very careful. I have to live up to all of this now. I just introduced myself a little bit. I was the Speaker of the Parliament in Ontario, and I was ambassador to Canadian ambassador to the Dominican Republic, and I've been a member of Parliament for 20 years in Ontario. And that was quite challenging itself, because being the first is always difficult. I remember a press, the press asked me, how is it like to be the first Black member of Parliament as a cabinet minister? And the only response I would have is to that I was never white, so I would never know how to be the first. So the whole point about a woman has always been the first, actually. The first one who saw me was my mother. And women is always the first, but somehow strategically, I put them in a second fiddle role and realize that the problem that they've had, we in governing, is putting women aside. Now putting them forward, we are not progressive. Now let me just address quickly what I had said to Cynthia before, that I think that some of the issues that you have identified is so powerful. And about the cultural stuff, if we, for instance, and I said we, I wouldn't identify myself as a Garifuna woman right now. If we actually decide to let's do a simple thing. We all talk about the low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit is that simple things are powerful. Plant a tree. If each woman and each Garifuna woman or each Garifuna across the world decide to plant a tree in Belize, it affects the environment. It affects the cultural value of how we identify with Earth. It connects us back to the Earth itself. And I think just as simple, you ask each one, let's plant a tree. Let's do something towards our environment itself. So we had this discussion. As a matter of fact, I just raised it and Cynthia just takes it along. She's the one who put meat onto the bone. And so she was excited about all of this. And I think also I'm excited about that if each one of us could just plant a tree, just simple, and say, here's my tree. And someone can develop a way to say, I can identify, I have a piece of wherever you are, in Belize or wherever it is, St. Vincent, whoever the Garifuna people are, and said, I plant a tree, and that's our involvement. So therefore, there is so much to do, but with this conference, and I just come as a person to observe. I didn't come to speak at all about all of this, but I'm just observing how dynamic and powerful this can be. And I was excited when I heard about Garifuna. As a matter of fact, I'm in a learning process. I know more about the Maroons so far because I'm a Jamaican with a marooned, everyone is a maroon background anyhow. We're always stolen from our land and deposited somewhere, either in Belize or St. Vincent or Jamaica or so. So we have our roots in Africa. But again, we have a nation. I just want to make one point. Sorry. If I'm babbling too much, shut me.
All right.
You see, if we have a nation, there is a Garifuna nation, and I want you to, if you're in Belize, sure, take an example. You can be a nation within Belize, but of course, with the government itself, you have one government, two nations, and the nation of the Garifuna women or the Garifuna itself is powerful. Work with the government. Because when you work with the government, they win, you win. So let us, in moving forward in ourselves, have an engagement. I understand even Belize, if I identify Belize alone, just had a government appointed. Hope we give them acknowledgement and praise them and recognize them for winning this election, but to tell them the work starts now. Let us start working together. Let us start working together about our culture, our food, our environment. Let us help you so you can help us. So that's me, and I won't be saying anything more. If you want to ask questions, that's fine, but I talk too much. Thank you very much for having me.
I'd like to add in
that is
from
why
Mr. Curley.
Just before a little bit, I needed to just say that one of the declarations for the Garifuna Nation is a council of elders. We'll certainly be calling on your advice, Reverend Dr. Curlin, as we have a council of elders. Please go ahead, Ifasima.
Rambawe, good afternoon to everyone. Ifashina here from Dangriga. Well, I live in Dangriga. My father is from Dangriga. My mother is from Barranco. So I like to say that I'm from Barranco. But I actually was born and grew up in Belize City. And despite growing up in the city, because of my mother and my grandmothers, I grew up loving being Garifuna. And my earliest memory is of an old lady coming to the door where we lived at 38 City Street in Belize City. And I didn't know who this old lady was. But I recall my mother saying that her grandmother had passed. But that is my earliest memory of my existence, is seeing this old lady at our door at 38 City Street in Belize City. And when I grew older, then I saw a picture of her, which I now have on my altar. And it was her, it's Grandma Lobe, and my mother gave me her name as my middle name, Benita. And I recall after getting into this tradition and getting my Yoruba name, I was concerned about the acceptance of my name because people in my family as well as in the community seem to have a rejection of my name, my African name. Like, how dare I have this other name than what my mother gave to me? And my mother had given me an English name because she worked at airport camp.
And so when she was pregnant with me, she saw the name Anthea written on a soldier's uniform and chose it for me. It's a beautiful name, but it's a white girl's name from somewhere in the UK that I don't know. And certainly I have nothing to do with her except that name. So embracing African heritage is what led me to having the name that is my name, which is Ifashina. And it means Ifa opens the way. So we had a dugu for my family, for my grandma, same Benita Nunez Ariola. And I was concerned about two things going to that dugu. I was concerned about my name being an African name. And I was also concerned about my sexuality because at that time I had a female partner. And in that dugu, I learned two tremendous things that cemented my love for myself and for being Garifuna and for being who I am. Because at that dugu, and dugus can be very eye-opening, and they will expose everything at the dugu. The ancestors, they are not afraid, they are not ashamed, they are bold and brave. But in that, at the dugu, I had my aunt, my grandaunt, my grandmother's sister. She was who my great grandmother came through, her mother, right? Now, my grandaunt never called me Ifashina or Ifasina at the time because I used the English version until I kept meeting Yorubas and they said, your name is Ifashina. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. And so, well, now I say my name the correct way, and that's what I prefer for people to say also. It's Ifashina. And so my grandaunt never used to call me Ifasina, right? But when my grandma came, when Grandma Lobe came on her, she said both names because they like to do this roll call, right? They like to roll call. So if you're in the bathroom, if you're having food, if you're chit-chatting outside, no matter where you are at that time, when they come, they roll call and they call, Hagaisa this and Hagaisa that, Hagaisa that. And they just call everybody's name and then you have to scramble. Then there's this scramble and everybody try to reach now because now you've been called. And I was eating and she called. She said Anthea first and then she said Ifasina. My grandaunt, who at the time my grandma Lobe had come down on. So she had on with her and my grandma came. So that instantly made me know, and it made the family know also, that my grandma had accepted my African name. The next thing was, because I was having this anxiety about being with a female partner, because ancestors know everything, they see everything, there was this particular spirit that came to the dugu. Now, he always comes to the dugu. He comes to the dugu. He's like that. He's that kind of guy. And he would come and then he would take over. So if people are giving trouble, if there are people spectating, making noise, if he needs to hold a machete to anybody, that's the kind of spirit he was at the dugu. But he's also a fun guy. So he came and then he addressed me, came to me, took me to dance around the Dabuyaba. And then he started to address everybody in the Dabuyaba and said to the effect that, as we live as a people, things change with us as a people. There are lots of different things that happen that may not be the same as what we are used to, but we are still our people. We are still us. We are still a family. We are still a community. And hearing him say that, again, it took all this weight off of my shoulder, all my anxiety, it fell off of me. And it made me embrace our spirituality all the more. I became even more confident. I was confident before, but I was even more confident then because I knew that I had the support of our ancestors every step of the way in my life. And it has strengthened me. It has protected me in the hardest of situations because I know they are there. And so when it comes to our young people, these are the stories we need to be telling them over and over and over again. They need to know, because they're hearing about Beyonce and they're hearing about, I don't know who else they're admiring, but they're hearing about those people, and that's why they admire those people. But they need to be hearing about us, our people. They need to be hearing about their ancestors and the greatness of their ancestors so that they can be proud. And the last thing I'd like to say at this point is, as an addition to what Dr. Curling had mentioned, not only do I commit to planting trees, but I commit to never cutting down one. That is my commitment. I will plant trees, more and more trees, but I also will not cut down any. And that will be my contribution to preserving this environment that we rely on. We could not exist without it. Sir Meneho.
You are so beautiful, sister. Thank you so much, Sereme. We're approaching
Sorry,
our lunch time
I
and
just
lunch
have to
break.
really.
Just 1 minute, Nehanda, please.
It's not me.
Because
There
I'm
are people
coming
who
to
are
you.
making their comments in the chat that I would like to relay back what they've said. I've been wanting to do this for
Wonderful.
half an hour ago. So
That's wonderful.
very
And I want,
quickly,
Nehanda, before
there
you
was
do that,
somebody who's supposed to be
Nehanda,
making a.
Nehanda, before you do that, I will ask James and Joan to please make notes or points so that after this the facilitators can have a regroup. Please go ahead, Nehanda.
Okay, so Mick Castillo said that Janice is who is the treasurer was supposed to make a presentation, and she's in Hopkins and does not have access to internet. So
Yeah, we'll just improvise. It's okay. We'll talk to her
okay.
after. Yeah.
Okay. There's a comment who was made from Miss Yvonne Anderson earlier with the teaching of the skills and passing on the knowledge of the elders. So I just wanted to encourage everybody to really see if they can get in, if we haven't heard from you, to speak directly into the session, because it's being recorded, and I'm just saying what people are saying because I don't know if it's going to be recorded, if what's written is going to be recorded.
Excellent.
And Helen also said that I really appreciate this comment, because this is at the core of a concern.
Hello?
And that is the situation of distrust. And how can we show copyright? So copyright material. I'm getting feedback. Why am I getting feedback?
Yes.
What I have witnessed, Diana, can you please, thank you, put yourself on mute. Garifuna reciprocity of resources and a bibliography, a library of recorded stories, something like this. So a space like we talked earlier about a memory bank, place where we can have information about everything Garifuna so that people can have access to it. But I also am, I'm about that real. The distrust really stood out to me. So, okay, that's all.
Thank you, Nehanda. Thank you, Nehanda. And the beautiful thing about this conference is that a space is created to invite comments from anyone and everyone. Thankfully, the president of the Garifuna Nation is participating, and also other members of the executive, and they are surely taking note. Thank you, Nehanda, for making these notes, as well as James and Joan and other facilitators. We will certainly be communicating it to them. And so towards the end of the conference, when Egbert reviewed the program, we're looking at resolutions. This is a healing process. And part of the healing process is to share and to acknowledge what our challenges have been and are. At this point, I would like to thank you all for having shared so sincerely and authentically your points. Just know that we take it very seriously. It's no right or wrong. This is a sacred space and an opportunity that's going to be ongoing. I really want to honor the concern about the technology because this is something that has come up with the Garifuna Nation, and there has been a commitment and a decision that there will be effort to facilitate people taking hold of technology. For example, Ms. Merlin has not come into the call yet because that is an area that is new to her. And I'm hoping she's not getting frustrated in not knowing how to come into the Zoom. Some of you young people is Zoom, 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 Zoom. Do this, do that, the other, you know, very quickly. And we teenagers need some more quiet hand holding. So the area of distrust is one. I would like to change the language back to what our facilitator process is about. Unconditional love, healing, trust. Declare that with not denying that that is something that we need to deal with. The beauty of Garifuna culture and our Garifuna wisdom is that sacred spaces have been provided where we trash that out. That's why we go to the Dabuye Bar. That's why our ancestors come and call us into account. That's why they have the dreams. That's why you have the visions. That's why we have what is called a clearing. And the president and the members of the Garifuna Nation may want to have us continue this process of clearing. What we are doing here is clearing. Clearing means is to put things out on the table that are difficult to talk about, but know that you have a safe place that is non-judgmental to speak what is in your heart and what is in your mind and what is an opportunity for us to heal individually with our relationship with ourselves, with our relationships with one another, in our families, in our communities, in the country, in the nations, in the world. And so this is, we are modeling something very beautiful. It's not easy. It is not easy at all. However, this is what is going to get us through the areas of land. We're talking, so we have intentionally been going through this process of what we call alignment and clearing, so that when we go to present our case to our governments, we are able to do it as a united force. And why a women conference? Why women? Women, because we recognize that many times the first target for destruction is men. We know that in Honduras, the people who have been murdered are men. And therefore, we, the women, are the ones who may often have to stand in the gap to address these issues. And so I want to invite you during the lunchtime to come up with more specific suggestions. This afternoon, we have a presentation from the daughter of Frantz Fanon. For those of you who have had the privilege of attending university, or maybe not, but have read the book Wretched of the Earth, Black Skins, White Mask. Her father, Frantz Fanon, who comes from Africa, I think it was Algeria, some part of Africa, he was the one who went into the depths of many of the things that we are talking about. He was a psychiatrist, but a psychiatrist of a different genre, meaning that he was sensitive to the trauma and the assault that Black people experience and the impact of that, which sometimes is still in our DNA. So many times, Sister Efesima, like when you're talking about what you were going through and your anxiety, anxiety can be a form of trauma. And going into the space, the sacred space of the Dabuye Bar, your healing takes place. It doesn't matter what I think or anybody thinks, but the spirit of the ancestors have it preordained already. It's okay. And this is what this space of this conference is about. It's okay to speak about having had dreams and visions and speaking to the ancestors. It's okay. That is what Garifuna Duo means. It's okay to connect with others like us internationally, as Dr. Curlin was mentioning just now about connectivity with the Maroons. In connection with people like the Maroons, we're going to feel strength. We're not going to feel crazy, sis. We're going to know that it's okay. This is who we are, and we can stand on the strength. And just as how the United Nations declares us a unique culture, let us continue to declare ourselves a unique culture. Let us change the language. This is our land. This is our territory. It's okay to say that, because when they came to this place called Belize or the Caribbean or where, which we probably came to before them, I'm talking about the Europeans and the colonizers, who were here? We were here before, we were traders here. And the people who came were buccaneers, they were pirates. Let's speak the truth as it is. Now, we're not condemning their people. We are going to, we are like Nelson Mandela, be pragmatic within the context of the reality that we are in. So moving forward this afternoon, we would like to invite you to really think through some specific ways, like what Dr. Curlin brought up about planting trees. Planting trees is addressing the land issue. In planting trees, you're going to plant on what is yours. So declare a thing and it is so. That means research. That means like through the Garifuna Nation, this University Without Walls proposal is one where it's not that we're going to have our own university and have nothing to do with anybody else. It is university which engages from the Garifuna perspective relationships with other universities. So I want to, yes, Dina, you'd like to speak, please go ahead. Miss Dina, you want to speak, Miss Dina, or you just wave and say you agree?
Well, yes, I just want to say this. I know this is not a declaration, but I want to say this. Why must we as a people always have to do what is acceptable to others? Assimilation has its place. We have assimilated, and that is part of the reason why it has led a lot to the detriment of us as a people. Now, it has its advantage because of all that we've learned and all that. However, we have to be careful of assimilation. Assimilation, in terms of that, people, because we continue to do what is acceptable to other people, people have accepted that we are able to dance, that we are very creative. However, and so we kind of give ourselves more into that. And there are other aspects of being who we are. What some people did not like in the process of assimilation is our language and our spirituality. So then it would seem to us, to me, because then we are so involved in assimilation, the things that people didn't like about us are things that have been left on the back burner. And so that is what is contributing to the loss of our, I don't want to say the loss of our language, it might affect people, maybe I don't know how to put it appropriately, but people not speaking the language as often, or they don't know it, and also our spirituality. And it's because as a people, perhaps we kind of lean into what is acceptable to other people, the way people see us. We focus so much on how people see us and how they accept us that we are bargaining to assimilate to the point of losing our own selves. I just want to share that, and thank you.
Whoever that speaker was,
Cynthia, just
I am
in
going
regard to
very good.
Go ahead, please, Joseph.
Whoever
Never
that
heard.
speaker was, thank you. I nearly cried listening to you because that is exactly how I feel, sister. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that was
so
beautiful.
yeah,
Thank you,
Cynthia,
James.
just
Yes.
in terms of following up with yeah, what Dina has mentioned. Again, friends, something that we need to keep repeating, I believe, is that really this identity, our true identity, cannot be separated from our collective consciousness. And this process is specifically designed, you know, for us to always keep that in mind and to draw from that, you know, because this very thing that Dina has raised clearly indicates that, you know, the more we erode, the more we are willing to erode from, you know, aligning with our true selves, it means that the weaker we become, because really nobody, absolutely nobody can live a comfortable life when it is separate, when it is not aligned with their true reality. And so what this, you know, process calls for is that we really turn into ourselves, really, you know, give a great deal of attention to understanding who we truly are. What are these values that really make us as a people? What were those values, those principles, those virtues that allowed our people to rise above many of the challenges that they had to rise above so that we are here today? And so it's very important. It's very important that we keep this in mind. And it's in connection to what Nehanda was making reference to also. This thing about mistrust. And, you know, we were speaking earlier about, Cynthia was making reference to it, you know, when there was this disdain, you know, expressed, you know, like, and with the body, you know, so all these things that, you know, that are of the negative, we have to recognize it. That is not us. We have to declare that. We have to stand for it, that we, you know, we make it very clear, who are we? What are our true principles? What are the virtues that we really value? And to know that those values, those principles, holding on to them will be the basis of actually solving, you know, all the challenges, you know, all the challenges that we presently face. And we need to keep in mind also that this healing, and it's very good that, you know, Cynthia keep making reference to it. This healing that we will be going through is a healing that is not only for the Garifuna people. It is a healing that is part of us taking up the mantle, taking up that spiritual mission, you know, that our ancestors, you know, had, you know, and they have actually on their shoulders we stand. And we need to keep in mind that, you know, that healing is something that nobody else will be able to do as we are called upon to do. And so it's very important that we see that, one, we recognize that in essence, as a people, we are united. We are united in our ideal world. We are united in the way that we would like to operate and live. We are united in regards to moving ahead and fulfilling our mission that is based upon the divine order. When we come together like this, into this sacred space, it is then that our power becomes very much crystallized, and we can direct that power into the way that is supposed to be. It is part of the divine order. It is part of us fulfilling our spiritual mission.
Thank you very much, James. And as we are wrapping up this session, there are just a couple of points. I am just so honored and humbled at the way each of you has shared. And I'm thankful that in this space we are listening to different perspectives. We're not necessarily having to agree, but we have the maturity to listen and to honor the sharing. And this is the way we would like to continue moving forward. One of the things that I would like us to look at for this afternoon's session is, and that is the reason why we're inviting people who are not Garifuna and also international, because precedence has been set in other parts of the world. For example, in Africa, where there were what they call the Truth Series, where people went through some brutal experiences as nation and personally, and they were able to forgive the same people who had offended them. What manner of strength that comes out from within to have that capacity to do so. I'm always interested in Nelson Mandela, a man who stayed 26 years in jail and came out as prime minister or president and was inviting the very people who oppressed him to be a part of the conversation. That is very, very interesting and amazing. The other thing here in Belize, I'll share with you quickly. We were invited, myself and the president of the National Garifuna Council some years ago, to an Indigenous People Conference. I think you were there, Ferosa, right? In Guyana. And one of the things that happened, and then we went to Trinidad, and we were having this conversation, not here, and that is what inspired me to have this conversation wider, because many times there are some of us who are selected as select few to participate in conversation and making decisions on behalf of our people without consulting with them. There was where I met for the first time Sandra Miranda, myself. We met Christina Koch, and that is the lady from the Maya who has been campaigning for the rights of the Maya land. And when she heard us speak about the Garifuna reality, she had to go and rewrite her presentation. She wept. I mean, what is happening here in this sacred conversation is a transformation immediately. The healing is already taking place as we are speaking about it and speaking to it, because we are speaking from the heart. Now, what we need to do is align the heart and the emotion to the strategy of the reality. We have here in Belize a new government, right? And we now have something called Indigenous Peoples Affairs and Women's Affairs. It doesn't matter whether it's blue, pink, yellow, or green. The point is that what can we present and say to this new government with dignity and with strength coming out of this women's conference to the Minister of Women's Affairs of Belize, for example, about the concerns for Garifuna women and Garifuna people. What can we say? That's a homework I'm giving you all in terms of the areas of land, education, health, Garifuna spirituality, all these areas. Can we concretize them in a way, as Dr. Curlin was saying, we are prepared to work with you. However, we would like to participate in the development of the education curriculum for the Ministry of Education. And we have technical expertise here and abroad that has the capacity to help you in putting together this new curriculum, especially in this COVID reality. So this is not about complaining about who didn't do that and who, yes, we can speak to that. And moving forward and telling the story differently, as we are making lemonade out of lemons, we need to be specific. Educators, did you know, this is a conversation we can have with them. Did you know that my grandmother, who did not go to standard 6, was able to trade across the countries of Central America? Did you know that? Let us celebrate and bring out the essential facts about these matters. You spoke this morning about knowledge of plants and health and healing. Did you know that just as how the Maya have been able to corral this kind of conversation about the 20 dominant plants of the Maya and healing, and it is now being integrated into the curriculum. So I want to invite you to really take stock of the points that have been raised. We won't discuss everything, that's not possible, but focus on the mechanisms that we can put in place. All of you in this conversation have expertise. And if you don't have professional expertise, or in addition to your professional expertise, your love and knowledge of Garifuna is sufficient to guide us in the conversation. I want to thank all of you for having participated in what has been a very rich morning. We'd like to invite you to continue to join us after our lunch break. We should come back on 2 o'clock. We can come before maybe
No.
1 o'clock.
No.
What time? Sorry.
We'll go right through. We'll get right through. We have Chase online.
Okay.
The time
Okay.
is right. So we just.
I'm sorry. Okay, so
Thank you.
grab your
I wonder
lunch.
if everybody could
Thank you
identify
very
what
much.
country they're from.
I'm sorry. Sorry?
I wonder if anybody could identify what country. Is everybody from Belize?
Okay, let's do that. That's a good point. I was asking people to introduce themselves.
Carling, we could just say where we are quickly, and then
That's right.
have the younger people take over. The younger people. Chase is online. Mihanda, Destiny might join us a little later, and Yvonne is ready with their presentation.
Chase, where are you from?
So Egbert will have a working lunch, right?
Yes, working lunch. Thank you, John. Yeah.
Thank you.
Working.
So where are you, Perosa? Where are you? In Spain? No. Where are you?
I'm from Barranco Village. I am in Madrid, Spain.
Okay, you're in Spain.
Nice.
And James, where are you?
Presently in Lithuania, Eastern Europe.
Europe. Okay. And Miss Efasima, you are in Dangriga, right? Yes. And Dr. Anita, you are?
Didn't get that.
She's in Lahore, Qatar.
Oh, my
I'm in
Qatar. You're in
Doha.
Qatar.
Doha,
Oh, my
Qatar.
Doha,
Qatar.
Qatar. Wow. And Nehanda, where are you?
Really? I'm in Germany.
And Miss
And I'm from Dangriga.
Okay. Melissa.
Oh, and I'm from Spain, right? Sorry.
Oh, right. And who is there now? Miss Joan? No,
Yes.
Joan?
I'm in New York. But
Excellent.
yes.
Dangriga. Anybody else?
Right, Belizean from Dangriga, but residing in New York. Yes.
Okay, great. Nadia, where are you?
I am from Dangriga, but I'm presently in Doha.
Excellent. Wonderful. And who else we have there? Oh,
I'm
Dr.
also-
Carla Barnett.
I'm
Dr.
also
Carla
in Belmopan.
Barnett. Dr. Carla Barnett in Belmopan. Oh my goodness. Hello, Dr. Carla. Dr. Carla was once head of lands in the past government.
Morning. Nice to join in. Sorry I'm joining so late.
Well, we
That's
are
all
happy
right,
that you are here. Happy that you are here. Who else? Anybody else needs to? Rachel? No?
I'm in Belmopan.
Good,
Dativa
so-
Martinez from
Okay,
Belmopan.
Dativa. Yes, thank you. Anybody else? We don't want to miss out anybody.
Melissa Zuniga. I'm currently in Belize City, but I work.
City. Welcome. Welcome.
Good.
Who else?
Chase.
Okay, thank you. Jean Lucas. Okay, great.
So Chase, are you?
May I apologize to Chase and the panel at this time because I had a 2 p.m. appointment and I have to leave. I will listen to the recording so that I could participate later on with your presentations. My apologies.
Excellent.
Marvelous,
Thank you so
marvelous.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Chase goes, then Nihanda, then Yvonne with their presentation on capital and wealth generation. Go ahead.
All right, greetings everyone.
Hi, Dr. Hilton from Belize City.
Okay, wonderful. And Egbert, can I do a quick announcement? If there is anyone on the session who will agree to be interviewed about the conference, just let us know. We are doing interviews from the perspective of the participants. So just let Egbert, James, Nehanda, myself know. Thank you so much.
And also remind everyone to go on mute if they're not speaking. Also, if you're not speaking, close your video because it affects the bandwidth in Zoom.
Good night. Enjoy your weekend.
Okay, Chase, you're over to you, Anihanda.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name's Chase. I'm from Chicago. My roots are from Dangriga. And I'm speaking today about some topics on Garifuna economics, particularly on the subject of building Garifuna generational wealth. Our community, of course, everyone knows, is in a diaspora spread across many nations. Approximately half of our population is in the US, and then the rest is spread between Honduras, Belize, Guatemala, Nicaragua, etc. A lot of those that are left outside of the US are dependent economically on remittances that are being sent home from their relatives in the US to support them. So I'm just looking at some numbers here. We have about $500 million of remittances going towards Honduras. We have about $100 million of remittances going towards Belize. Most of these monies that are being sent to support our families are being sent through third-party facilitators that are taking some kind of commission or shaving off a bit of the currency to keep for themselves. So we've begun to develop some ways that the Garifuna community can become more self-sufficient and economically independent and not relying on third parties to facilitate our remittance practice, as well as like other ideas about economic development and financial literacy and tools of economic empowerment like life insurance and investing in real estate, investing in the stock market, etc. That can help uplift our community from poverty. I've teamed up with a couple brothers from New York of Honduran origin, Clemente and Cecil. They started what is called the Chatouye investment firm, the Chatouye investment fund. And basically the idea is kind of something that runs parallel to the idea that was started by this man named Muhammad Yunus. He's a Bangladeshi gentleman who won the Nobel Prize in economics. And what he did was he founded a bank to empower the community in Bangladesh by providing small loans to the people that are on the street there so they can start small businesses, be it like selling street food or cottage industry, etc. We have this idea to start with $1 million, and we're trying to raise funds to start to do that same practice in the Garifuna community so we can start to fund small businesses and get people more funds to get their creativity and their skills utilized and tapped into the market. We're also working with Miss Yvonne Anderson. She's developing a credit union, and we're trying to establish and generate interest in creating our own federal chartered Garifuna credit union in the United States. And eventually we're going to try to expand abroad just to kind of like concentrate our efforts on gathering our community funds together so we can do things for ourselves. Another point I wanted to touch on was financial literacy. I've partnered up with someone named Destiny Harris. Hopefully we'll be able to get her to speak tomorrow. And she has created an application that is specifically designed to help people from minority backgrounds, be it Latinos, Indigenous people, LGBTQ community people, to get them into jobs in finance and tech. Her application and website is called Solution Now. That's the word solution and now, but with one N between them and no space. So hopefully she'll be able to get on here tomorrow. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that we're working on developing a Garifuna career network so that young Garifuna professionals and people who are trying to hire young Garifuna professionals within the community will be able to find, hopefully, qualified candidates to work for whatever positions they may fill. If you have any interest in like any of these things, you can reach out to me directly. My email is chasenunez@gmail. And thank you for your time.
Next candidate, next presenter. Is that Nihanda?
Yes, it's me. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I actually wanted to do something a little bit different. I want to hear from those who are present as to what they think the economic sustainable issues are within the communities here and abroad. Chase's presentation was very eye-opening for me. I am I don't know what the English translation is, but I am a first level financial competence coach. And so what I do is I teach financial competence at the basic level. I'm here doing this role pro bono, okay? Let's say it, it's so foreign to me. And so I really wanted to base my, what I was told to say was by my lawyer is that I am a 6-figure network person who has ideas as to how to generate wealth. And I'd like to pass that information on to my people, because I think that it is very important for us to adopt wealth sustainability. And so like more to the point of wealth generation in terms of money mindset, me and my mother, I love her dearly. We go back and forth because we have difference of opinions when it comes to money mindset, but that's okay. It's very important to understand my audience, and so I'm going to lead by asking what are some of the economic issues you see facing the communities that you want to help, and I will just leave the floor open to address those things from a professional perspective. I'm complete.
So this is Helen. I don't want to continue to be a downer, but one is trust. I've seen, we're talking about land development, right? I've seen repeatedly where people in the States are sending down money in order to develop property and land, and the money's not being used in the way they expect. With our credit union, I know there's been smaller efforts made in the past, and because people have been burned, we're really going to have to overcome the issue of trust. I don't have any immediate solutions to these issues. I know with development and police, it seems like you have to be there. You have to watch the work being done in order for it to happen. If we're talking about doing this on a greater scale, we need a systematic way to ensure what has been committed to be done with a certain amount of money is done.
So let me just repeat that. Hi, Helen. So I just want to repeat back when dealing with return on investments, we are looking at trust issues as it pertains to how people delegate responsibility in terms of handling large financial transactions related only to land or just in general.
I was mainly thinking the land okay. And home development.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Anybody else?
Well, I would like to add in the area of solution, a possible solution is something a bit more organized in terms of getting a group together. I can't tell you right now who would make up that group, but we would have to do our homework about, for example, contractors who have been trustworthy, for example, persons that maybe have experience with architectural work and building homes and developing land, and then also persons with expertise in managing finances. Getting a group like that together that could provide that kind of service to people living abroad, because yes, this is a serious problem. And I want to go as far as to say that women have been the most, the greatest victims, for lack of a better word, the ones that have suffered the most from this violation. And unfortunately, men have been the ones guilty of committing this offense, because they are the ones that they are the ones that are the contractors, actually. And so they are the ones many times who are entrusted with the contracts or overseeing and collecting monies and stuff like that. And then when you do come, nothing has been done, or what was done was shortchanged. It's just a big hustle. There's so many stories. So I think to change those stories, I mean, it would be good to hear from people who they had the bad experience with, because that's the other thing we do, is protect the ones that do the bad. So then more and more people end up getting suffering. It's making sure that we know who are the trustworthy ones, and then getting those persons to be the ones that help with getting projects off the ground. Those who are here can help those who are out there.
I would like to say, and I'll ask Dr. Curlin, in terms of what happened in South Africa, there's a mechanism or a process to clear when there have been wrongs that have been done. It's like people come up and give presentations, and this is a perfect question. There's a name for it. I don't know if it's reconciliation. I don't know the name of it, but it's a process whereby, and even here in Belize now, one of the first things that was done was, as the Prime Minister was put in place, he closed the lands department because of the very point of atrocities that have taken place at a national level. So one of the recommendations could be that there be a mechanism or like a hearing of what has happened, the facts. The way to deal with distrust or issues of concern is to speak it so that healing can take place. And what has happened just now, it has been spoken and it has been heard. And from the hearing, it now needs to be translated into a mechanism to deal with it. And so we can, in the coming time and the next day, find out how to create a space just for this, because it
Right. I would like to address that, Mom, if you may, particularly to the clearing of having to do with money issues is part of my job. And so, so land is one money issue, and then you have the mentality, because that's what I'm hearing with the different stories of money being sent back home and what the money is being used for, is that there seems to be a disconnect, if you may, or a different type of understanding of what is valuable and what money means to different people. And that is a part of the healing process. I know people think that they're going to learn how to do their budget, what stocks to buy when they come into my session, but we can't even get to that level if there are certain types of core beliefs about what money is and what it isn't before we even begin. And so I really want to thank Helen and Efeshima for that contribution as it deals with land, because that is an escalated, magnified version of what happens regularly, where money is just being mismanaged in all kinds of ways. And so thank you so much for that. I'm making notes on that. So if anybody else has anything else to say, particularly about what we can do, or what is happening on the ground when it comes to economic sustainability. I hear all the time of so many talented, yes, Keisha.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the promotion of the entrepreneurial spirit in the Garifuna communities, like maybe we can talk about that, and financial literacy in general. Yes, just that.
Just a quick comment. Chase and Mehanda has hinted on it, not quite hinted, the remittances situation, which is quite universal. And as a matter of fact, once the United States had wanted to make sure they cut off the remittances in any support they give any country, to take remittances into consideration and subtract that from any kind of contribution that is done. I have spoken to the president of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and I spoke to the Prime Minister of Canada about how one is treating remittances to these countries, because one depends very much on those remittances, even to support their family and what have you. The reason why I raise it on that local domestic level is because on the national level, the governments take it very seriously, because they know it's billions of dollars that goes down, which will have a great impact. So that Leander is saying is that even when it gets down, how do we manage even those money? Some folks are not even quite know how to manage it. In the meantime, before the money even gets there, everybody gets a cipher off a little bit, whether it's Western Union or whatever it is, cipher off a bit on this. If you put it through the bank, after the bank finish massaging that money, you will maybe get a portion of that. That has to, if that on a national level, I'm looking at this group as a international level group, to deal with situation like that is a start of how we manage our money getting into our countries, of all the countries we name here, where we're from, whether it's Belize, Honduras, Jamaica, St. Vincent, whoever it is. It has a huge impact on it. And the coronavirus stuff has made it even worse. People can't even take money down itself now, you know. So if one could address that, I don't know what the answer is right now. I think that wherever we are, if the group itself could address that with the World Bank or IMF or anyone who's playing around with these remittances, is a remarkable amount of a great help to all those countries. The second part of that is that Leander's talking about how do we manage money down there, you see? And the third part, you're talking about the great investments that people have done in land, and the people are buying up land, and by the time you look around, it's all the lands and the resources are owned by foreigners, and then if you let us call it the natives, then not have an opportunity to utilize it as best as they can, because all the land are owned by, and we saw that in the bauxite industry, the gold industry, all of those situations. When we look around, it's the international people, the Germans and the Americans and the British, who has owned all these damn lands, and then dump all of this environmental problem on the land itself, making great economic disaster and social disaster to the inhabitants there. That's one of my quick comments I would make. It's so important. This is a huge situation here. And I hope that if we can amass that together and put a strategic force, I don't know how we're going to do that, but strategically to address those issues, we would move quite a nice distance inside handling those funds going into those countries.
Yeah.
Can I add
yeah,
also,
Nehanda, I would just like to follow up on what Brother Curling has just mentioned. I believe that you know, we'll need to look at issues from a short-term and a long-term basis. So in connection to this situation of the siphoning of funds, I believe that what will be very important, you know, this is a short-term solution, is making sure that, you know, there is a very clear, transparent accounting system, because you know, definitely if there is an agreement about, okay, what is the system in place that will be utilized in terms of demonstrating how are these funds, you know, to be utilized, and that you know, the system has teeth, so that if there is any moving away from what has been agreed to, then there should be certain legal consequences. In regards to this very process that we are in, I believe that we have to recognize the relationship of leadership to cultural and social reality. So this process that we are going through, we are giving a lot of attention to principles. We are giving attention to virtues, which means that really over time, what will be happening is that we have people that are very much acting and serving on the basis of, certain virtues that are definitely shared by everybody that is involved. There is another thing that I would like to speak about in terms of this
I'm sorry,
concern.
James, I'm gonna have to interrupt you there because there's a side conversation that's taking place. Ms. Yvonne is asking if you are building or buying land, where is this legal? Building a house, use milestones to manage the payment, have an enforceable contract. I'm not sure where Miss Yvonne is.
I'm in St. Martin, but I normally live in Concord, North Carolina. I'm originally from Dunwigger.
Okay.
I'm in the process of doing this right now. So what I did was I'm not going to finish the contract till I can physically see the property and make sure all the paperwork is is on the up and up. I'm not sending my money to Belize and find out somebody's swindling me, because that has happened to me before. So I want to see everything up and up. I want a contract up and up, and I was, when I do build my house, I some milestones. You get paid in the bank when you can produce paperwork and you have accomplished the task.
So Yvonne, could you talk to the plans the Garifuna Nation has now? And then could you save your comments for at the end for this presentation?
Okay, so I am working on the credit union for the Garifuna Nation, and it's becoming a labor of love for me. It's something that I'm kind of, I'm scared, but I'm excited. It motivates me to learn more stuff that I didn't know. So we're at the beginning of this process. This is a very lengthy process. So we are trying to get the first two, working on the first two steps, and we need to find us a physical location so that we can send our letter in, forming the credit union, the National Credit Union Association in the United States, that we like to form a Garifuna Nation Credit Union. The reason the credit union was, when you join a credit union, you're not a customer, you're a member, you're an owner. So I want our people to have the sense of ownership of their own finances. I don't want them to, go someplace and then, they're a customer, or they're not treated right. Nobody looks after their interests. I want our interests financially and economically protected. And we can't look to other people to do that for us. We have to do that ourselves. So I've started the work to do the application process. I'm working with a couple people from the Garifuna Nation, and we are working through this. So we can stand up this credit union as quick as we can. Because I would like to see something happening. We have greater control of our money. So one of the challenges I'm having, people are kind of skeptical. People are scared that they will lose their money. Well, here in the United States, you're not going to lose your money. You are insured up to $250,000 per account. So if something happened to the credit, if something happens that we can't run the credit union, the National Association Credit Union will take over the credit union and run it. So there's no thing that's going to be that somebody going to swing on them. It's not Belize. If you do malfeasance here, you're going to end up in jail. I used to work at a bank, so I know that personally. So I'm working on getting the word out, trying to figure out how many people that that are interested, how many people, so we can set up our operations and funding. First location we are going to kick it off at is in Los Angeles. The California laws, if you can stand up something in California, it gets easier to do it in any state. We're doing a federal credit union and a state credit union because we can have branches all over the United States. Any United States property, we are allowed to do that. What are the opportunities that this will give us when we stand this up? I provide financial services to the Garifuna community throughout the United States because you can open, we'll have an online, a physical location that you can open and access access the services. We want to have financial education geared to what the community needs for wealth building and management. Our people don't. Some of them, our people are not that good at that, because you see that the consequences of that when somebody dies and there's confusion in the family, that nobody knows what the person owns and who gets it. We want to get other expertise and other organizations to come in, invest in our communities in the United States, no matter where we are. Give us financial support, give us technical support, money grants that we can bring everybody up. We want to, for people that have businesses and have an organization, we want to be the one that they come to give them technical and financial support, because these organizations here tend to work with, tend to send money and set up stuff in other countries. If you have a business here that you want to import Areba, we can, we should be able to help you set up an import-export. You can pay a vendor on the other end of the world and get your product to sell.
Okay,
we have
so
big dreams. We have big dreams.
Good. I have a question, and this is just a provocatory question. If I were to say to everybody here, I'd like to train 5 communities worldwide, because I'm based in Germany. I want to train 5 communities or 5 people in entrepreneurial development, financial literacy, and land competency. And I say, I'm going to charge $50 or 50 euros per person for a 28-day training. What would be your response? Anybody from the floor, what would be your response?
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
How do I register? Okay.
Cash App.
There you go. There you go. So I'm going to put my email and contact information in the chat, because I've been on this journey for, I think, 20 years now. 20 years, yes, Nachuma? I've made money, lost money, made it again, and now I'm about passing on that wealth of information in a way that it's there for my children, and it's also there for my community. In this season in my life, it's about being the change that I want to see. That's James telling me it was Mahatma Gandhi. And so, but I also want us to get into the habit of realizing our own resources. We have resource people right here in this space. I am one of those resource people, but I also want to know that my people are doing what they're exactly saying, which is supporting Garifuna people in business. So my business is 50% Garifuna. My husband's German, so he owns the other 50%. But I'm the one who is the main person, I would say the face of the business in sharing this kind of information. And what I've been hearing, which I'm a little bit interested to hear more about, is this perspective of, well, we don't want to, I'm hearing some people say that they're not so interested in adapting other ways of being. And I would like to encourage that we look at it a different way, because we're international people. As Garifuna people, we're very international. We have gone into communities in Belize and St. Vincent, everywhere, and have educated other people. And so I really believe that that's not true, because we've lived otherwise. We are very international. And this is a very, very good example of how that is. James in Eastern Europe, me in Germany, my cousins in Spain, Belmopan, Canada, we're all over the place. And so we can utilize that for our benefit, for our collective benefit. So diversity and unity is definitely something that I want to support and be supported in. So I'm complete. I got a fussy baby here, so I'm going to have to go. But as we are continuing this conversation, I'm just going to leave with my information in the chat so everybody can contact me after I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
James.
Well, one of the things I'm looking at, as part of having this credit union, we need to teach our people how to do whether they transfer assets to the next generation.
Absolutely.
And we have to teach them, how, if I've been managing something, I should be teaching somebody how to come in, and if something happens to me, that they can pick it up and grow it, not come in, pick it up and destroy it. It includes having land, having business, having knowledge how to manage stuff, having knowledge how to grow your assets. You can pass on something. We need to be doing that. We need to be financially independent. We should be coming to ourselves to get what we need, lift everybody up. We can't leave the people that are marginalized on the side. The people that are going up. We gotta start off with the most vulnerable people in our nation, because if we bring those up out of poverty, everybody benefits from that. The economic growth from that is going to be exponential. Because we know what we want to do is economic freedom. We want to have our economic freedom. We don't want to be dependent on nobody for nothing. We want economic self-determination.
I would like to say something.
Yes, go ahead, Louisa.
Yes, this is Louisa from Virginia. Hi, everybody. I've been enjoying the conference all day, and I want to piggyback on what Nehanda said and what Mr. Curling said, as far as us being, independent and bringing up businesses that for us, for Garifuna to grow. Because I've experienced seeing someone back home when I was visiting, waiting for funds through credit union for like weeks. So I feel like Nehanda, maybe, train others to kind of like maybe have several of those businesses where us as Garinagos don't have to depend on maybe one or two individuals who have those businesses to get our funds there. And that would be a temporary solution until we have Garifuna Federal Credit Union, which I'm also a part of. I work with Yvonne and Chase, and we're working on, kind of like figuring out if we have a federal credit union, are we interested? Are people going to be interested? And if you are, please be a part of it. Say so, because that's one of the criteria that we have to show that we are interested in having our own federal credit union for us to get started. So please, I think Chase mentioned his email address, Yvonne mentioned her email address, so we can get this started. It's gonna take us maybe, based on the research, a year to get it off the ground, but it starts now. Exactly. And Cynthia, you were asking.
Very good, Louisa. Thanks very much for what you share. Okay. Friends, I think, just James, to put things into perspective, just a second, Cynthia, just a second, just in light of putting, what has been shared into perspective, and to clearly indicate the direction that we want to take in this regard, is that for each one of these major areas, our plan is to ensure that there is a group of people that will be looking at these issues, to have institutions in place. And so this that we're doing here and now is part of that process of really putting institutions in place that will be able to carry on with these discussions and address these things in a rather very concrete way. And so even the presenters that are here, we certainly regard every one of you as part of that institutional development. Cynthia?
Thank you, James. I just wanted to address the issue of moving forward with transparency and openness about what sometimes can be an embarrassing, uncomfortable, awkward conversation. And congratulate the group for addressing it, because that's the way we're going to move forward and be positive. And I would want us to, in the Council of Elders and this process, continue celebrating and congratulating those who have the boldness to express these concerns and not discuss it negatively behind people's back, because we have this way sometimes to do that, and bringing things out in the open is a way in which we can solve and have solutions. And so we can make a declaration based on the credit union. And just a suggestion Louisa made, which is perfect, about different ways of being locally, you know, like to declare that we're going to change the conversation. We're going to change this way of being. There are principles, there are guidelines, there are people whom we can trust. So the language can change from distrust to trust. There are people who are trustworthy custodians, and we have track record historically where our people have functioned economically effectively. Some of our elders who did not go to university were able to be traders, women, successful traders across Central America. My grandmother, many of these people are evidence of successful businesses that have taken place. The Sandy Beach Women's Cooperative, the reason why that is the space in which we are uplifting is because these women have successfully run a business for over 30 years. And there are several models like that that we can look at as guides for people to be. What Chase was sharing about the Grameen Bank model Bangladesh, there are Garifuna people in the United States, I will say Dr. Barakis Alvarez, who is in connection with that kind of network. So in moving forward, in identifying the issue, which I'm thankful that it has come up, we have the space to trash that out and release that. This is like a spiritual purge. And then empty to receive a newness. We are walking into a new way of relating to each other, where we will change the language from distrust to trust. Call those things into being as they seem not, because in divine order and in divine alignment, this is one of the calling that we have right now. We are not accepting, I am not accepting the statement that Dangriga people thief and Dangriga people do not know how to manage credit union. You know, yes, there are concerns that we have in terms of financial literacy. However, what can we do in transforming that? And certainly the people who have shared today, including yourself, James, are available to guide us, to accompany us, to hold us into this divine alignment, because that is not who we are. The reason why these things are manifesting themselves like this is because we stayed stuck in that place of accepting that as our reality. That is not our reality. That is not the legacy that we are going to leave for future generations. So this is where this process of this session, this facilitation needs to continue. We want to go to that next level because we are here. We are here. And if there are concerns about how we relate to each other in terms of finances and financial literacy and land, call it what it is and let's trash it out. That's why we have Dabuyeba. That's why we have Dogo. That's why we have all these cultural mechanisms that our ancestors call us into account, because this kind of relationship is one that is not harmonious. And our intention that we have openly declared is that we need to get back into harmony with each other and our relationships that will affect land, education, health, finances. So I really want to thank you all for sharing.
Cynthia.
Yes, complete.
So if there's any more comments in this session, Ms. Fanon is present, and I'd like to just wrap up the session before I introduce her. Before I say something, I then ask you to introduce her.
Okay, wonderful. Are there any more sessions? Any more? James?
Comments?
Wrap up.
I'd like
Anybody
to
else?
make a comment, please.
Sure.
Okay, very good, Ifashina, go ahead.
Just in terms of discussing solutions, then we definitely have to be honest in tackling the problems that we have. So yes, we know that there is an issue with managing of finances, and we have a gambling problem also. And I can tell you that this is
Thank you.
this is a true issue that we have to tackle, because there are entities that are benefiting from this problem. So we also need to figure out how are we going to solve this problem for our people, because the entities that are benefiting are not going to help us with it. So we have to figure out how do we help ourselves. And I hear our people using the word investment when they're going to a gambling table or going into a game shop or going to buy Bolito. They use the word investment. So I'm offering that I have a show on Hamalali NGC radio. And yes, we need a transmitter, but at least we can air things using the internet. And this is it's a space for Garifuna people, it's for our community, and it's there, and we can talk about these things on the radio so that more of us can hear about it, and we have these honest discussions, including how do we solve this problem, because it is a big problem. This past weekend, we have a project at Power, and we are giving young entrepreneurs the opportunity to get some guidance on how to build their business, boost their business, and we wanted to showcase their business. And this young lady, one of them, decided that she not have time for that, and she said that from the gambling table. And so it's a serious thing that we need to honestly deal with that.
Yeah, very good. Thanks very much, Ifashina.
James,
yes.
That, in the healing process, one of the things that we look at is acknowledging the root of this, because once we understand the root, then we move forward. And that is why it is so appropriate that we will have our next presenter, because what we are doing right now and what Garifuna, let us acknowledge also the other side of the coin, that we have these resources and we are equipped to cleanse, to get a clean out. You know, we have this purge that we do. We do this purge as children. What we are doing now is a spiritual cleansing. We're not blaming or sitting in the place of what the colonial people did to us, but acknowledging that it is within that kind of experience and trauma that is the root of releasing and getting rid of that toxic behavior. So we're not making excuse. However, we are recognizing and identifying those areas that need to be gotten out of the way so that we can have a new way of being.
Exactly. So yeah, very good. So just in terms of wrapping, this particular segment, I would just like to reinforce, some of these ideas that we have been repeating here. And friends, what stands out is this, that what we need to ensure that we develop is a solution-oriented mentality, that is rooted in what we know is good. And again, this is directly connected to this, what we are making reference to as this collective consciousness. We know what trustworthiness is. We know how important trustworthiness is. We need not, it's not a point that needs to be somehow, maybe lectured on, for people to appreciate it. We know how important that is. And so this solution-oriented mentality is something that all of us that are involved with this process will need to actively ensure that we promote it. Let us focus on what is the solution. Yes, we understand what the problem is, but focus on what is the solution. So Egbert, I pass it back to you.
Okay, I want to Thank you for the young people for this session. I mean, my little man who are here, and I won't be long. I just wanted to welcome Marielle, the daughter of Frantz Fanon. I met Marielle in Senegal many years ago, and I was taken aback a little bit when she told me that we need to stay in touch because she wants to share with me what happened with the Garifuna who were in Guadeloupe and Martinique. We didn't spend much time talking at the conference because it was so busy, and we are always, running at into different sessions. But I wanted to hear more from her as to the Garifuna presence in Martinique and Guadeloupe, and also, Cynthia will tell us more about her dad's work in terms of decolonization. Like Bob Marley said, release ourselves from mental slavery, free ourselves from mental slavery. Her dad was a pioneer of this kind of thinking. So Cynthia, share with us what you know.
Yes, thank you very much. Oh, Marielle, this is an honor and a privilege to be at oneness with you. And this is ordained, this was to happen, As students at the University of the West Indies, which is all over the Caribbean, must reading, Wretched of the Earth, Black Skins, White Masks. So as a child, I know I'm getting younger, okay? As a university student, we were glued to that book because we could relate to this writing. And so the power of this coming together, we have shared in this women's conference that this is, we have not made COVID stop us. In fact, COVID has given us an opportunity, almost like a blessing in a sense, because ordinarily we would not have been communicating via this internet. However, one of the things about us, Garifuna, we believe in the coconut wireless, There's a connectivity that has no words to explain from the European perspective. And so one of the things about Frantz Fanon's writings, it gave us as young people and as students an assurance and an affirmation that we were not crazy, that things did not happen out of the blue like that. It gave us a sense of knowingness and identity and a sense of self, of the history that brought us to the place of where we are. So it doesn't matter where in the world that we are, that we have been experiencing a disconnection or a disconnect from our true selves. So I want to thank you on behalf of this, I almost say congregation, on behalf of this assembly, for being present to share with us the spirit of what we are calling a movement that took place long ago. Earlier on we were talking about death and people dying and so on, but the spirit never dies. There's no death. This is the continuation of what has been and what is to be. So I want to welcome you, one Garifuna woman to the other. Share with us what this experience means for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Cynthia. Thank you for your words. Thank you, Egbert. And if I may, I want first to thank the Garifuna Women's Conference to organize it and to give me the opportunity to share some idea and reference on the Kalina in Martinique and Guadeloupe and where it's coming from. And also, there is a Frantz Fanon Foundation, and what we try to do is to continue his work and to work specifically on racialization, the politics of racialization, and on coloniality in order to get reparation. And the Frantz Fanon Foundation is engaged on a reparation issue in Guadeloupe with a peasant in Guadeloupe. That is why we met some Kalina in Dominique, and we work with some Kalina on this issue in Guadeloupe. And as English is not my mother tongue, I will read my paper. Sorry for that. I apologize for. And I will begin long time ago, but quick, don't worry. Those who colonized the Caribbean area pretended to forget that the Calinas, Garifuna, was a very ancient. Could you close your mic, please?
Could we please mute everyone? Mute, thank you.
I'm sorry, but the speaker is muted. We can't hear her.
Okay, let's see what happened.
Oh, no, I did not mute it. But
Okay.
anyway, it's open now. Okay, I begin it again. Those who colonized the Caribbean area pretended to forget that the Kalina Garifuna was a very ancient civilization, that of the Amerindians, several millennia before Christ. This population, stable since the 5th and 6th centuries, led a life governed by custom and collective property. Needless to say, the Kalina never considered conquering Europe, only to acquire land there by armed force. France did, but also Spain, Portugal, Great Britain undertook the conquest by armed force of the Caribbean territories, which included the extermination of population to establish an agricultural economy based on enslavement. There was at that time a double negation of humanity, negation of Kalinas, considered to be savage, to be eliminated, and negation of the enslaved African, to whom the quality of human being was denied. Thus, this phase founded systematic violation of the law, sovereignty, extermination of population, theft of property by armed groups, enslavement, murder, torture, and rape. And if we just have a look on where we are now, it is exactly the same paradigm of domination, endless war against people. The question would already be serious enough, but in addition, the law intervened to legalize this crime and their effect. The legal framework for this criminality was a series of charters, a different charter, four charters between 1626 and 1664, by which the king, the French king, entrusted private companies to colonize the island, which were not occupied by Christians. The first expedition, which left Dieppe in France, on the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean side, on May 15, 1635, under the name of the Compagnie de Saint-Christophe, which later became the Compagnie des Îles d'Amérique, and that with the taking of possession of Martinique, then Guadeloupe, where it was colonized. The action of the colonizer was from the outset marked by extreme violence. 10 years after, an order of the king, perfectly abusive, imposed on the island the custom of parade, which is the clearest act of nation. Note that there has never been any international agreement or land cession, but the grabbing of property by criminals protected by political power. Its business being difficult, the Company of the Island of America had to be liquidated in 1650. But just before that, it believed to be able to sell its goods by private sales and found a notary in Paris to proceed. Regarding the islands of Guadeloupe, the company sold its property on September 1649 to one family, Well Boisseret, who is still there as a béquet. And most of the land belongs to them. This is a case of private appropriation of a sovereign land of Kalina or Garifuna with the help of armed force, French force, of course. Subsequently, the genocide of the Kalinas began first in Martinique, then in Guadeloupe, with violence taking an exterminating turn from 1650 to last until 1660. Some Kalina escape this genocide by fleeing to Dominica, an island separated from Guadeloupe by 60 kilometers. Their descendants still live there and form a community of 3,000 Kalinas, which the government of Dominica has recognized as an indigenous community. Other Kalinas took refuge in the north of the island, Guadeloupe, and their descendants are still there, are still living in Guadeloupe, not only in the north. As soon as the Kalinas were eliminated, the program to cultivate sugarcane for European markets began, which necessitated the arrival of the first to be enslaved. The first enslaved, sorry. At the time, everyone knew that enslavement was a violation of the law, and for one simple reason, there was no statute, in France particularly. As soon as the Kalina, oh my God, okay, I made some mistake. Indeed, there was no practice of slavery in French law. Slavery appeared on a large scale in the 15th century with the expansion of the great European powers. The Caribbean region has been at the forefront of this transatlantic slave trade. However, as early as June 1737, Pope Paul III, by his letter Veritas Ipsa, imposed the prohibition of slavery, and I quote, "We decide and declare that the said Indians and all other peoples who in the future come to the knowledge of Christians, even if they live outside the faith or come from other country, can freely and lawfully use, possess, and enjoy freedom and ownership of their property," unquote. For the settlers and the royal power, there was only the state's will to legalize crime. It was not a question of giving minimum guarantees, but of giving a cover of legalities to pursue a criminal practice, ignoring everything for profit, even the teaching of the Pope. Thus, the demonstration is made that from that time, the colonialist economy imposed on the islands was an unrealistic model. After the company went into bankruptcy, the model only held up because the law systematized the most serious violation of the law. The economy of legalized crime was enabled the few colonizer family to build up an heritage through the constant presence of 90,000 enslaved who were neither paid nor housed and who did not enjoy any social status. They were subjected to torture and rape, not being considered as human beings. In this context, what happened to the Kalina no longer exists. Despite the abolition of 1848, the property of slavers, due to the finally recognized illegality of the condition of its acquisition by law, was never considered. Indeed, the state being fully involved in the commission of crime, it made a point of consolidating the effect. Drawing the consequences of the fact that enslavement was a crime by law of abolition, the state had to sanction civilly the receiver of the crime, normally, while he has tended to consolidate his property by adding compensation and denying any compensation to the new free, which kept them in an immense precariousness, preventing them from claiming their right. The decree of 1848 functioned as a laundering of crimes and blocked the recognition of property acquired by certain enslaved farmers from 1835. That contradiction would never have taken place if the decree of 1848 had been consistent with the principle resisting in the Declaration of 1789 and the Penal Code. The Declaration of 1789 is the Declaration of Human Rights and Citizen, French. The law which declares a criminal act must combat its effect and not legalize them. The decree of this is what the descendants of the Kalina and those of the enslaved are asking. The land belongs to them, and in this context, they should be able to have their right recognized by using the usucapion, namely the fact that the property can be acquired by prolonged peaceful and public possession. But no one can ignore the customary law. This is a local specific law of the community who own and use resources on a community basis. This right is the source of rules and rights specific to the community. It provides for internal rules which regulate relations between members and provides for their rights. It is, on the one hand, the system of indirect administration limited to the management of relations and rules within the community. And on the other hand, rights protecting the right of the community against the outside world. A decision by the Constitutional Court of South Africa offers a definition of customary law enshrining in the South African Constitution. This right is recognized as having to regulate the social life of communities which have their own history, current practice, applicability of this customary law, and the feasibility of customary law in the current context. In a view of this definition, which corresponds perfectly to the standard that indigenous people and Afro-descendants want to use in terms of customary law, the state where the descendants of Kalina are living should agree to refer to indigenous ancestral customary laws when it comes to, for indigenous community and of African origin, to decide on the development and management of their land, and when they seek to free themselves from a legal framework arranged by certain companies which want to exploit their territory for their own profit. The state should also introduce the customary law approach in the Constitution. It is a mistake not to take this into account, and the communities concerned should be helped to assert their right under customary law. Customary law can also be a means for communities referring to it to change the parameters of the balance of power. Using customary law may prove to be the most effective form against capitalist powers, which only defend their economic interest. And there is another instrument in 1989, the Convention 169 on Indigenous and Tribal Peoples was adopted by the International Labour Organization. Many states have ratified it. The right to consultation was confirmed in the United Nations Declaration of the Right of Indigenous People, adopted by the UN General Assembly in September 2007. The main objective of this convention is to recognize the principle of respect for the identity and aspiration of the indigenous people concerned and to ensure in crisis consultation of this population and their participation in decisions affecting them. This right in France, the state still refuses to recognize indigenous people with regard to the preservation of their way of life and the economic discrimination against them, which can only be explained by its political will to maintain the ultramarine territories under colonial domination. One can say that the purpose of this convention is to oblige a state, in the case of Kalina, Garifuna, and Afro-descendants, to adopt measures so that the access of this population to the rights and opportunities that the labor legislation gives to all in a way that eliminates all the socio-economic differences that still exist, without the cultural identity, custom, tradition, and their institution being forgotten. Faced with a failure of thought and a desire to erase from memory the crime committed against Africa and against Kalina and Garifuna, and the return to the place of the meaning of humanity, intersubjectivity, and the principles supported by equality, by safeguarding the dignity of the human person, remain fundamental and essential. There is no other way than to lift the locks that organize the impunity of the criminal and deny the victim access to justice and the victim from using their right to sovereignty. It is quite obvious, contrary to what various governments, but also certain institutions, multilateral institutions and organizations prefer to carry. Since the second abolition, and for us the second abolition is in 1848, that this work of reconstruction of equality cannot be carried out without taking precise account of the close relation between justice and history, and without an analysis of the role of the justice system in the colonial system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. That is really beautiful. Oh my goodness, it's so linked up to a number of the issues that we're raising, meaning that we don't know our past and the root of some of this suffering and trauma and our emotional and psychological experiences.
I have a question.
Have to be equipped. So I'm going to open for discussion and question. Yes.
Yes, I want to interject here that what Sister Mariel insinuated is something as recent was new to me, that I didn't know that we had customary laws that could direct us to the territory, not so land, but the territory that we own, the territory that we own. And so therefore, within the laws, a customary law, right? The issue of customary law to ownership of the land. And Mariel, we were just doing some research, me and some members in the Garifuna Nation, that we were in Belize before the colonial masters decided to control the total part of Belize. And we were never told that story. We were never told that history. It was never taught to us in school, in college.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
This is Egbert.
I don't, where are you?
I'm in my man
Please
cave.
identify yourself.
This is man cave. Let me go into my where I could see, where you could see me. I need to go somewhere where you could see me. Yes, I was saying I'm saying that what Marielle, and this is me, let me turn on my video.
Thank you, better.
Yes, yes, Marielle, you alluded to something that was not taught to us in school, that the Garifunas were in Belize after they were driven from St. Vincent, 1796. By 1797, 98, we were in a part of the settlement of Belize that no one occupied. We were never told that history. All we were told was, a bunch of lies, that we had a reserve. And in other words, we were told that we had a reserve, so we couldn't move beyond where we were. But now we have uncovered that through customary law, we are entitled to the territory south of the Saboon, and also the territory of St. Vincent, Guadeloupe, and Dominica, where our people are.
Yes, so the customary law is not a normative law. It's not recognized as international law. Yes. But what it is interesting, and it is a precedent, it is included in the South African Constitution. And if you watch the South African Constitution, at the end, there is a specific part on that. And you could say it is included now in the South African Constitution. And I think it is a precedent. It is a precedent we can use, asking for the application where Garifuna, Kalinas are living, and even in Mapuche, in Chile, and other indigenous people in different South America country where they are living, they can ask for the endorsement by the state of the customary law.
Yes, I think it's applied in Canada for the Native Americans of Canada, the customary law, the traditional use of land, and so on and so forth.
And then also, it's obliged. What it is interesting, it's obliged. It's related to the ILO 169. It's obliged state to consult the community before to decide a plan of something, exploitation of their natural resources.
Yes, that's important for us, because many years ago, the government of Belize allowed some big boats to come into the sea in front of our coastal communities and damage the environment, so much so affecting our traditional fishermen. So these are some of the laws that we will need to explore moving forward. Go ahead.
If I may,
introduce yourself. Where you're from.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Martha Robinson, and I live in Dangriga in Belize, the country of Belize. As it relates to what you mentioned concerning our customary land right, actually what happened, the government, actually those who are in charge of the Maritime Act, they divided the coast under the leadership of 4 NGOs. And our livelihood, our survival, depend on fishing and farming. Now, with tourism now, they are going conservation and preservation. However, we need access. We need access to our to the keys and the coast. So using this customary land right, how can we declare that we get special license to access to maritime?
I think we can use a customary law, but as I said, if it is not implemented in your constitution, it will be very difficult, because it's not a normative law. It means the states are not obliged to recognize this customary law. It is from your side to build, if I may, to build a balance of power in order to force the state to take into consideration the customary law. And you could be helped if you work first on the ILO 169, because if you are, if your state, I don't know if Belize has signed this convention,
Convention.
169. I don't know, but
No,
Yes, they have.
What?
We haven't, the past government didn't sign on to it, and that's the reason why the Mayas have been back and forth. They won their case, and still they haven't made any adjustment to our law to ensure that they enjoy that right or get back what is rightfully theirs, or to have that to have their right enshrined so that they can enjoy it. Right? So that is a back and forth thing with the past government. However, we just recently had an election and we have a new government, and that is an avenue that we can
Yes, I think
utilize.
you have to mobilize your people around this to force the government to sign the convention 169. It is an open door, and then after that you can ask for the application of the customary law and to be included in your constitution.
Love it.
Okay, excellent.
If
Are
I
there
may,
any other questions or comments for our sister Marielle? Anyone? So one of the things we're doing, Marielle, in this women's conference,
You're muted, James. You need to unmute yourself.
One of these things in this conference is a movement where we are coming up with declarations and actions that could be presented to the Garifuna Nation, for the Garifuna Nation, with the Garifuna Nation, so that coming from this conference, we are asking for that recognition. So we would like to thank you. We do have a working group that deals with issues of land, and it was very amazing, the review that you gave, because certainly we would like to continue to have alliances and relationships with people like yourselves and others that you could recommend in terms of having set a precedence in getting this ratified. So that way, you know, we can gather strength to be part of these networks, these international networks of like-minded people.
And I also want just, if I may, I want just add also there is it was adopted last year, I think in 2019, a declaration of the right of peasants by the UN. It is a UN declaration on peasants, 2009. And on it, there is a lot of indication concerning the sovereignties, food sovereignties, or the right to land, etc., self-determination on land, etc., etc. I think also we can, but if I may also, it could be very interesting from my point of view, if you work on this issue, to be in touch with the Guadeloupe agricultures working juridically on this issue.
Good, good.
Wonderful. I just wanted to ask President of the Garifuna Nation. It is very powerful because earlier on we were speaking about declaration. We were speaking about stepping into the power of who we are as Garifuna indigenous people, and that we were here before the Europeans came and so on. So what is the possibility of that declaration of this gathering? You just declare a thing and it is. So
Yes.
all the other details of the 169 and all of that, we can speak to that. However,
Yes.
this morning we were speaking about Garifuna spirituality and coming into the newness of who we are as women and a people. We were always like that. So, Mr. President, can you speak to us, please?
Yes, thank you, for reminding me that my ancestors were not pirates. And so moving forward, we want to begin to use language. For very recently, we are beginning to use the word of genocide. Our ancestors used word genocide. We experienced genocide. So I want to ask the people participating now if there is a problem with our using the word genocide in our statements when we are making this declaration to forward using 169 Convention 169 to reclaim our territory and what was stolen from us. I'm in favor of a statement declaration that will follow these lines of ownership of regaining our territory. Go ahead.
If I may, Egbert, I think for the genocide, there is no contestation because it was a plan, it was planified, systematic, and during long time.
Yes.
It is exactly the elements constituting the declaration of genocide, the definition of genocide. And it is not like a crimes against humanity. That is why for enslaved people, we use crimes against humanity.
Mm. Yeah.
But for Kalina, Garifuna, it was a systematic planified extermination, and for a long time.
So, Sister Marielle, is there precedents that we can look at, Egbert and others, where we move from the place of genocide to a place of declaring a dignity, a newness? Speaking the reality of what happened, speaking the reality of where we are now, and speaking the reality of the fact that we have a uniqueness and a dignified state of being in spite of all of that. So that, as we had in our earlier conversation, can you please mute? In our earlier conversation, we were speaking to Garifuna Nation in the context of collaboration with other nations. So it is like a paralleling a conversation. Yes, this is what happened to us. And in addition to that, we are here. We have our language, we have our customs, we have our state of being, we have our culture. We are here. And so to speak from a place of power, step into the power of who we are. So as we speak the truth, we are speaking on par. You know, we're not begging for recognition. You know, we're declaring that we are.
Yes, and I do appreciate Marielle's invitation to work and study the people, the activists in Guadeloupe, who are using a judiciary process in terms of reclaiming what was lost.
Yeah, I would just like to make a contribution in regards to what, what Marielle has actually shared, you know, that we can all keep in mind, particularly the friends that would be involved in this process. And that is that Marielle clearly indicated that in light of seeking justice in relation to you know, our situation, the situation with the lands being taken and all that suffering that the Garinago people, you know, have actually undergone. I feel that what she indicates is that in addition, you know, to the customary law, that we can draw upon other laws to actually strengthen, you know, the use of the customary law. So it's, you know, so going forward, it will be very good, yes, you know, that we keep in mind having an example, you know, following the example of others that would have actually used this law, but as much as possible, framing it on the basis of a holistic legal position, and bringing in what, Cynthia is indicating. This would not be anything other than our people taking action to, you know, taking the steps to reinstate, you know, to bring about justice in regards to a situation where justice, you know, was actually, you know, very, very much missing from that kind of connection that existed between the French and the Garnogo people.
So James, I would like to invite you and others, because this is as we said, this is a conference, which is a movement. It's a spiritual transformation. It's a healing. So it begins with us. You know, it begins with us and this very process that we are in, where we are taking responsibility and being accountable. Because in the negotiation process, we need to have clarity.
Yes.
And we have gone through this process of cleansing facilitated by you, James. And what you came up with, Mariela, about the violence, you know, and certainly as I see Miss Jane Bennett is on, one of the conversations that took place in the University of the West Indies, specifically as the conversation with men, was men at risk. And the other one was in terms of the, how do we heal from, what mechanism or what process are we deciding to go through to heal? And so I really would like to get some feedback from you about the healing process. And the healing process, as we spoke about this morning, is healing from within and speaking and not being afraid or ashamed to speak about what has happened or what is happening to us has happened, changing the language. So when somebody says we're depressed or schizophrenic, using that language, we change it into something else. Could I have some feedback on that, please? Because I see this as related to changing the narrative, telling the story differently, speaking truth, not being ashamed of saying what happened, the dreams that we have had, not being afraid to speak about them.
I'm not a specialist in a psycho blah blah. I'm not specialist, but what I can say, it's really important to know exactly where we are coming from, what was the history, and why, also to understand why this history is not recognized as it is. Why, what is the reason, and we have to base that on a political will or unwill of the colonizer to recognize us as human. And it's part of their, the continuum of the domination of the coloniality of power. And when they decide to still not recognize us, invisibilize us and mute us, saying, for example, in the case of Guadeloupe, when we asked for at the first question of constitutionality we asked, they said, slavery, right now, slavery is not a serious question because there is no more slavery in France, and it is not a serious question. It's just to consider us as a joking. We were joking asking this question, and they did not take us in consideration, and it's exactly the way they act. That's why I understand when the people are not recognized for what they are, where the other did not recognize their dignity. It's, of course, for certain people, it's really hurting. And I think the way to rehabilitate, thank you, the mind of the people, the oppressed, the racialized people, it's to make them stronger with the knowing of the history, and also why, and also explanation on political level, for what reason the white power refuse to change the paradigm of the storytelling and the domination. Because it is related, and to make understandable to the people, the racialization, the policy of race in order to hierarchize humanity is related to the building of the capitalist system. And if we want change this paradigm of domination, as Black people, Afro-descendant people, Africans, or Garifuna, Califuna, we are obliged to force the capitalist system to endorse the link there is between racialization and of humanity and capitalist fundament. And that is why also we can explain, it is one of the reasons we can explain, because when they decide to attack systematically Garifunas, Kalinas, and then to put in enslavement Africans people, and to maintain their force and their order, the white order, they decide, they were obliged to fight against the resistance of these people in one way, or also to fight against the enslaved. We try to resist if they, and it is from that the perpetual war against people is still there. It is an institutional way of domination against people, and you can see endless war outside of US, France, Occidental countries. You can see that, but also inside the territory of the colonizer. Now it's a war against, here in France, for example, against Muslim, Arabs, African descent, poor people, marginalized, etc., etc. They put in place an endless war against people and population. And it's coming from this organization because the white supremacy consider there is some peoples who are entitled to dominate, and the other as they are only entitled to be subjugated.
Yes. Thank you, Mary.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And you've really enriched us this afternoon. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot when it came to the power of Garifuna spirituality. I was only making reference to conversations that we had, and I was challenging the Garifuna people in the audience to take note and speak to that. However, in closing, thanking you so much. I call you sister and Garifuna, right? You come to Belize once the COVID is whatever, and we will show you a good Garifuna way. Do some punta and eat some Garifuna food.
Exactly.
What would be interesting in the future cultivation of our relationship, however, is to look at the way how religion undermined the spirituality, because there were these institutions and churches that came from the colonizers that certainly eroded or attempted to erode into our spirituality. And so what I was making reference to is that this morning, we were encouraging ourselves to speak who we are and not to be ashamed or afraid of speaking Garifuna spirituality. So it was a test just now, not for you, but for us, because it is something that we would tend to hide and not speak, that we have our own way of spiritual being in what we call Garifuna Duao. Sister, thank you very much. It would be awesome if we continue this relationship and get some of the works of your father, Franz Fanon, find out more about the books and the work, because it's by listening, taking a deeper listening, that we begin to get to know one another some more. So I hope you stay along with us and feel free to join us in our meeting today and tomorrow and make any suggestions or any recommendations. We truly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And have a beautiful day. Yes.
Cynthia, maybe just a point in regards to what you have mentioned.
James,
in light of going forward, I believe that a very significant point has to do with how do we articulate justice in regards to every particular issue that we will need to actually address. So in this particular case, it has to do with land. So how do we approach this in a way that, yes, it is not as just merely being like victims, but it's from the perspective of the fact that one, we are human beings, and yes, we have equal rights with every other human being on earth. And yes, you know, we are here on this earth with equal opportunities to enjoy the rights, you know, that is actually afforded by all the legal instruments that are put into place in regards to ensuring that we understand what does it mean? What does it mean in our own time to be a human being, and what are those rights, you know, that are ours?
Good, James. We gotta move. We gotta
We
go
have
on
to
to the next person.
We have an next
Thank you,
presenter.
Marielle.
Thank
you very
you
much,
so
Marielle.
much.
Thank you, Egbert, for the invitation. It was really empowering to speak with Garifuna.
Yes, we were meaning to do this long time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will leave you because it's late now in Paris, and
okay. All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Miriam.
Gwen.
Tomorrow there is a demonstration against police violence, and I will not be with you during the afternoon, the day after.
Well, we'd like to learn more about that, because those are the kinds of things we need to be aware of. You know, in the United States, when the violence took place, the whole world protested against that. So we are at oneness with each other. Okay, Marielle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Take care. Okay, God bless.
That we have to be in touch and to continue. Thank you.
Right, we will be. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So, Egbert.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, we have to move. We're behind time. So let's get Gwen going without much ado. Gwen?
We have Gwen here.
Maybe she left.
I'm here. You see Taruni?
Very good.
Taruni. I got to get used to Taruni.
No. She borrowed my laptop to do her Zoom class before she had gotten her laptop, and I don't know how to change that, so she has to change it back to my name. But with Rambawe, I know we've had an overload, so I want everybody to inhale and exhale.
Do that. Give us a little inhale and exhale.
Exhale. So
thank you.
One
to
more
the
time.
Power within us, we give
Inhale.
strength. We give thanks.
Exhale. Very good.
Nice.
Must be a teacher.
All right, so I'm sharing a screen. I hope you can see. Can you see?
Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, nice.
We
can see you. We can see you.
That's my beauty there, just in case you don't know it.
All right.
Nice.
All right, I have been asked to talk briefly on a huge topic, but in my 50 minutes, I said, well, I have to zoom in on two major topics. And so today I'll be talking about the role of women as preservers of the culture. And this has been in line with what we started with from this morning. And I'll zoom in on 2 points: women as the first voice and women as stronghold of the homes. So women as the first voice. Back to language. When a child is born, generally, the first voice heard is either that nurse, and the nurse is normally a female, and comes home to the mother. And the mother is the one whose voice the child would hear first. So that is why it's important in the Garifuna culture. We see that the men the young boys now are speaking a lot in the female voice. We have a male voice, we have a female voice, and then we have the voice across, right? So boys and girls learn the mother's language, the female voice. Hence the reason we always talk about mother's tongue. You don't hear about father's tongue. People tell you about the mother tongue, right? And that mother tongue is your first language. But now, with a shift in the loss of language trend, we now talk about our ancestral language. So for us, Garinagu, the ones who really don't speak Garifuna, your first language maybe Creole, maybe Spanish, maybe English, right? But the ancestral language is Garifuna. And so as time goes by, you'll find out now that the children, for example, the pronoun I would say Gwen Nuguya, I am Gwen, as a female. James will say James out because he's a male. I will say Hagabunu, that come to me. James as a man will say Ahye. Me the female, I will say Bugoya for you. James says Amur as a man. Yeah. Amur, right? And you notice with the Legabuti and Maguti, right? The U with the two dot and without the two dot, the different sound that it makes. It completely changes the meaning of the word without it. So now, after a while, the woman nurturing these children and the young men, you would hear them speaking their mother's voice, right? And when they get of age and they transition with their grandfathers or father or some male figure, you hear that conversation change. The words in the conversation from Hagabu to Ahu, from Buguya to Amuru, right? They then speak the male voice, but the holders of the language for the culture, generally the women, because now, as you'll see in my next slide, because of absenteeism in terms of fathers, then you see that it doesn't matter what age you hear grown men now speaking in the female tongue right across. In terms of birthing, there's a spiritual connection with motherhood in our culture. And the mothers, our grandmothers, are the bearers, right? For example, when a woman is pregnant, a woman is given extra care. And even in the attire, in the old days, when a woman was pregnant, you wouldn't see the size of her stomach. So it hurts me now, like it bothers me when I see like pregnant women with their stomach out. There's a new design now, a new design of pregnancy where your stomach is out, right? Forgetting the sacredness of this state you're in, right? And as Garifuna women, they are the ones who teach us. When giving birth, I call it birthing, there's also preparations that we are put through. And even after you give birth, there's a healing, cleansing preparation that we go through, because there are herbs that will be boiled for you to drink, and that herb as well will be boiled for you to put in a bucket and sit on. And that is important, because even when you look at yourself and you get a regular cut, right? A wound, sometimes you see the top, it's healed, but and it still hurts you. It still hurts because your flesh has not properly healed. Then they will tell you, okay, put Vicks, oh, the over faithful Vicks. When I got older, I saw on the Vicks bottle, external use only. Realize, toothache, Vicks, sore throat, Vicks, we swallow that down. Not knowing it was external use only. So they will tell you, okay, put Vicks, and then there's a warm compress. And that warm compress allows the healing through the pores, right? So the same thing with us after giving birth. There's this couple days ritual that you have to go through. You abstain from any sexual activity. You sit over this heat. You avoid cold drinks. You know, make sure that your head is warm. Make sure that your feet are warm. So they sucks you down, you know, because you don't want to catch cold. You don't want, because that type of cold, I forget the proper name, but it's kind of baby cold, right? Hamuel in Garifuna. I don't know what's the proper English word, but that can really get you disabled, right? And have long-term effects. So cock up your ears because you don't want wind to get into your ears. So all that preparation is done by women. And in terms of the child, they are there to clean the child, because you cannot do that at this point in time. And they teach you how to babashani, warm the child to strengthen the child's back. And as well, if there's any interior mal whatever, that warmness helps you, right? And then in breastfeeding is a spiritual experience. Spiritual experience, I call it, because their language is brought on as well, because you're breastfeeding, you're talking to your child. That child is also communicating with you, you know, and that bonding happens. So that is deep. That is only through a woman. And then in terms of the first voice as well, work assignment, you're given tasks, and then you are guided in doing those tasks, and values are being taught. For example, to be responsible. I went to a house one day because we were youth jamboree, so they host me, and I was there fixing my space, and the young lady in the host family said, no, the maid will do that. And well, I don't go with maids, so so I told her, I said no, I said so. What do you do? What? Because everything was done for her. And then I told her, I said, try to watch the maid, and then you help the maid fix your bed. Yeah. That's being responsible. That's teaching responsibility. And then I told her, when you do chores, there are certain things that you learn, and your mind develops differently, right? And these things are taught to us by the women. So, and it's through this engagement that the voices are being heard, the values are being passed on, right? And then in our Garifuna culture, for example, ayahani, right? When we go and the cassava processing, tasks are defined. So ayahani is a female task, right? Now, yes, we're recruiting men to ayaha. So at our place at the monument site in Dangriga. So men are now ayahaing, right? They're baking cassava. They're joining us because we're learning how to bring back that art. So, and the rich discussion that happens during that time. When the child is being dressed, the mother is speaking, so the child learns the word. The child learns, okay, when they say ragagwaba versus sasigwaba. Ragagwaba means take off your clothes. Then when they say sasigwaba, that's mean change that attire. So then women as stronghold of the home. I put beneficial absenteeism because I don't want the negative connotation of absenteeism. There's the absenteeism where the fathers, they're not involved in the life of their children. Some children don't even know who their fathers are because their fathers just disappear. Not that kind I'm talking about. Women are stronghold, handling the household because of those examples, but generally in the past, the women were the stronghold of the home because of beneficial absenteeism. I define it because men go camping and when they're working, right? They work in the sawmills. I know, for example, like in Hopkins and some of the Garifuna communities, the men work in those sawmills that were closed. They had paw mills, sawmills. There was one around City River. There was one up past Kendall. So my uncles would tell me about their experience. So sometimes if they work in the Hughes Mill, they can stay and go every day. But when they go work out far, then they have to leave camping, and the women are the ones taking care of the household, going to the farm, making sure that the children are properly taken care of. Then there are some teachers, although they traveled along with their families, there were some families that stayed behind. And even when they are at school, the women still have to be the one taking charge. So the Garifuna women have been the ones who ensure that whatever aspect of life that the children must learn, that they are the ones who are imparting it. And then when I got older, I learned the word herbalist, right? So our mothers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers are herbalists because remember there wasn't any proper clinics in our communities. There wasn't any hospital. You had to make sure they had midwives like me. So when I asked me, which hospital you man? I said, well, Namu, my hospital, our house at Hopkins. That's where I was born, in a house in Hopkins with a midwife. So no record of me being born at a hospital. Yes. So, but they became medicine experts. Like I was talking about the good old Vicks. Every household had Vicks. One finish, next one the day. Apart from the Vicks, you just go into the yard. You have an itch, hagrahu. You sugar that, serosi, sugar that. You cannot sleep at night because of some nightmare or some bad omen or whatever. Lamuru, that is too good, yeah. And then you bathe that, or garlic, good old garlic, would be placed in your under a pillow or in your space so that the bad spirit can go, you know. And the other day I was at a funeral, and a baby was there, and this baby was crying and crying and crying and crying and crying and crying. And when I noticed, they took her, and I went after the mother and the grandmother, and I told them, and they were taking off the child's clothes, baby hat, and I said, get me some garlic. So give me 2 plugs of garlic. He said, garlic? I said, give me 2 plugs of garlic. So the aunt went into the house, and I said, all right, I looked at the child, I said, put it somewhere in the Pampers and in her shirt. And hail and behold, the child just quiet down. And I said a little prayer over her, and the child quiet down. He said, what you do, Auntie Gwen? I said, we did a funeral. How kind of spirits they around here? This child shouldn't be around death like that, right? This child has to be protected. And so I have to explain that to them. So I learned that from my grandmother, great-grandmother, mingling with women. So they had the remedy, right? And then, men, they became our money people, our economists. When I went to school, I learned the word economist, and when I heard the definition and all, I said, that's my mom, my granny. Right? My mom built house without loan from a bank. You can imagine that? And our generation, we go get loan from the bank, so the bank own the place until we finish clear them. Not our parents and grandparents. They stretch. You say, oh, how many age I have there, right? Because you give them $50 and the magic that they do with that $50, and they have been able to stretch a little that was given to them, teaching us the value of saving. My mom always tell you, hoba libre, casta libre, arreda libre. Eat some, save some, and spend some, right? Very important. And I guess that's the way they ensure that these cultural values, cultural in terms of practices and cultural in terms of way of living, right? Your culture is also your way of living. So they were able to encompass all of that. So I have 50 minutes, so I have to wrap up with all of that. And so,
Beautiful. Beautiful, Sister Gwen. I had a little technical issue, but we have different gadgets. As we have had such an awesome presentation from you, are there any quick questions or comments that anyone would like to share? Sister Gwen, thank you so much for staying with us for the day. This is beautiful, and I hope you'll join us tomorrow. Anyone would like to have any quick questions or comments?
Yes, I want to thank Gwen very much. Also, Gwen, in terms of a woman being economist, I also remember syndicate. I don't know where they get that word from. Syndicate. The woman would be the one who would hold a lot of money.
It's still happening.
Syndicate. And the men never do that. So that's why I am so happy that for the establishment of the credit union, the Federal Credit Union, it's the women who are leading the Garifuna Nation in establishing the credit union. And I am totally with you with this idea of women being the best economists in our nation. Thank you, Gwen.
And the syndicate system,
and
Gwen, you're going to talk about his grandmother.
Because many women are still in syndicate. Somebody tell me, like, better put it in the bank. I say, but I got a discipline. But when I got a syndicate, turn come, that money you put, and people build their house from that, do a lot of things because of this syndicate. I don't know if it's a legal thing, but hey, it works.
Hey, hush, Gwen. Well, thank you.
Well, Gwen, before you go, Gwen, greetings.
Yes,
greetings.
I'm here.
I'm so proud of you. I love this woman. I love this woman dearly.
My great mentor.
You did a fantastic job, Gwen. So all the best and forward to more sharing. All right. So I didn't want you to leave without me expressing that. Thank you so much, and I love you very much, Gwen. Dr. Eunice Gonzalez.
Thank you, my mentor and my empowerer.
Thank you, Gwen.
Okay.
It's nice to hear you again.
Cynthia, can I say a quick word to Miss Gwen before she goes?
Yes, please. Sure. Go ahead, Miss Jane.
Miss Gwen, how are you?
Introduce yourself, please, Miss Jane.
No, Gwen knows exactly who I am. Hi, Miss Gwen, you all right?
Other people don't know. Please speak.
Okay, I did earlier today. Hi, I'm Jane Bennett. Used to be at UWI. Have a
University of the West
literacy,
Indies.
University, thank you, Cynthia. University of the West Indies. I founded and I'm chair of the board for a Center for Literacy and life skills. But I know Miss Gwen way back, and when she opened her mouth, everybody just have to sit and listen, right? You have no choice. Always wonderful things coming from her. So just wanted to give her a shout out.
Okay, wonderful. Anybody has, thank you, Miss Jane. We'll be hearing from you tomorrow.
Yes.
Any more questions or comments?
Yes.
Anyone?
Yes. Hi, this is Helen Ehinio, Egbert's wife. I wanted to know if she, Ms. Gwen, has any published works that we can reference, how we can find her writings, her materials, slides that she shared today.
Okay, I can share.
You can put it in the chat,
with
Gwen.
Egbert, and then he can forward.
Correct.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you for that reminder, Helen, because I think it's very important for us to support our people in terms of their writings and publications. Any of you that is on this session that has anything that you would wish to share, please don't be shy. Do not hesitate. If you've read a book, if you do a workshop, a seminar, if you sew clothes, or if you do herbal medicine, whatever. This is a space, a sacred space to share so that we can network. Is there anyone else who would like to comment before we close and prepare for tomorrow? Because we'd like to do an evaluation and get some feedback from you as to how today went.
You have what Ifasenia is also Ifasenia is presenting.
I'm sorry, Ifasenia. You know, you all have been so beautiful in this day that I feel like you've been sharing nuggets of gems and gold for us today.
Ifasenia is here.
I do not see her.
Yes,
okay,
she's here.
Oh,
Go
good.
ahead,
Okay.
Ifasenia.
Great.
Without further ado, Ifasenia.
Okay, good afternoon, it is my pleasure to be speaking with you this afternoon. And since I'm the last presenter, I won't keep you very long. And I want to build on what Nibugaya Gwen has shared in relation to women, Garifuna women as culture bearers. It is actually, and I'm sure that there are documents that could establish this in terms of the transmission or reproduction of culture. Women have always in just about every society naturally been the ones that have been culture bearers and that have been the ones to transmit and reproduce culture to the next generation, just by virtue of being mothers, but also because in the way that societies have been structured, women are the ones that are around children the most, and they are the ones that are holders and preservers of the most significant aspects of our cultures, especially those things that make us connect better with each other in a community. And by way of introduction then, so I want to build on that discussion to let you know for this topic on Garifuna Duo and the social contract, what makes me able to speak on this topic. I got into advocacy from a very young age, and I speak mainly about my getting involved in the National Garifuna Council at 14 years old. And I got into the National Garifuna Council when I went up for Miss Garifuna. And I was happy to have gotten the opportunity to go up for Miss Garifuna because it immersed me into Garifuna culture in a greater way than I was exposed to in my mother's household. And of course, I find myself, like many of us, as evidence of what Sister Gwen had spoken of in terms of being the beneficiaries of a mother that taught us to embrace Garifuna, being Garifuna. And so my knowledge of Garifuna Duo started in that household at 38 City Street with my mother's guidance. And in growing in that household with her, I was very appreciative of what it meant to be Garifuna. And so into my teenage years, I simply wanted to be as Garifuna as I could possibly be. And so going up for Miss Garifuna was one of the ways that I did that. And joining the National Garifuna Council also supported me on that mission. And why I bring up the NGC and then all the other organizations that I've since been involved in is because an aspect of my presentation has to do with advocacy and social contract. And when you talk about social contract, you're looking at governance and people and their government. How do you engage those two elements in the society in a way that is beneficial to everyone? And so for me, like I mentioned before, I am Ifashina Efunyeme, daughter of Jacinta Palacio and Luke Mariano. I grew up in Belize City at 38 City Street. I am a proud Garifuna. I have a Yoruba name, which means Ifa opens the way. And so as I speak to this gathering, I speak with Ifa's support, I speak with Ifa's guidance, I speak with the guidance of the Orishas, and definitely with the guidance of, and upon the shoulders of my ancestors, who without them, I would not be here. What I know of being Garifuna is because of them. I am Garifuna because of them. My parents, both my mother and my father, were Garifuna, and their parents were Garifuna, and their parents' parents were Garifuna. So I know my lineage up to 5 generations on both sides, and I am very happy for that. The Ariolas, the Palacios, the Marianos, the Menas, the Petios, the Estradas, Martinezes, Lambes, etc. They are here with me as I speak to you on Garifuna Duo. What does it mean to be Garifuna? It means, first of all, being very aware of what your culture is all about. So for me, and my understanding of culture is that it is both material and non-material. So I know of Garifuna attire, I know of Garifuna tools, I know of the Hana, I know of the Hibise and the Beisawa and the Ruguma. I know of the things that we use from day to day to make the things that we consume. I know of the clothing that we wear. I know of the kinds of houses that we lived in. I know of the kinds of buildings and spaces that are important to our survival and to our spirituality especially. I know of the kind of vehicles that we have created and the kind of artwork that we have also created. My mother still has a bed at home that my great-grandfather made. So Garifuna Duo involves your awareness, being very knowledgeable of your culture, every aspect or as much of it as is possible and as is available to you. Being also able enough to maintain aspects of that culture. So for example, I can make tapo and I can make hudut and I can make darasa. And I've been learning also how to make cassava bread. There are things in our food, in our practice that I am aware of. There are some songs that I can sing. There are dances that I can dance. I even learned how to sew the Garifuna attire because Garifuna Duo also means being able to live Garifuna. So it's not just about being aware of what it means to be Garifuna, but living it in some way, shape, or form. Now, another aspect is Garifuna language use, which has been a point of contention for many over the years because there has been that challenge. Well, if you don't speak Garifuna, you're not Garifuna, or you're not Garifuna enough. Mama Garifuna buguye, Giofuna buguye, right? So we've had that challenge, many of us who did not get to learn the language in a way that made us most comfortable so that I could have given this presentation, for example, completely and fully in Garifuna, and that everybody who calls themselves Garifuna would be able to understand me if I were able to speak fully in Garifuna and give this presentation in my language, the language of my ancestors. But I can argue that over the years, because when I went up for Miss Garifuna and won to represent Belize City, but didn't win to nationally, the issue was the language. And I remember the question that was asked of me, which had to do with whether or not Garifuna culture would still be in existence in the year 2000. Because at the time, 1991, that seemed to be so far-fetched. Like the year 2000 seemed like the world could possibly come to an end at that time, no? And I said very, very strongly, passionately, that of course Garifuna language would be, Garifuna culture, Garifuna would exist in 2000, because as long as I am alive, Garifuna will be alive. And that continues to be my stance. And so I have always been Garifuna wherever I go. Once I leave my space, once I leave Belize, I'm in Garifuna attire. If I'm walking the halls of the United Nations, it's in Garifuna attire. Any international airport, it's in Garifuna attire, because I am Garifuna, I'm proud to be Garifuna. And it was not just about being able to speak Garifuna, because I know a lot of people who are very fluent in the Garifuna language. But when placed in spaces like on the University of the West Indies campus, or on the St. Catherine Academy campus, or the St. John's Junior College campus, they didn't speak Garifuna then. They did not seem to want to be associated with being Garifuna then. So is it just about being able to speak the language? It is more than that. It is having that love for this culture that resonates with you every time and in every space consistently. So Garifuna Duo is also about knowing your history, because part of the reason why many Garinagu do not feel safe, comfortable being Garifuna anywhere else other than when they're within our communities is because we face discrimination when we leave. And if we want to fit in, and if we want to climb the social ladder, if we want to experience upward social mobility, then you can't be this other thing that's not fashionable to be. But why would it not be fashionable to be the descendant of a people that fought successfully for years against the most powerful European power at the time? Why would you not want to be proud to be the descendant of people who, after their food supply was destroyed and their leader was murdered and many others were murdered and they had to surrender and were placed on an island to be killed off for genocide purposes, survived that? And then they also were rounded up, those who remained, and then were shipped across the sea to another island where they were just dumped and left there. And then were also able to cross from there to Belize, to Labuga, and extended across Central America. How could I not be proud of being the descendant of those type of people, tenacious, persevering, self-sufficient? How couldn't I be? I could only not be if I didn't know about them. If I didn't know about them, how could I be proud of them? I can't be proud of my great-grandfather if I was not told stories of the things he did, the excellent farm that he had, and his expertise in woodwork. I wouldn't be able to appreciate my great-grandmother's strength and her business sense. She traveled from Barranco to Belize Town so when Schumann writes in his book about Garifuna women traveling to Belize Town to sell their food products, and then my mother says, well, my great-grandmother, my grandmother, her grandmother, my great-grandmother did that. How could I not be proud? If I didn't know, I wouldn't be proud. So Garifuna Dwell, being able to live Garifuna, being Garifuna to its fullest extent, it comes with all of that, being culturally aware, putting into practice what you know of your culture as much as possible, using Garifuna language, and certainly knowing Garifuna history. Now, the social contract, it deals with how we as citizens associate with the governance of our communities. And I And I want to quote from you, from Jennifer Mohammed. It's from her textbook that I teach, Caribbean Studies at Ecumenical Junior College. And what she says on the issue of social contract is citizens give up certain dimensions of their power, their ability to be violent, to take the law into their own hands. They give that up in order that most of their needs be met by a government which they themselves elect. Members of government accept this power and in turn are mindful of their responsibilities to citizens to provide the conditions for an equitable standard of living. That is, in a nutshell, what social contract is. So it's not something that we put into writing necessarily, but it is an understanding that we place you, the leaders, into that position of leadership because we are entrusting you with our power to make decisions on our behalf, which means not that we totally then relinquish responsibility or accountability, but this is a partnership. We just put you in the forefront. And it is not just about political leadership when you talk about governance, because here in the Garifuna Nation, we have to think about that. And in our communities, we have to think about that. And when we think about where we were, when we were in our homeland, Urume, we did not have this very static structure in place that was led by men and they made all the decisions. It wasn't like that. Every community had their structure in place, and certainly elders played an important role, and certainly women played also a very important role, because Garifuna Dwell is not patriarchal. Garifuna Dwell, I offer to be matriarchal, to be matrilineal, to be matrifocal. Women played always, traditionally, a very important role in Garifuna society, Garifuna culture, Garifuna being. So it made sense when Nibugaya Gwen was speaking about culture being passed on, held, preserved by women, because that is the way we have always been as a people. Our struggle when it came to now patriarchy comes from our exposure to patriarchy from the Europeans who we had to fight with. And even though they were not able to control our bodies per se, because we like to talk about the fact that we were never enslaved by them, we were still colonized by them. They still had control over us. So when we came into their spaces, like coming to Belize, we then had to deal with their ideology. Once we were going to accept their education and their religion, those institutions pushed patriarchal values and patriarchal ways of existence. But for us as Garifuna people, our way of being had always regarded highly the role of women. There was not a subjugation. And if it happened later on. That is something we should pay attention to, because if we think about our grandmothers and great-grandmothers, they were not in positions in which they were below our great-grandfathers. They were on par with our great-grandfathers. And even if they chose to care for our great-grandfathers, it wasn't because they felt like they were the servant of our great-grandfathers. And it wasn't like our grandfathers, great-grandfathers treated them as though that's all they were and it wasn't valuable, the role that they played. It was a partnership. So our family property, the acres of lands, the farmlands that we have, for example, in my family in Barranco, a portion of it belongs to my great-grandmother with her name on the title, and a portion of it belongs to my great-grandfather with his name on the document. You see? So that was our reality as a people. So when it came to how we were governed, because we came into a society that now was not under our control per se, we had to follow basically what the British brought with them. Now, because they had placed us outside of their settlement boundary, below the Sibun, we ended up utilizing the alcalde system, which is also what the Mayas utilized. And of course, this was still very patriarchal because it was men that would be the alcaldes. And the decisions would then come down from the men. However, we tended to be an organized people. And so we would meet and discuss issues and then make decisions collectively. And my only experience that I can say that I could see now growing up in the 90s to see in, for example, Barranco and the communal way in which we operated was the fahina, right? So if the village needed to be cleaned, then everybody got together, and then it was a collective effort that went into cleaning the community. And same way, that's what I saw when it came to cassava baking, is people came together, went to the farm together, reaped together, came back to the village together, and every step of the process was done collectively. Now, how do we balance that with a structure inherited from the British, a Westminster system of government? Do we even understand what that is all about? This is one of the challenges that we face as Garifuna people, because now we have to operate in a system that isn't necessarily ours. It is essentially alien to us, but we have constantly been assimilating. I remember Ms. Dina talking about that earlier. We have been constantly assimilating because we want to make everybody comfortable. So we've been riding along with that program this whole time. And so much so that now we simply vote people into office, but we do not hold them accountable, which is our traditional way of being. Do we feel any sense of connection really to the people that now represent us, that we are now putting into office? And is that because of a departure from Garifuna Duo? These are now questions that we must reflect on. I cannot give you the answers to those questions. Those are things we need to reflect on as a people collectively, because we have moved away from our own understanding of our existence since we left Urume. And in moving away from that, whatever our ancestors tried very hard to hold on to has been a challenge to keep, because we have embraced the colonizers' religion, and we have embraced the colonizers' education. And we have also embraced the colonizers' system of government. So if we get back to who we are, get back to our traditions, this whole Aubun Amuruno concept, I for you and you for me, if we get back to that, we would never have to worry about blue, red, yellow, green, pink, orange. There would be no color for us to worry about except black, white, and yellow. Because then we would only be deciding in the best interest of who we are as Garinagu. And that is the thing that I want to leave us with for my presentation and this wonderful day of discussion, is how do we get to voting, to choosing, to making decisions in the best interest of the collective, black, white, yellow, Garinagu. That is where we need to go, because for sure, that is how the Asians are making their decisions. That is how the Mennonites are making their decisions. they are making their decisions collectively. And we need to get back to our roots. We need to get back to how we lived as a people, as one people, to make our decisions in that way. That way, when anybody comes to talk to us, they know that no matter if it's which constituency it is, the Garinago are voting in this way. So we have to make sure that we are providing for the Garinago. It doesn't matter where they are, because they only have one objective in mind. They are operating in one way with one goal. That is where we need to go to get back to. And when people talk about this crab in a barrel mentality, let's start to challenge that, because who put the barrel there first and foremost, and who put the crabs in it? Because it's not natural for crabs to be in barrels. So if crabs are in barrels, it's because somebody put the crabs in the barrel. And we need to now work on dismantling said barrel, as opposed to being and continuing to accept this lie that keeps being told about us, that we have a crab in the barrel mentality. So let's break that barrel into pieces. Ceremony.
Thank you, Sister Fatima. It has been a very beautiful closure for today, and I love you all. And as I look at all the beautiful presence here, sure that we have the capacity, as our ancestors did, with far less resources, to chart a new path and a new way. And it has been a beautiful day of sharing. This has been a very revolutionary, sacred space that has invited several perspectives from all over the world. And Sister Fatima, you are beautiful. I love you. Where you are in position, and you are expressing the power of one. And there are many powers of one in this space, like Harriet Tubman, who has the capacity, the Underground Railroad, to make a difference when it even seems as if nothing is happening. There's much more happening than we can see. So I really thank all of you who have shared today. I see my sister. Hi, sis, Lucia Ellis, my beautiful sister. Love you, sis. She's been one of the people who has been pioneering. She has publications. Anybody who has publications, who is available to continue this conversation, help us to create a space. I see Dr. Carla Barnett. Yep, she'll be speaking with us tomorrow on the issue of land. Think about the questions that we have, but questions from the perspective of solution. I don't know if we have Roy. I don't know which Roy that is, or if it's Barbara Roy. Well, if it's Barbara Roy, hi, we give not enough respect. Matthew Miller, Feline, I see at the Heritage Library, where we are in position, we have the capacity to make a difference. We have more resources and access. We live in both worlds and all worlds. So every generation has a responsibility and the capacity to break the cycle. So we have in the Heritage Library, my godmother, Garifuna, a big picture of her. It may seem like a small thing, but it's a big thing. Is there anyone who would like to make some comments? And I would like to ask you, in terms of how the day went, in terms of this presentation, what worked for you? Yes, anybody comment?
I just want to make a quick comment because it's 10:30 here and I have to go. I'm so sorry, but I really am very appreciative for all the sharing that has taken place. Thank you all so much for everything that has been said and the feedback, especially when it comes to economic sustainability and where we are as a people. And if Ashima made the comment about what the Mennonites are doing and what the Chinese are doing, and as someone who married outside of the Garifuna race, I will just say that it is extremely interesting when I have a conversation with my German European husband about how Garifuna Duo affects him, even before we even met. And so we are extremely international. I mean, he experienced Black culture, and something about Black culture is something he identified with. So when we speak very narrowly about wanting to preserve Garifuna Duo, we have to also be very mindful of how we are perceived internationally, because this man, you know, played basketball, listened to rap music, and somehow associated that with me. and then he opened a book, saw Belize, saw Garifuna people, and said, that's where I'm going. That's where I want to be. And so, yes, we want to see the oneness in ourselves as Garifuna people, but please be mindful of what assimilation means on the positive side, because there are people who have adopted our culture as their own as well, who have assimilated to us. And it was through assimilation that we have not only survived, but have been so resilient, because not everything about everybody else's culture that we come in contact with as Garifuna Duo has been bad for us. It has been very, very beneficial, a few things. And so within that space, I also want to say that, like Eliana Van Zandt talks about how much of Black culture and how much of Garifuna culture has influenced the world, and how we need to be able to be mindful of how we directly benefit from that. So like Watanege Kong Soup, that was one of the mentions in the training, that song from Chico Ramos. I saw, my husband heard that song for the first time in a movie we watched here in Germany called How to Be a Latin Lover. And there was no recognition of Chico Ramos, Andy Palacio in that song. But that's just for food for thought, is that assimilation doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It just has to be, we have to be mindful of how we cultivate what the international aspect is for us as a people. Like, how are we benefiting directly? I'm complete. Thank you very much for all the sharing. Good night.
Thank you. Beautiful brothers and sisters.
Cynthia, I would just like to call attention to what Ifashina actually stressed in her presentation. This mentality, the mentality of wholesomeness, partnership, communal engagement, collective universal participation. Again, you know, the way that you ended your presentation, Ifashina, is rather very fitting to us, because again, what we need to recognize is that fundamental oneness. Once we recognize that, that in itself will, you know, keep us, you know, in the state of the power that is necessary for us to go forward. In connection to that, I would also like to, you know, bring this to our attention. It's not something that we always think about, but it is very, very important. Who is the person who is truly free that can oppress another person? And I say that again to bring us back, you know, to this point of our universal mission, that this is not, what we're having here is not by chance. It's a process of, you know, the healing of the world. We are going through this at this time, at a very significant turning point in humanity's history, when many people are becoming very conscious that the most important medicine for most of humanity's challenges is unity. You know, we have to unite, we have to recognize our oneness, and so that we'll be able to certainly go forward. So this thing, you know, that the way that Ifashina shared, it comes back to this idea of recognizing our true identity and really pulling more from our collective consciousness.
Thank you very much, James. So today has been a very beautiful day. And as we prepare for tomorrow, we begin at 8 o'clock. We'd like to invite you to come up with whatever thoughts. This is a sacred space for you to share your perspectives. It's not about right, it's not about wrong. It's not about dwelling on the negativity, but being honest and sharing it in the context of how we are going to heal and how we are going to release all that negative to make space for newness, to stepping into the power of who we are, because it is a fact that in spite of all that has happened, in spite of the issues that have come up in our relationship, we love each other unconditionally because we have been made in the image and likeness of God. And with God, there is nothing that is imperfect. God is good, God is all-knowing, God is perfect, God is everywhere. All of you from all over the world just shows that it doesn't matter if you're in Lithuania or Dangriga or Chicago or wherever in the world, we have come together through this medium. I said that, you know, COVID, which we could have looked at and we could have had a long discussion today about all the horrors of COVID. I'm proud of all of you and myself and ourselves that we chose to look at COVID as an opportunity and a blessing. Had it not been for COVID, we wouldn't be here zooming in and zooming out, you know, and using technology. So I call on you and call on myself, brothers and sisters, to see the beauty of what it is we are embracing right now. We have a whole Minister of Lands who talk with tomorrow, and the previous head of the University of the West Indies. Everybody is special. It's not about title. It's not about position. It's about positioning ourselves to go to the next level. And as we're speaking tomorrow about land, we're going to speak about land. We're going to speak about, help me, Martha. This is my assistant right there. I got about 4 assistants here, right, including the young people. I want to thank everybody who has taken part today. And could you send us some messages on how you found today? Because James, I want to thank you very much. James has been our key facilitator. He took us through some grueling sessions, some Saturdays back to back. And so we're learning about what facilitation means. We're also learning that these things don't happen overnight. Formation, to form into be a new human being, a new way of doing things, requires cleansing. It requires releasing that old way of being. It requires stepping into the power and the goodness. God's will be done, not my will, not your will be done. So if there are any quick comments on how today went for you, I would welcome that from anyone. Just make it brief, make it short. I wanted to recognize Mr. Miller, Reverend Henrietta Brown, Mr. Joel. Miss Martha and I are going to Hopkins in a little bit because we want to encourage Miss Merlin to be a part of this conversation. So I want to thank you. We love you. Are there any quick comments? Any quick goodbyes? Anything? This is a space where you can advertise and you can promote yourself, you know. No feel shame, no feel shy. Okay. So thank you. And we begin tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And Martha, could you say what the program will be tomorrow, please?
Okay, for tomorrow, we start off with the food and nutrition and food sovereignty.
Just say the issue of food sovereignty is different from food security. Exactly. All right. Food security is one where you wait for somebody to hand you something. Food sovereignty is when you tap into the depth of you, who we are, who we say we are as Garifuna Duo, how we feed ourselves. And many times, brothers and sisters, this has come to me through prayer. I call myself Cassava Queen. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Thereafter, we're going to discuss a little bit about health, healing, and nutrition.
All right. Now, health healing by who, doctor?
We have more than one. We have Dr. Andrea Lee. We have Dr. Amy Magdalena, as well as Miss Centino.
Right. Absolutely. So here I'm inviting all of you. You all have homework. We have homework. Okay. The homework is, what are your thoughts on how Garifuna Duo aligns with that, with food sovereignty, with health and wellness, because we're stepping into a place of making this a different story, a different conversation. So that's your homework. Please go ahead.
And the last theme for tomorrow, we have 2 more sessions. We'll move to the land and ownership and farming project. And then the land.
Let's stop with the land. I want brothers and sisters for us to think about land, not only in terms of the physical land, you know, it is about raising our consciousness and our awareness of our relationship with land and stepping into that and declaring it. So it's not about fighting about which land wasn't given to us and who never gave away land and all of that. It's declaring the relationship that we had, as we heard from the sister from France today.
Yeah. After we're through, we're going to have Miss Barnett, Dr. Carla Barnett, who is going to give us a little information as it relates to land with yourself, Miss Cynthia Ellis.
Yeah, well, one of the things I want to say about Dr. Barnett, who is on, is that, wow, I know they tell secrets, but she's committed and interested enough, and she's been tracking the development of Garifuna women ownership of land. We are declaring that every single woman, every single household must own land, occupy land, have their own house. And as we spoke today about sitting at the feet of the elders, we start to cultivate that from our children and our communities, because the home and the household is the first place of governance.
Okay, as soon as we're through with land, we're going to be looking at on the identity, inclusivity, and good governance. And if Asina mentioned a little bit about that today, we will expand a little bit on that tomorrow. So everybody, please think about it and see how do you want, or how do you see ourselves? How do you see our government and how governing ourselves?
Absolutely. And we got that little bit of that today, that we are the government, right?
Exactly.
So we're not going to be tearing our hair out and being concerned about who didn't do what for us, but really tapping into the depth and power of who we are. Miss Jane, you wanted to say something? Miss Jane Bennett, I saw you. You wanted to say something? Yes, no? Okay, all right. So it's been a beautiful day, brothers and sisters. Thank you all for coming, and you have the Zoom link. I mean, share it with your friends, share it with your enemies, share it with your lovers, share it with everybody, your families, okay? Thank you, and we join again tomorrow. Please come with concrete proposals, send us messages about how today went and how tomorrow can be a more complete and a better conversation. Bye, James. Thank you.
Bye, Sister. Bye, everyone.
He's in
See you
Europe. Goodbye,
tomorrow.
everybody.
Okay.
Love you. Love you, everyone.
Remember,
Much
unity
love.
is strength. Ayo.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey, Virginia. Hi, Virginia. Hi. Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh,
Very
yes,
beautiful.
Egbert.
Very
Thank you,
beautiful.
everybody. We're getting a lot of positive feedback. So
Very
you have it
beautiful.
on Facebook.
Yeah, I think we have to get off it now.
Okay, and then are people streaming?